How's everyone doing today? I'm gonna pause the music. So I bet many people are waking up. Now, I'm going to inform what's going on in 1 second. We're about to get started, though. For those who were here last Friday, which was basically 8 days ago, we were putting together a community project. I like doing community projects in general, but this is one that we're sort of focusing on in between my other projects, which I'm not doing on stream, but that's okay. This project has changed a lot since last week when we talked about it. For those who haven't been in the Discord, if you've been following the Discord, which I recommend you do if you're interested in... Well, let me say it like this. If you just want to watch us working on it and be part of the stream, chatting, some deciding stuff, that's fine. And we're not going to be playing any games. It says game development in the description, but that's okay. If you're interested just in that aspect, that's fine. If you want to contribute some stuff to the project and sort of help in the, or I guess discuss and debate some of the deeper stuff, there is a Discord description to the GameWorks official Discord in the description of the stream/video. And that's where we've done a lot of the discussion, which is what basically this stream is complementing the Discord rather than the Discord complementing the stream. That is the easiest way for me to describe it. So I will be right up front with that. So we've made some decisions and talked about a lot of stuff on the Discord, and this stream is following up what we were talking about yesterday, for those who were part of the Discord discussion yesterday. If you're not, I'm going to try and lightly catch you up, but I'm just going to kind of graze over it so we don't spend too much time talking about it. So, we had a concept that we talked about on the stream last week on Friday. However, though, we talked more and more about it, and something which I decided is that was a little bit, even though I love the idea, it was a little bit too ambitious for a first community project. I could see the scope of the game becoming quite large. For those who remember, it was the idea that was someone inspired by Illbleed and creepypasta stories, which had a B horror tone and had everything from a ocean child prison to a insect-infested office. However, the idea, while very interesting, I think could make a very good game, was maybe a little, not even just a little, it was pretty big in scope, and I was like, well, that would need a lot of art assets. And anyways, I decided that wasn't the best approach for a first community project. There's a lot of people that are willing to be helpful, but in the end, it is what it is. It was maybe a little bit too ambitious for what it wanted to be. So we re-talked over things, decided some things, and we made a few decisions. Decision number one, first ours, was to scale it down a lot. Scale it down. And now this next conclusion wasn't actually suggested or made by me. It was actually suggested by people in the chat. They discussed it. They decided it. I'm okay with it, though. It sounds interesting enough to me. They decided they wanted to make something Lovecraftian, which is why currently the title of this is Project Lovecraftian Moon. We'll get to that. I was actually a little bit surprised they decided something Lovecraftian. Well, I mean, Lovecraft is a pretty famous horror author for almost everybody. I mean, I'm saying something super obvious with that. But I was a little bit surprised they wanted to try their hand at making something Lovecraftian-esque. Now, the thing is, even if you say Lovecraftian-esque, most people will probably think about Cthulhu's mythos. But Lovecraft did a lot of different sorts of stories. He did everything from The Colors of Outer Space to that one about the Valley of Dog-Faced People. But anyways, he did a lot of different sort of things. Even if you say Lovecraftian, while most people think of cosmic horror, he had a pretty broad library still, even under that demeanor, I guess. There. We decided to be built in Smile Game Builder. For those who don't know, it's like a 3D RPG maker. It has some limitations compared to some other engines, but it's pretty easy to use. And there was some reasons we decided on this engine, which I will get to. We talked about if we wanted the design form to be more open-ended or a bit more linear. For examples, when I more open form, I meant something more exploratory, like Humaniki. For more linear, I meant something that has more of a traditional path, maybe with some branches, i.e. Those were the two examples I used because I was talking about the limitations of Smile Game Builder. And honestly, those two sorts of games could probably be made pretty easily in Smile. In 3D. Ooh. However, a lot of people, I will be doing some 3D modeling for the project, but we're going to mostly retain to 2D. Now, before I start the stream, before I stop blabbing when we actually get started, thanks for your listening to me. I'm hoping to make enough sense. If you have any questions, throw them my way. Before we got started, though, I put together a lot of stuff. I woke up early just so I get everything ready. I got this blank project all situated. This is a blank project currently in Smile. There's nothing unique or individualistic about it. It's a project. And I imported some 3D models, which I was using for Hollow Bliss. I decided to use a few of them because I already either made them or had use for them. But I didn't import everything for maybe obvious reasons. I don't want to use my whole library from that project for this project. But I imported a few things and a few free resources and etc. etc. Cleared out the project, got things ready. Oh, I did forget to do something. I got so... Whatever, it won't take long to open up the thing. I was just thinking about something which I'd forgotten. Okay, I'm going to wind down. To be honest, I don't feel like I did the best job describing anything just now, but hopefully that was a brief enough touchdown to basically say the too long didn't read whatever version. The concise version I can say is we are making a community horror game project which will have a hub world with levels, we have decided, made in Smile Game Builder with a Lovecraftian theme. That is probably the easiest way I can describe it. Also, a lot of this stuff was decided on the Discord. Think of it as the streams supporting the Discord, as in it's a complement to the Discord, as opposed to the Discord being a complement to these streams, because a lot more of the decision-making process and all that is made on the Discord than it is on the stream. The stream is basically for the stuff which we cannot tackle easily on the Discord. Alright, so that's all explained. Now then. How are you guys doing? I don't actually know how many people will be with us at the beginning. I know there's a few people that are interested in joining that will not be here until a bit later. And I want to get a lot done today. We'll probably be holding the stream for several hours. My prediction of how long the stream will go on is at least 8 hours. It might go on for quite a bit longer than that. Probably the maximum length it would go on for is 14 hours. But basically, put your expectations that the stream will be going on for 8 to 14 hours. Alright, so let me take a sip of water then, and we'll be doing stuff all throughout it. I want to get the base of this project started, and I guess I should talk about what I got ready ahead of time. Before we do some more of the game building stuff, we're going to do something a little bit more fun. By fun, I mean, it depends on what your definition of fun is, but we're going to look at what Lovecraft games have existed. Now, I've got a pretty good idea of some of my personal favorites. I haven't played every Lovecraft game out there, but if the thing is, Lovecraft, by kind of nature, both really works well in games and completely works against games. And we'll talk more about that in just a little bit. Okay, so that's a little bit of a confusing sentence, but I think that there has been a lot of really good games inspired by Lovecraft, but there's not been a lot of games that have really captured what Lovecraft was. That's a little bit hard to describe. If you know what I'm talking about, then that's good, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to have to try to explain that. We'll get to that, though. And that's how we're going to start, and then we're going to get started talking about some other things, like we should probably have a player avatar. I deleted the base characters. I left all the default models of Smile because I don't want to go out of my way to model, and I might change the textures on something, or maybe we'll go with a 2D character. I don't know, but it'd probably be best if we go with 3D. Smile, we're going to be using... actually, no, let me first talk about what Smile is. Yeah, okay. To explain the art of Lovecraft and Smile. Let me ask this question. I'm going to ask the chat here because it is a community project and I'm just doing the beginning blabbings here. Do you guys want to know a bit more about what I mean about the Lovecraftian games stuff I'm trying to sort of hint at, I'm not going in depth on? Or are you more curious about Smile first and want me to explain Smile? And we're not going to spend this whole stream chatting about this. I'm going to try and wrap up what I'm talking about right now in like 10-15 minutes. I just want to make sure this stuff is divulged on the stream to start off with. I might actually start keeping an archive of these streams for people who are curious. But if I had to ask, Lovecraftian talk or Smile Game Builder talk? Which one first? Smile. Smile is the game engine that you see right in front of you. I guess Lovecraftian first. Both of them have some stuff to touch on, and I'm going to try to explain them in brief, but I'll choose Smile. Oh my. 2 for Smile, 1... Okay, so we'll start with Smile, then we'll build... Actually, it's probably best if you start with Smile and move on to Lovecraft, because Lovecraft is a little bit more interaction for us to talk about. So let's start with Smile. This is Smile Game Builder. Smile Game Builder is an engine which is basically... It's honestly RPG Maker in 3D. That's what it is. Now, it has some severe limitations. One of its biggest limitations is it doesn't have any sort of outside coding. It doesn't have any sort of coding language you can put into it. And that limits it basically like how the older RPG makers were limited. The current RPG makers have scripting languages. VXAs had Ruby, while MV, the current one, uses JavaScript. And JavaScript's a pretty versatile language, so you can actually do a lot in MV. This engine, Smile, now, there are engines that will say something like, oh, beginner friendly, no coding, but they still have coding in them, and there's a good reason why they have coding in them, because coding allows you to do things without having to work with pre-base stuff which is already set up in the engine. So if you wanted to make a beginner-friendly engine, usually the best way to do it is to have a coding possibility, so it's possible to code, but not required specifically to make something. And this is where Smile's single biggest limitation comes, because Smile is literally an engine without any coding. Like, it literally, you can't code in it, even if you wanted to, which is not good, actually, even though, I mean, to people that can't code, it sounds like, oh, well, that sounds good to me, but the problem with that means that you're basically limited to what the engine can do, and if you can't do anything beyond what the engine can do, basically. You can't code anything specific, which you might want for your project. You need to stick to precisely what the engine can and can't do. You can't code in Smile. That's what I was trying to say, and it's one of the biggest limitations of the engine. Now, with this said, there are some things that Smile can do very, very well, and part of the reason why we're using it. And it's also really easy to use, and you can sort of develop pretty quickly in it if you know what you're doing. I can, and I've experimented with this engine, and I know what it can and can't do. Now, actually, I'm going to open up an internet window just for a little bit of reference here. So here's our little internet window for the day. Say hello to the internet window, everybody. Hi, internet window, I say to the window myself, just because I'm a dork. Alright, so Smile Game Builder is a thing that's available on Steam. You'll see it when I look for it in a second. I'm going right now to the store page because there's something which I want to show, which is a really good example of what the engine can do before I talk about what it can't do. So all the examples I'm going to use are RPG Maker related. Not specifically made in RPG Maker, but RPG Maker related, because really the easiest way to describe Smile is exactly what it sounds like. It literally is like an older RPG Maker engine in 3D. Older RPG Makers didn't allow coding either, which is why I'm saying older as opposed to newer. However, they have a DLC pack which you cannot use for commercial purposes, but it's there if you wanted to. Let's see if I can find it. There it is. So, should I be seeing something? Oh yeah, you guys can't see anything. Oh fuck, sorry. I was doing some stuff on the screen this whole entire time. Okay, thanks for reminding me. You will see something in a second. So, this is Smile. Say hi to Smile, everyone. Yeah, you were supposed to see the Smile engine. It looks like this, basically. So we'll talk more about this in a second. And I was on the Smile store page, so what Smile can do specifically, and I'm going to use some RPG Maker examples. If you don't know what these games are, that's okay. You don't specifically need to know what these games are, but I'm going to talk about them, because some things the engine can do and can't do. What the engine could do, if you wanted to, 100%, you could make a game like Corpse Party. Yeah, I think a lot of you guys know what Corpse Party is. If you wanted to, you could easily, very easily actually, make a 3D styled Corpse Party in the engine. In fact, it's so much recommended that the goddamn engine has a goddamn Corpse Party DLC pack. You can't use this commercially because it actually has the Corpse Party characters in it. It's for if you wanted to make fan games. But I can say that if you wanted to, and not just because the DLC is here, you could, in fact, make a Corpse Party-esque game, as in the sort of light horror gameplay visual novel-esque thing. The goddamn trailer here will talk to us about it, but that's okay. We get to that, we'll get to that. Now, we're not going to make a Corpse Party-esque game. I'm just saying that that's a possibility. Now, from a little bit more experimentation, if you put your mind to it, you could also make something that's kind of like a 3D-esque Yumaniki or a 3D-esque Eve. Both what Eve and Yumaniki do would be possible in this engine if you knew that's assuming that you knew how to put it together and had the art capacity to be able to do all the art assets. Now, we're not making a 3D version of those games. I'm using them as examples because they're games that theoretically could be made in Smile in 3D if you really put your mind to it. That's not saying it won't take any work or effort, but it'd be possible, is what I'm saying. However, though, some games could not be recreated in Smile from the RPG Maker variety. One such example, which probably most people know, is Witch's House. There are some things that Witch's House does that this engine could not possibly recreate. I could get into some more specifics, but basically some of the scenes in that game would be impossible to recreate in Smile. And another example, you could probably recreate most of Mad Father in it, but there's specific things I don't think could fly. That would also require a bit more artistry because there's a few unique monsters in that. But anyways, I'm getting out. I mean, we're not focusing on what we could recreate in Smile. I'm just using those as examples to say Smile basically can do what RPG Maker can, like the older RPG Makers can do, excluding outside coding stuff. So that's something to mention. Now, like, the engine can have chasers, and I've tested around with that, but the chasers are limited in, like, the default RPG Maker chasers are limited. If you've ever played an RPG Maker game which uses default chasers, you'll know it, because it's those chasers that, like, are really dumb, hidden in the walls. I can't figure out how to get around this table. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've seen that in some RPG Maker game or another if you've delved enough into those type of games. Alright, so that's expressed. Now, with that said and expressed, I did get some stuff loaded in Smile ahead of time. There's some assets I have loaded here. I do need to get some music stuff. This is mostly default stuff outside of some else at the very bottom. The stuff which I really set up to be a little bit ahead of ourselves is some terrain and objects, just stuff which I was like, yeah, you know what, it might be a good idea if we have some options. And these are stuff which I are from another project of mine, but that's okay. We'll use them, and I'm okay with using them. I mean, they're my own stuff, so whatever. Gonna let that close for a second. The problem is, since I loaded it full of stuff, sometimes when you close that takes a little bit to load, but whatever the case. We don't need to go to that menu for too much, except that we do need to go through the music stuff, and I'll talk about that in a second, but not yet. So Smile is the engine that we're using. I'll talk a lot more about its limitations in a little bit. And since this is a community project, I know there's some people that are interested in helping on the art side, and trust me, I'm very appreciative for that. And we'll talk about the specifics of what Smile needs for art stuff in a little bit, but not yet. We're first going to talk about Lovecraftian games. So, actually, no, one more thing about Smile. One more thing, because this is basically actually set your expectations in the right direction. In fact, give me a second, because I need to remember a game's name, and to do that, I'm going to have to go into something. So, something which I can't show you guys, so just hold your horses for 1 second. That's what its name was. Okay, so to get an idea of what Smile can and cannot do, I'm going to open up, 1, a video reel, and 2, I'm going to open up something which shows off some of its 2D capacity thing. Now, these examples are not the best examples in the world, but they're examples. They're something. So we'll start with that. Yeah, we'll talk about Lovecraft in just a small bit. But first, yes, I know this engine can support VR, but that's not what I'm looking for. Here we go. So for those who were in the Discord, you might have seen this video and a link to yesterday when we were talking about Smile's capabilities. Here is a YouTube video showing some. These aren't actually full-fledged games. These are like tech demos. That'd be the easiest way for me to explain it. So this is like tech demos for the engine, testing different things. Now the game, our game is not going to look quite like any of these games because we're using a number of original art assets, but it'll look closest to the last game to show on this list because we are going to be utilizing 2D in the 3D world a lot. Partially because I figure a lot of people that are going to be helping with the community project probably don't know 3D. I'll 3D model a few things that need to be modeled, but we're going to try and use simple 3D geometrical worlds with sort of 2D art within them. So anyways, with that said, here's a little reel here. I'll just let it play and talk over it for a second. So engine basically looks like this. I mean, you just saw the engine. I'm sure you can imagine how something like this could be made in it. We're not going to be utilizing a full 3D system like this is showing right here. And we're probably not going to be using the QB person aesthetic that they have going on here, but that's okay. Watch as they bunk their heads into each other. Fascinating. Now, one thing which I should mention about this particular clip show is that it's being played like a dungeon crawler, but the engine actually, since I think this reel was made, has implemented a first-person camera control system. So if you want to make something like this, it's possible. It's not what we're specifically going for. There'll be some limitations to it too, but that'll take savoir. The project that we're going to make is probably going to look closest to this because we're going to be using 2D images in a 3D world. That said, we're not going for this aesthetic. This winter wonderland cutesy aesthetic they have going on, which doesn't look bad, but, you know, it's not what we're going for. But it's probably the closest example, because this is probably closest to what the game's going to end up looking like, because it's going to be using 2D art within the 3D world. Alright, so that's that expressed. And another example of 2D art in a 3D world using this engine is this project, which I guess, let's go with Soul no Kono. I'll use the teaser trailer. So just to get the visual idea of what the aesthetics basically are kind of going to look like, it'll kind of look like this. We'll talk more about that. Takes a while. I'll let the trailer play just because the music's really loud, and then I'll wait and explain things. Not making an RPG. I'm just going to mention that one right now. We're not going to have the turn-based battles they've got going on there. That's not what we're aiming for. But basic idea for what the aesthetic isn't going to look exactly like this, because we're making a Lovecraftian game, not a fantasy game, so there's that. But that's a basic idea. Now, we're going to change gears for a second, and we're going to talk about Lovecraftian stuff, and Lovecraftian games specifically. Now, here's so much I need to clarify before we start talking about this. We are not specifically making a story based directly from one of Lovecraft's novels. We're not making an adaptation. We are going for something a bit Lovecraftian that was decided by people yesterday when we were talking in the Discord, but we are not specifically retelling one of his stories in the game for. There might be some inspiration from Shadow over Innsmouth or The Colors from Outer Space, or excuse me, not Colors, The Color, singular. But yeah. We will, however, talk a little bit about games that have been made either with Lovecraftian influence or from Lovecraft, like direct adaptation stuff. There's actually been a surprising number, and if anything, Lovecraftian games have been on the rise recently. I'm sure you can think of a few. There was Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth, Amnesia, Dark Descent has influence from Lovecraft, Bloodborne has influence from Lovecraft. There is some direct Lovecraftian point and clicks, which I'm aware of. You could look at the original Alone in the Dark, which was very Lovecraft influenced. In fact, yeah, you know what? Let's start from there. Let's talk about Alone in the Dark 1. And let's just get a video of it. I can talk about it over it as we look at gameplay. I'm sure there's some gameplay which somebody wouldn't mind me just going sure, whatever, complete long play. Do your thing, I'll click somewhere. Turn down the audio a little bit. So the original Alone in the Dark, maybe one of the first Lovecraftian games. Well, that depends. You could also include one of the Atari games. But, you know what, whatever. First Lovecraftian game, we'll just call it that. This high-tech thing known as Alone in the Dark was the, I guess you could say, grandfather, because Resident Evil ended up being the father of survival horror. Yeah, actually, it's actually a pretty appropriate title for Alone in the Dark, the grandfather of survival horror. Anyways, it was the first horror game. In fact, it wasn't the first 3D game, but one of the first. And the first that utilized what would later become staple of the beginning of the survival horror genre, meaning fixed camera angles. It's basically an adventure game with some survival elements, etc., etc. It doesn't look very Lovecraftian with what we're looking over here, but the game starts going with elements of such a little bit deeper in. And all the monsters are lightly inspired by things from his novels. Now, to be a little bit frank, even though we're not trying to go for some graphically fantastic game, I will say our game will probably, hopefully, look a little bit better than this. Just a little bit, though. I'm not saying the style is bad, even. It's just, you know, I'm sure you're looking at it and being like, the point of survival horror. To be honest, though, I was just sort of mentioning it for the clarity of mentioning it. I don't think there's much for... Actually, correction. There is something which I was about to say I don't think there's much I'm going to be pulling from this game, but I'm going to correct myself. There is actually one major thing we might pull from this game, which I will talk a little bit about. Not specifically just this game, it's just that it's a good opportunity to talk about it at this game point. And I haven't talked about this with the people on the Discord. I've been thinking it, and I should have discussed it, but I decided I would wait until this discussion, actually. So, I've been thinking about something now. I'm going to show something for a second here. Let me go to map settings. There's not a character. In fact, I'm not sure if this will launch because we don't have a character, but we'll try. I'll click playtest. Yeah, there's no party of characters. I thought it wasn't going to launch because it'd be like, sir, you don't have any characters. And I'd be like, I know. I just didn't want to set them up yet. Okay, so I can't playtest to show it, but there are technically three camera styles this game has. It's third person and first person. In first person, you either have the classic dungeon crawling style where you click forward, you take one step forward, you click left, you turn to the left, and then you've got the more modern first person style where you use WASD to move and the mouse to look around, but you can't crouch or jump or anything because the game isn't designed around those mechanics. But you can do the sort of classical look around WASD to move thing. What I can say about this, though, is one idea I had is not leaving the camera in the player's hands or control, because the player can actually manipulate the camera and the engine, but I was thinking, partially because it's not utilized enough in the space, and I think it might work best with the project and how we're using 2D art for a lot of this, is instead of allowing the player to have free control, maybe we could go with fixed camera angle style stuff. Now, we might put some segments in first person or something, but what I'm thinking might be an interesting idea is to utilize a 2.5D Lovecraftian game with the sort of classical fixed camera angles of a horror game. I actually know how to make such a system work, given I haven't really put it into practice. It would take out some extra work on certain elements, but I think it might turn out a better result, which might be a good topic to talk about when we're looking at Alone in the Dark, because Alone in the Dark very clearly is fixed camera angles. If you don't know what fixed camera angles are, though I feel like most of you do, but if you don't, not this menu, in fact I should click to a gameplay bit. When the character walks, they are walking in unison with the camera, and this is the camera angle changing. The fixed camera angle means that the camera is in a fixed location as you wander through the environment. As you can see what he's doing here. When he walks to the door, the angle will change again, because that's a different fixed camera angle. That's what fixed camera angles mean. Okay, and I was thinking maybe trying to utilize such a thing for this project might work out the best, partially because we aren't working completely in 3D models. In fact, we're working with 2D elements, so it might be best to align the 2D elements with certain camera angles as opposed to trying to make it so that they work from every camera angle. There are some certain techniques you can use to make it so that, well, actually I won't. I was going to say something, but that would just be more confusing for the moment, so I'll wait to explain that later. Let's get back to talking about Lovecraft. So, I'm going to say this. This is just an honest question I'm going to ask the chat. What is your personal favorite Lovecraftian game you've played? And that's because there's so many Lovecraft games, and if you don't have any, or you don't know any, or you haven't played any, that's okay. I'm just asking if anyone here has any, because I'm going to talk about one of my personal favorites, Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth. Corners of the Earth. Fixed camera angles are associated with Capcom because Resident Evil popularized the idea, but Resident Evil really ripped a lot off of Alone in the Dark, so that's okay, though. I guess I'll just use my own videos for this particular one, just because I know I can use them. Let's go with the part where we're wandering the town, because that's probably a bit more Lovecraftian, immediately apparent than some of the things. So, Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth. Out of all the Lovecraftian games I've played, my personal favorite, which directly follows Lovecraft a little bit more. Now, we're not doing a game directly following Lovecraft, but Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth was the Lovecraftian game which stuck with a lot of people. It maybe gets a little bit too action-heavy in some particular parts, which kind of works against some of the theme needs of Lovecraft. In fact, this is a very good opportunity for me to talk about some stuff. Some people, in general, there have been some really good games made which have been inspired by Lovecraft. Lovecraftian games have their appeal, and I would say if you take them as their own, there have been some very good ones made in the engine. However, on the flip side, there's a lot of people, and this is definitely true, that will say that games, somewhat by nature, don't work with capturing the essence of Lovecraft, which is why oftentimes with Lovecraftian games, they're more about certain elements of Lovecraft rather than trying to capture the whole entire feeling. Partially because some things about Lovecraftian novels are like antithesis to game design. Because the whole point of Lovecraft and Lovecraftian monsters is usually about things that humans cannot possibly defeat, influence, etc. We're mere specks in a grand sea. We are basically meaningless nothingness that are only allowed to survive because we're so insignificant in the grand scheme of things. That is the gist of what Lovecraft is about. basically Earth and everything that we stand for is completely unimportant in the grand cosmic scheme of things. We are less than insects to beings greater than us, and we're one day going to perish because, and not even because they have anything against us, just, it's like if you accidentally kill a bug, basically. They aren't even aware that they really did anything to us. We're just going to perish because we have no chance against such forces. That's the one big theming of Lovecraftian type stuff. The sort of grand scale cosmic horror, we mean nothing. We're just on a cold, going to die one day rock. But anyways, hi. There's a lot of other themes that go over too, because these beings do influence us, of course, going into themings of madness and insanity and etc, etc. But we'll talk about that another time. What I will say for now is that it's a bit hard to capture that scale of things in the video game, but still though, tending to put what one cannot comprehend in an easily comprehensible form is an extremely difficult task. Yep, that's another big thing about it, is that we don't have the capacity to comprehend the scale and everything around us. We have a hard enough time comprehending what's around us immediately, let alone things that are far greater than us that we literally cannot comprehend. So that's the whole theming. And that stuff is a little bit hard to capture in a game form, and it'd be quite a challenge if we decide to tackle that. I will not say yes or no to trying to tackle those themes right now. Just know that I'm very much aware that that stuff is a big part of why some people say Lovecraftian games don't work, because Lovecraftian games can't really tackle that, at least in a sort of tangible way that has been done so to this point in time. And also, specifically, we're not following like a Lovecraftian novel, so really, it's more we have to think about what themings of Lovecraft that we want to delve into, and if there's certain elements we want to. Like, just speaking for a second, and it's a little bit ironic that I'm thinking about this when we're looking at Call of Cthulhu, I think that some of the locations in Lovecraftian novels are fascinating, and one of my personal favorites, as well as many people's personal favorites, is Innsmouth, because just the idea of what Innsmouth is utterly fascinating to me. But, and if you don't know, the gameplay we're looking at right now is set in the town of Innsmouth. That's where most of the setting of Call of Cthulhu is until you get to the underwater city, but I digress. Now then, did anyone put over The Last Door? Last Door is a good Lovecraftian thing. Last Door isn't just Lovecraftian, it pulls also from other horror authors like Edgar Allan Poe is another big one that game does. But there's definitely Lovecraftian influence in there. In fact, I have a video I can pull up too of that. But yeah, sure, I'll pull it up. I'll pull up Chapter 2 because Chapter 2 is a bit more Lovecraftian than the first chapter. Chapter 1 was a bit more Edgar Allan Poe than Lovecraft. There was Lovecraftian themes in it, but I think they stuck out a little bit more in the second chapter. And then later chapters too, I just don't want to get too much later in it because I still haven't beaten The Last Door yet. But anyways, how much that anyone has actually accomplished it? I can't think of any game that's accomplished it, but there's been a lot of good games that utilize Lovecraft. Another one which we can talk a little bit about is Bloodborne. Bloodborne is Lovecraftian in themes, but not really much else, partially because in Bloodborne and the Souls games, your character is absurdly powerful, but there's some things that it tackles very well with those themes all the same, though. Now, the thing in which Last Door does very well is because it's a point-and-click and not really so much has action elements to combine to, it can focus more on the storytelling and sort of narrative background stuff of such a theming. I'll skip ahead. He ends up in a coastal orphanage, I think it was, or it was a boarding school, not an orphanage. Dark Corner's got me curious about Lovecraft. There's a lot about Lovecraft that's pretty interesting. I like Bloodborne. It's very Lovecraft meets dark fantasy. Yeah. Last Door does it in a pretty interesting way too. I wish I could click on a part that's a bit more influenced. I'll just click something and let it play for a little bit.
Seriously, is there no one?
Now, the thing is, since we're not adapting a story precisely and more going for some of the tones and themes the stories go over, we don't specifically need to read too deep into Lovecraftian's mythos because we're not trying to build something in his mythos. Though Lovecraft was always really big on letting people utilize his mythos for their own stories. Back when he was alive, he was pushing really hard for sort of a book circle of sorts between authors. and that the authors could share each other's universes with each other. And he offered in turn for them to use his Lovecraft mythos, which is why you see Lovecraftian stories and like the Conan stories, because Lovecraft was a close friend of the Conan man, the Conan author before he passed away from suicide. But that's okay. It was a long time ago, that's why it's okay. Unfortunately, these are now historical facts, events that have transpired about 100 years ago. But that's the reason why you will see some Lovecraftian stuff in some authors at the time, is because Lovecraft was really big on trying to bring authors together and be allowed to use each other's sort of universes to sort of combine them into a grander universe. I think it was called, what was it called? It had a name. It was like Weird Universe something or another, but something of that sort. I'd have to look it up to remember the name precisely. Okay, now I'm going to try and wind down talking, because I've been talking a lot so far, and I think we should move forward. There's a lot more we can tackle, but I'm going to open up a text document. In fact, I think I have a text document open already, but I'm going to replace this with this. So, here are some of the things I think we need to get done today. We need to decide on who our main character is. We need to decide the setting / hub area. We need to get started working on the first few areas of the game, and we need to decide our themes. We need to decide our title, and I think the last thing we should set out to do today, I guess I can talk about organized music, and I'll talk about that in a second, and organized community contributions. Book universe, interesting. Yeah. So that's a lot, actually. This will probably take us a while, but we're streaming for a while, so we can get started with this. So I think the first goal, in fact, I think I can just close this internet window. No, I'll keep it open in case I need it for anything. Our first goal, which I think we should try focusing on before anything else, and this is maybe not the best point to start off with, but I think the point that'll be best for us at the moment, and for those who are here early, we can help talk and discuss this. Let's talk about who our character is, and there is like 3 sides to this, which I'm going to talk about right now. So the reason why I'm saying this is partially we can't start our game until we have a character playable. So that's part of the reason why I'm putting that first. But the bigger thing is that if we figure out who our character is, I think things can start coming together. Lovecraft is about characters being caught out of their element, so it's not specifically important who our character is to the setting, because actually, it might in some ways be better if we don't try and think of what setting our character fits in, but more so what sort of setting our character fits out of, because that's like the whole element, because it's people caught completely out of their element. So it doesn't specifically matter who our character is to wherever they're going. I mean, yeah. However, though, we should talk about it, and also there's another element to this. We should talk about how our character is going to be tackled. Is our character going to be a 3D model, and if it is, we're probably going to do an edit of another 3D model in this engine already, or are we going to go for a 2D sprite character, in which case I might figure out who wants to do the 2D sprite for them. I could do it, but I've been doing a lot of sprite recently, so I'm going to try to avoid that responsibility. But in the meantime, we should talk about who they are. We have this default map, and I guess we can get started with discussion. So, I kept some things open for us to talk about. There's a lot of default stuff in Smile here, and I can export some of this stuff and make edits to them, which I will probably end up doing. I partially think that we should use a 3D character as opposed to a 2D character, not for everything in the game, but for our character specifically. But there's a reason for this, and when I tell you this limitation, you'll understand why I think this. Now, we could use a 2D sprite, and they kept some 2D sprites for exemplification, and you can see a 2D sprite there. But there is a huge advantage in this engine that 3D characters have to 2D characters. Now, most of our game will be 2D characters, so maybe it's best our character is 2D to sort of fit with that aesthetic. But there is a reason why I think specifically for a playable character, a 3D character might be a good idea, and I'll express what it is right now. And this is probably, outside of no coding, this is probably the dumbest limitation that Smile has. Out of any limitation that we're going to run into while we're working with this engine, this will be the dumbest, and once I express what it is, you'll probably agree with me. So if we have a 3D character, the 3D character has defaultly different animations. If the character is standing still, they're standing still. Now, they don't have to look cube like this. There's more human stuff. Anything you can really model within Smile's limitations can work. But if you have a character who stands still, they'll stand still. However, and when they walk, they'll walk. And when they run, they'll run. And these are all animations the character can do, and they all attribute appropriately to where they fit in. They stand, they walk, they run. That's pretty self-explanatory. And the other animations are not really utilized with regular controls, but they're there. They're usable. Now, why am I saying this? Because what I just said sounds incredibly obvious, I'm sure. It's like, yeah, well, if the character walks, of course they're just going to stand still. Or not walk. If they stand still, of course they're just going to stand still. If they walk, they're just going to walk. That's true of the 3D characters in the engine. The 2D characters have a huge, huge, huge disadvantage, which is stupidly Q. You made me say Q because I read that in the chat. Ours is stupidly cut off. The 2D characters only have two modes. Either they don't move at all, they're just a still image, or they're always walking. Even if they're standing still, they're walking. Basically, there is no way to alternate them between if they're standing still, they stand still, and if they're walking, which would be pretty basic, you'd think. But no, they can't do that. They either are always standing still, or they're always walking. Now, there's ways to bypass this for events, but for our playable character, it's impossible because they are played by the player. So, you might have noticed that in the clips I showed earlier. Pay attention. In fact, I'm not going to pull them up at the moment, but if you pay attention to the 2D, 3D stuff earlier, you might have noticed what I'm talking about is that the 2D characters are, even if they were staying still, they're still doing their walking animation, or if they're always standing still, they'd be like walking, but they're just a single frame of animation. Now, I do have 4 directions, but it's just a dumb limitation the engine currently has. One of the things I hopefully will push them to change. But at the moment, the limitation exists, which is why the point I was trying to make, I think it would sensibly make sense for the character to be 2D, because, you know, a lot of the other characters in this game are going to be 2D, but maybe we should go with a 3D character for our main character, because then they can, you know, work like you'd expect them to, i.e. they stand still when they're not moving, they walk when they walk, they run when they run. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Even though I do agree it's a little bit of a conflict to have a main character as 3D while most of the other characters are 2D in the 3D environment, it's a little bit weird, but yeah. So do you understand where I'm coming from and why I think we should do a 3D character? Even though I understand that's a little bit weird, there'll be a 3D character talk to a lot of 2D characters. What I just said is the dumbest limitation the engine has, in my opinion, outside of no coding. Those two things, in my opinion, are the two biggest things. There's like 3 big things I think they need to change, and then everything else is just kind of smaller things. If they fix the big 3 things, then that'll be fantastic, but whatever. They do update the engine, and I'm hoping that they update with that functionality in the future, but still, though. That's all I'm going to say. At the moment, we're going to probably work with 3D, and we're probably going to use the basis of one of the characters here, but do an edit. And it'll actually, here's something which I will say about this, it'll actually be pretty easy to edit one of the characters. But we'll get to that. I feel like Cthulhu designed the system. It'll be appropriate. So, I don't know how many characters are here. There's a few dozen at the very least. So we're going to look at a lot of characters right now. And here's something which I need to mention. First person, no third character. We could make the whole entire game in first person. You're correct. That said, I don't think we're designing this as a first person game. There will be first-person elements, I think, that we can utilize, but I think having third-person will be important for what we're making, and I'll talk about that. So, I think we should have a 3D character, and we can make some edits to make them at least fit in a bit more, and I'll talk about that. So, when we look at these characters, in fact, let me give a good example. Let me just pull something up. There's one which, geez, I'm going to have to find this character on this character list. Give me a second. I'm going to pull this up, and I'm going to find something so I can use this as an example for you guys. Going through these files so I can pull up what I need to show you guys. Alright, and there. Okay, yeah, I think I found what example I'm going to use to show you guys. Yeah, that's the one which I want to use. So it's going to be B people 803. Okay. And let me import something before I pull it up to you guys so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So this is people 8A. And I'm not going to keep this character inside the game because it's part of Hollow Bliss, but it's a character I edited for Hollow Bliss. I did a few neat characters, but I'll show this one. This is probably the best example I can give. So, you can do some interesting edits of people. Here is a little girl in the game. This is one of the default stuff. See, she's just a little girl, a QB little girl. Not much more to say about that. I'm sure you guys can see this. But it's actually pretty easy to make edits to the characters in Smile, and I'll show how you do edits in a little bit. But to give an example, I'm trying to demonstrate this extreme example to show something. Don't judge the characters precisely off of what they look like, because I'm going to talk to you guys. We're going to discuss a sort of model to use as our main character in the game. We're going to do that shortly. But don't judge precisely off how they look like right now, because we can easily edit things about them. Specifically their textures, which are really easy to do. Here is such an edit to this exact character. Just to give an example there, we can do something dramatically different, so don't pay so much attention to like their color scheme or certain elements about them, because we can make some pretty big edits to them is all I was trying to say, because I'm about to scroll through all the characters, but just know it's I know how to like turn that into this pretty easily. Just heads up about that, okay? Understand what I just said? So don't pay specific attention to precisely how the character looks. Pay attention to like their shape, I guess, but don't pay as much attention to their details. Alright, so I just wanted to express that because it'll be important before I start scrolling through, because I just want you guys to know. Don't focus specifically on the colors or the details of the character. Like if you don't like this example, if you don't like this character's face, we can easily change it. I just need to clarify that before we get going, because I'm going to go through all these characters and we're going to decide who we want the main character to be, and we're probably going to edit them so they aren't just the default thing, even if it's just a little bit of edits on our side. Alright, is that understandable? Do people understand what I'm getting at? Okay, hopefully you do, because we're about to go through them. There's like several dozen to go through, so I thought I should explain that first. I will say this. Let's talk about something, because this is actually kind of important to decide ahead of time, and it will change what options we have dramatically. Unfortunately, there's more cube characters than there are normal characters, but let me ask this up front. Should we have a cube character, a la like this, as the main character? Maybe that'll fit better with our 2D characters that we interact with, like the 2D sprite characters. Or should we do with something that's a bit more like a chibi person, not cubey, not really human proportions, but you know, something like you see it on the screen. You can see how this is like, these are like the same character, but they're not, because that one's cubey and that one's like a normal person. You see what I'm talking about? There is a third option, but the third option is only limited to one model for whatever reason. But so I'm just going to ask this here to be upfront. Do we think we should go with the main character that's cubey? Will that work better with the 2D sprite characters they're interacting with? Or should we have something chibi, and will that work better with the 2D sprites that they're interacting with? So I'm going to ask that question up front. Should we go with something more chibi-ified or something more cubified? I'll see what people think. Keep in mind they all have animations. Da 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 da. I'll wait for a second while you guys are deciding there. Or you guys weren't paying attention. That's okay though. I know it's pretty early in the morning. You think QB will work better. There are more QB options than there are chibi options, but we don't need a lot of options. We just need one that we decide to go with. So a vote for QB, a vote for chibi. Oh boy. Not big on cubes, but it might be better to work with the stylistic thing. I understand, because these look a bit better, but stylistically these might fit a bit more. It really depends, like either or. Now there is a third option, but this is only limited to one model, and we're probably not going to use it right here. So I'm sorry, but I just can't stop seeing the Pop-Tart girl when I see the look of that sprite. That's okay. There is a third style, but the style only is for one model, and it's fucking creepy, so I wish there was more of it. Okay, yeah, here's the character. You might notice that most of the characters have like an A and B here, but you might notice this single character has a C. And here's why there's a C, and I wish there was more of these just because it's so creepy. So we have a cube form. See, this is this girl's cube form. See? Her cube form. And this is her chibi form. And as you can see, it's a chibi form. And now, she's the only goddamn default model with this style. I don't know why they included it, but they did. She has a third form, which is... What the fuck, chibi? It creeps me out, actually. But I never understood that, because it's like, she's the only one that has like that specific style, like the big-headed form, but there you go. I just need to mention that because there's technically a third style, but she's literally the only one who has it. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter for our case, because like, we could use it if that's the form we want, but you'd have to use this model and then modify it. We definitely need chibi body, cube face. Oh my god, yes. Like, okay, I'm not going to say too much, but yeah. Oh god, it's horrible, I know. Yes, but she's the only thing is we have to. She's the only character like this. I did use her for it. I did an edit of her for the other thing I'm talking about. I'll pull out the edit. I'll show you guys this. This is from Hollow Blitz because I was like, oh god, that's creepy. But that's perfect for a horror game. I bet I could do an edit of that. And so I did do an edit of it. So I'm gonna pull that out now. It was heroine. Here she is. So I did one edit of her. There's the edit. Pretty great, I know. And now let her run towards us because that reason. Remove that and get back to this. Name of sanity and cuteness, please don't. It's perfect. Now, so let me ask that. I'm going to ask this again. I'm going to make them all stand still so they're at least like this. Moi moi. We have cube. We have chibi. And in one case, we have what I call kawaii desu, but that's only for that model, and you know, it's limited in that stance. So still, though, that actually looks better. Fun. So. Okay, actually, there is one other form we can go with. Actually, no, never mind that form. Never mind what I was about to say. I was thinking about it. I was like, no, I don't want to use that, so never mind. I guess we lean towards cube, though I understand some people weren't enthusiased by the option. All right. Now, there is a follow-up question I'm going to ask in a second. Do we want to go with a guy or a girl, because there are heroes and heroines that we need to edit. Now there are other things, like there's these people, which I'll show in a second. People, if you want an old man with a gigantic head. But outside of people, there's some other options, and they mostly fit with the cube style, because the cube style is like the default style, but yeah. We got some stuff like this little jester here, that's default style, and him with a cracked mask. And then some other versions of him. There's a soldier guy. There's some guy. Then we got, oh, look, he's got a mohawk, so he's obviously evil 1A. Look at all that stuff going through. Just going to click through these for a second. We have some bats and a skull guy, and then a night guy version of the skull guy, and then I guess that's a goat demon. Dragon. A few dragons, actually. That thing, chicken, obviously. We're not going to use an animal character. We're not telling the Lovecraftian perspective from a creepy cat. We're not going to be playing as the rain either, so. So a vote for girl. I'll ask guy, girl, just so we can limit our selection a little bit. I'm thinking girl personally. All right. So let's see the options. I'm going to list these as they are. I see little difference. I don't mind that everything's like gained like that in the background. It's not really important. It'll be fixed after we close out of this. So since we're tackling the first topic, I guess we'll do this. So I'm going to label each of these girls. I'm going to cycle between them. We're going to decide. Now keep in mind, don't pay specific attention to what they're like we can change elements of them, as I was just basically touching on. We can change elements on them, just know that. But try and think about their basic shape, all right? So the basic shape is what's important. We can change the details of such in a little bit, but the shape, you could change. You load it into Blender and start making changes to them, but we're not going to do that. We're going to keep it easy in this particular case because there's a lot of other stuff we need to focus on. All right, so this is 1. I'm just going to number them. So whenever we see this girl, she's 1. And I guess maybe open up a text document because you might need to use it a few times as we're streaming here. It's just an easier way to keep track of things other than just memory, I would say. But this girl is 1. And keep track of which ones you guys want to recommend. I'm going to go through them a few times, but I'm going to show what they are and number them. And I'm going to ask you guys at the very end, okay, which designs did you guys like the most? Given that, keep in mind that we're going to probably do some broad edits to whoever we choose. So this is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. This is 5. Actually, I should put a tab in front of each one. But that's 5. This is 6. 6. This is 7. 7. This is 8. 8. This is 9. 9. This is 10. 10. This is 10A if you want to have a hood, I guess. I'll call that 11 though. So that's 11. Alright, this is 12. I'll make a mention it's 2A. Alright. This is 13. Like I mentioned, this is 4A. This is 15. Or, no, 14, 15. Correct. I said backwards. So that's 14. That girl. 15. 8A. I know they're going like back and forth, male, female, but just to keep things easy, so 16, 10A, 17, we're playing as a princess crown, 18, getting this all set, 19. We have a lot of options, I know. And I think that's it. We have 19 options. Let me see down here, make sure. I'll put you as 20. 20. Alright, so we'll palette swap somebody by doing different textures. Okay, so to go over these one more or two more times, I'll go through them twice more. And please write down which ones you particularly want to vote for. I'm going to ask for you to vote for more than just one. I'm probably going to ask you guys to vote for 2 or 3. So write down the 2 or 3 you like the most out of what we're about to go through. So I'm going to go through each one. And keep in mind that we're talking about main character at the moment. We'll do some. You don't pay attention to their colors or details or whatever. We're probably going to edit their textures. But we will pay attention most of all to their shape, because we're not going to put these in Blender at the moment. We're just going to be doing texture edits. So just keep that in mind. So their shape is basically the most important thing. Like if you like one of theirs hair shape, then that one, I guess, or like that one has a hood. Hopefully you get what I'm saying. All right, so I'm going to go through them. Don't write them down yet. I'm not keeping tally yet, but I'm going to ask at the end of this, ask you guys to vote for 2 to 3. Here's me going through them all again. 1. In fact, I'm going to move this to the side just so I can keep a tally of which ones I need to click on, which are not immediately obvious. Okay, so once my mouse reappears, this is 1. In fact, I'll turn them around so you get a basic idea. This is 1. That's not 2. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. This is 5. This is 6. This is 7. This is 8. This is 9. This is 10. This is 11. This is 12. This is 13. Yep, horror game. This is 14. This is 15. This is 16. This is 17. This is 18. This is 19. And this is 20. Now I'll go through them one more time and put them through running animations, and then I'm going to ask you guys to write them down and I'll tally them. I'll put them inside the running animations and then vote for there from there. So this is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. My mouse was invisible, so give me a second. There we go. This is 5. This is 6. This is 7. This is 8. This is 9. This is 10. This is 11. This is 12. 13. 14. That was slow animation. 15. 16. 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay, now if you haven't put down what you thought already, do so now. I'll click on something so you guys don't get distracted. We'll look at this alien. Alright, so yeah, we are choosing character models. Now I'm going to keep tally what you guys are voting on. 1, 5, 5, 12, 19, 7, 13, 19. Alright. I mean, I know there's not like too many people here yet, but I'll ask the question while we're still going. I'm going with 7 and 12. Alright. 7 and 12. And take a sip of water. Seven, 12, and 16. 7, 12, and 16. Tried setting the quality lower or to source. Alright. Clearing out the throat there a little bit. Last minute call for votes. One, 5, and 9. Calling votes now, ending in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's closed. Okay, sorry for doing that a little bit dramatically, I guess, but okay. So looking at the tally here for a second, I'm going to take all the ones that had more than 2 votes. Ooh, yeah. That leaves us with these 5. So I'm going to take out the exact tallies just because I decided I was going to go with ones that got above 2 votes. So the ones that we still have are 1. Say hello to 1, everyone. Okay, let me put this here. So here's the ones that we currently have left. We have 1 still, 1. We have 5 still, 5. We have 7 still, 7. We have 12 still. Give me a second to get to that. 12. And we have 19 still. 19. Got a new kid. Oh my. Tony Stark. Works well enough for me. So, you know what? Let me just try a straight one-on-one vote, and I'll show them one more time. Just pick the one that you... Just one. I'm not sure if I'll do this for the answer. If there's like an obvious winner, then probably, but just vote for which one you want to vote for. If there's not an obvious answer, then I'll do a different method to tackle this, but I'm just curious if this will work or not. So here's what we have left. 1. This is character 1. I'll do their walking animation because you guys haven't seen that yet. The walking animations on the cute people are very subtle. So 1, 5. We're keeping with the original numbers just not to confuse them. So this is 5. 5. 7. It looks like they have normal per people years. 7. 12. And or 19. And so only vote for 1. I'm going to go through them one more time. 1. So this is design 1, and Minty, vote for which one you want to be the design of the main character of this game. We're going with cute people. This is 1. This is 5. And keep in mind that we can recolor and texture and whatever. We'll do that after we're done. We'll talk about that. So that's 5. This is 7. All right. 12. And 19. So, now I'll do them one more time, and I'll see what you guys vote for. So just briefly, I'll do them happy. So 1, 5, 7, 12, just 1. All I'm asking for right now, we're just picking a playable character. And 19. Okay. I'm not sure if I'll pick from this, but I'm just going to see. So with that said, which one, I'll go back to the alien just so that you guys don't have on-screen bias, but still though. Which one? Which one? Praise the sun. We gotta vote for 5. Gotta vote for 5. Gotta vote for 12. Gotta vote for 5. Gotta vote for 19. Gotta vote for 12. Gotta vote for 1. Alrighty. Righty, yellow snidey. Okay. No, this alien's not gonna be the MC. I hate to say it. But I guess 19. Alrighty. Okay. So, unfortunately, 1 and 7 are eliminated. And I know what I'm going to do to make this dramatic. Everyone knows what's coming. Rafflecane. So the survivors are... not him. Are 5. 5 is still a survivor. We have 12. 12 is still a survivor. And we have 19. 19 is still a survivor. Now, I'm actually going to do a rafflecane. A rafflecane, to be precise. So, whichever one he rolls out is going to get eliminated. Just a heads up there. Whoever gets rolled out here, 5, 12, or 19, they're getting the axe. And then we're going to vote between the last two. Okay? Rafflecane gets to decide important life decisions for us. So, whoever he votes gets axed. And then you guys will vote between the last remaining two. Okay? Rafflecane came back from the dead. Can't be a legitimate aesthetic gamer stream without Rafflecane. 5 got the axe. Bye, 5. Sorry, fans of 5. 5 is going to the afterlife. Down the drain. I'll do the disappointed animation because I can. Which one is it? You're dead. Dead. Okay. We have 2 more left, which are not dying. Get back up. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So, Tyrant. Rafflecane made the call there. So do we want 5? This is the last minute vote. 5. No, wait, 5 is dead. This is 12. Do you guys want to vote for 12? 12 or 19? 12 or 19? I'll do a little bit of an animation here. Attack! That's only a single animation. And jump. Jump! Do the jumps. 19. 12. 12. 19. Alright. Now back to the alien as you guys vote. Who remains? Vote for who you want to be the main character. Vote for who you're voting for between the remaining two. 12. 19. Now I'm going to click on the alien so he can... That's not the right alien. So he can distract you guys while I tally the votes. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. 19, 12. 19, 12. 12, 12, 19, 12, 19. You guys ready for the results? I mean, if you can count there, so I'm sure you can figure it out yourselves. But I will tell you, the alien will always have my vote, alas. It's kind of weird to have an alien as the main character of a Lovecraftian game in the sense of being the, you know, human Lovecraftian as opposed to the later Lovecraftian. It does turn out that 2 is the winner. We get our little cube girl here. And so we have to say bye to 19. Dead. Alright, but anyways, but our winner is you. So 12 is the winner. And that means I'm going to export her right now. Export. I will export her to that one. And to the... Yeah, we're going to the right place. Right there. Okay. Hooray! 19 is dead. So let's talk a little bit. No, this ambient thing doesn't matter for the moment. Duh, I say it doesn't matter, then I get stuck on it. So we're gonna do a really basic edit. We're not gonna be doing the blender edit. We're gonna edit this texture. Yeah, our unwilling victim has been choose. That's always the spirit. Unwilling victims. That's what I like to hear. Let this launch itself up. So here we have the texture of this character, and we can pretty easily edit this here. So what details do we want to change, if anything? Are we happy with the details now? Do we want black sulking eyes? Black sulking I'm dead eyes? Say hi. All we need to do, because we're not doing a blender edit, is just editing the texture. Poor Jean. So I can do some weird edits, or I can do some more precise edits. Do you guys want to change the color of her hair? Want to change the color of her outfit? Want to change what her outfit is so it's not like a schoolgirl outfit thing going on? Want to change her facial expression? Let's talk about this. Do we want to keep her exactly how she is? Is she a perfect little flower? We'll fucking put in the cupboard. I mean, what? Can you post that on the Discord? This? Yes, I can. If you have an edit, you know what? If you want to edit it, well, let's do it. I'll throw it in the Discord. I won't give context to people there. There you go. If you want, because this is a community project. The people on the Discord, if you want to edit it, then go wild. I was gonna say, the yellow is awful in my opinion. What hair color, if not yellow? She's gonna be so disappointed when she goes through hell. She reminds me of Alessa from Clock Tower 3. The outfit reminds me of Alessa from Clock Tower 3. I see what you're talking about. For those who don't know what we're talking about, Alessa, Clock Tower 3. I see what you're talking about, though, because this is Alessa from Clock Tower 3. Do you see how this character... Oh, I accidentally just crashed it. That's okay, though. But once it's uncrashed, I'll get back to you. You're not going to be able to escape me for long. Dirty blonde? She reminds me, but you see how the outfit's similar to the one from Alessa from Clock Tower 3? So I see what you're talking about. I hadn't really thought about it until you said it, but it's got like a similar color scheme thing going on. Still, though. How do I join the Discord? You'll find the Discord link in the description. Now then. It says, I can't see general, because you need to do something first. You need to be able to read the rules and then do what you need to do to be able to join the Discord. You have to be approved for the Discord. I mean, our character roles, whoever we want it to be, really. I guess we'll start with the hair, because the hair is what somebody brought up first. Let's start with this before we get to the outfit. Do you guys want the character to be blonde, or do we want us to change the hair color? So this is, don't say what hair color you want to change it to yet. I just want to ask this first. Do you guys want this shade of blonde, or do you want to go with a different shade or a different color for the hair? The link to the Discord is actually in this video's description, Jaded, so you don't need to link to it. You'll find it in the YouTube description on this very stream. A vote for change. So keep it the yellow it is, or vote for change. That's all I'm asking immediately. If we vote for change, we'll talk about what color after that. Maybe something different, says Minty. Yeah. Through as we go. Different. Seems like we're getting a lot of different votes. Alright. I will consider, from the number of people voting right now, 4 is like half the people at the moment, so... well, yeah, and especially with 5 now, so we all think it should be different. Alright, which leads to the deeper question. How different? Now, I need to be careful, because I don't want to mess with that skirt texture here. There's a skirt texture right here you might not see, but... there are a few ways that we can change the hair color without changing much else about it. I like yellow. Pat there. Them RPLG. I'm going to use this hair bit right here to make the decision. I'm not going to do anything dramatic yet. I'm just going to select all the hair. All the hair. No, it's not all the hair. No, that's too much. Give me a second. I'm trying to lower the threshold on. There we go. This will work. So there's actually a really easy way we could change the hair color before we start doing some different things with the design. I'm just gonna use this for demonstration though. Let's go colorize. Black. We can make highlights. I'm just starting this with a basic talk here for a second. We can do some hair things. Get that darker. Change these hair colors. What hair color do we like? And we can do things with the hair. It can go black as hell. Saturate, gray it up. White it up. There's just not yellow. You want to go for brown? I mean, it's all up for discussion right now. We can go really saturated colors or doled out colors. I'm just giving examples here, but yeah. I have seen some stuff going on right now. I'm still here, but I had to mute the stream. All good, Jaded. Maybe just make it a little darker. I could make it just a little darker. That's definitely possible. I stick by my decision. Black with red highlights. We could go with gray. That's definitely a possibility. Can even choose somewhat what shade of gray after I see my mouse again. Black with a tinge of any color. Or obium. Tinge. I like light red. So are we going for like red and black? Because that seems to be the two colors I see sort of popping up at the moment. Are you guys okay with black and red? And I'm going to start with red and then do tinges of black, the opposite of what was suggested. Or maybe we should do it the other way. I don't know. Let's talk about this. Are you guys, first of all, okay with some balance of black and red? I won't go with completely black because then it'd be a little bit hard to see with everything, but we'll start with that. Minty is voting yes for that. I'm going to check the Discord because I want to see if anybody posts any introductions. Okay, we got 2 votes that are okay with black and red. Say no if you're not interested, yes if you are interested. In black and red. Some balance of black and red. I don't know exactly which balance we'll go for, but red and gray. Jennifer, you wants to go with gray or auburn? I can think of a way that could work. It sounds like we're leaning towards this, though, so let's talk about the balance for a second. So, which color should be the basis? A reddish tone? We need to, if we do choose reddish tone, we need to decide what tone of red, though, and some other things about it, but different tones are available, as I'm sure you can see there. Should we go... Oh, that's a bit interesting. But we could go for a closer to black tone with some red highlights. We could go with something a bit more white or gray or silver or something than with red stuff and black on it, or we'll talk about it. Maybe put the red or black on the banes and tips to make sure the ends show. Put red on the back or the banes. Oh, I like the pink color. You mean like what we currently have? If it goes black, probably be about this side, but still though, closer to the black tone. I'm just asking like closer to like a red tone. Not exactly like how it is right now. I'm just getting examples. Closer to like a reddish tone. The precise of the red is to be decided. Closer to like a silver tone. Now it doesn't need to be red like this, but I currently have it red. It could just be like white like this. Closer to a blackish tone. Yai. Closer to black like maroon red. Alright, so 2 for closer to being black. It could be like this, but I need to look what Burgundy is. I'm terrible with names. I will look. I will look indeed. Let's get Alessa's picture off the screen. Ah, I see. Colors, colorize, hue red, saturation, lightness. It's like this. Closer to orange red. There's some debates. Ron Burgundy. Da, da, da. I'm gonna put some music on while we're doing this bit though. But turn it down so it's not distracting. I'm playing Murder Still Suspect while watching this stream, so here I am just distracted. All good. Turn the red up or turn the red down. Keyboard Y. You guys like how Burgundy is right now? I kind of like it. So you guys okay with the color tone this is now? We can do some highlights and such in a second, but are you okay with this being the base? More red. Just a little more. There's a little more. Good. So just clarifying before I click OK. You guys okay with this? Because I'm actually going to make this a preset for a second. Lovecraftian. Of all things, I know. Okay. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to switch all the hair to that. So that's why I wanted to ask, just to make sure that we were in an okay way before I got to that next, before I get to this next bit. I'm gonna use the selection tool to unselect everything. Okay. You know what? It'd actually be easier for this one if I did it like this. I'm gonna do a weird selection. It doesn't matter what the in-between textures are. What matters is if I select all of this as is. Colors, colorize, Lovecraftian. And this is the dark side of it, so it's like the inside of the hair, so people won't see like some of the details of that. I'll turn the threshold back up. Not that much. That much is probably good. Colors, colorize, set to Lovecraftian. Cancel there. The ears will change color if I don't turn it down just a little bit though. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this for the ears. This is going to be a weird way for me to tackle it, but I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm going to protect these ears. I'm just going to put that right there. Alright, so that should be fine. Now turn it up a little bit more. Not like that exactly. Okay, 400 colors, colorize, set to Lovecraftian. It'll do. Colors, colorize. Wait, what's up? We're doing hair colors at the moment. We're basically recoloring this. It's the easiest way to put it. Okay, now I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna put it over where the ear once was. And I'm gonna do the same thing over here, except I'm gonna flip it around just so it's precisely on. Alright. The bare necessities. I think he's trying to keep the hair, the ear color. You're correct. I was keeping the ear color there for a second. Alright, so I'm going to overwrite this for the moment. Now then, what other changes do you guys want to be done to the hair? Good as is, should do a little bit more. Where do you guys sit on it? Let me make sure the hair doesn't pop up anywhere else. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Want any sort of highlights on it? Is it good as is? Where are you guys sit? But yeah. Don't care about the pixelization on the sides, by the way. It's just because of how I did the colorization thing. It's just going to look a little bit weird here, but I'll look fine on the character. Is there anything else you guys want with the hair, or you think it's good as is and we should go to the next part? I think it looks good as it is, says Roxas. Somebody wants highlights. I like it as is. Minty wants highlights. Serving. Darkness says it's good. What would highlights look like? Well, that depends on what color we want the highlights to be. Like, let's say I did with red highlights for a second. I'm just going to do this as an example. I mean, it depends how we paint it on, really. I'll do opacity a little bit like this. I'll use this one to the side as an example. It depends how we want the highlights to go. Like, if we want the highlights to be on one side here, red streak, something like that. This is just me lazily doing it. I'd try it a little bit more seriously if I was going to say it like that. There's one example. We could have like black highlights at the tips. So then each tip is a little darker like this or whatever. I'm just doing this quickly again. If we want light blue for some reason, we could go like light blue streaks. Just doing this quickly just for exemplification purposes, but I just want a little on the edge. Yeah. But it'd be something like that, basically. Red highlights are okay, but I think the people would mistake them for blood. So do we want red tips or red sides? And it could also be like red sides with a black tip. It could also be like a black highlight. I could also make it a little darker like that. Just some examples there. Just break up the color a bit. I like the black. So which one do you guys want to go for? Like red tips, red side there, red side with the black tip, darker black, lighter black streak, red orange side and black tips. I feel like I'm running the pixel hair salon at the goddamn moment. But okay. Red sides and black tips. Okay. I'll go for this sort of tone. Let's put the opacity there. And you guys want it to be on this side, right? Not like this side or the middle, but like this side of things. I'm just dueling for a second. I guess maybe not that orange. Kind of think I'll look better with red, so these are good to me. Alright, we don't want to overload, so we might want to animate the line. That's maybe not quite like that, a little bit lighter, I think. I'm not sure if I like the tips there. Let me try this a different way. A little bit darker than it currently is. I should do like just the literal tips, because I think hair doesn't normally have it that like dark in this case. I try like a little bit of a V here. Okay, are you guys okay with this, or let me look at it from a distance. I'm not like super zoomed in. You guys okay with it like this, or think it should be a little bit different? I'll zoom into 200 just to give a better idea. I kind of like the tips, but I don't really know how to do it to make it where I like it. There it is without the tips, by the way, with it. Should I do the tips a different way? I'm trying to debate. Where are you guys sitting currently on it? Sides stand out too much. I'll try one thing, go a little bit lower than I would have otherwise. Can't see it right on your screen? Really? Doing a more subtle tip right now. Is something like this better? Would look like this because we're at 400 at the moment. I'll wait to see how the feedback goes, because there's a little bit of a delay, but that's natural, so. Okay. Now I'll do this elsewhere. I might be lazy and do the copy and paste on the sides, but nah, you know what, I'll do it manually. Just to say I did it. Doesn't matter if I don't go precisely on it, only because it's not going to capture the textures that aren't on it, so... Alright. I don't think that side needs any of the red tip stuff. This side will, though. So how I have it set is that the red tips would be on this side. Okay. Alrighty. Just setting up as I set up. Alrighty. With the like side there. I'm gonna export just in case this crashes or something. Alright, time for this side. Now I have a question. Actually, no, never mind. I figured out the answer to my own questions. Fun, fun. I was gonna ask something, but I realized I already know what my answer is. That's gonna be a rare case where I think the red tip there is gonna be like this here. Setup, setup. Now go to the black side. Sorry, I'm just focusing on getting this part done, so that's why I'm being a little bit quiet right now. I'm sure you guys mostly understand. I'm like, I should just explain why I'm being quiet. I mean, you guys can see what I'm doing on the screen. It's just, yeah. Well, at the moment you can't see the very bottom of this because of this the lawn hair part, but you will see my results in a second. Okay, then the black bottom tip. I don't really need to do this side because it's going to be kind of naturally darker on the inside anyway, but I'll do just a little bit. Okay. I returned from the wars. Welcome back from war, I think. Now we won't see the hair in motion fully until we're inside the game itself, but for the moment we'll just take it as it is. It'll look probably a little bit better on the 3D model than it does here, hopefully. Okay, I can do a temporary upload just to see what the hair looks like. So this is just a temp upload. I'm going to delete in a second because we've got more of this model to modify still. Okay, so that was person... I need to move my folder from here to... Okay... Crafting moon assets, models, you. So currently our hair version looks like this. You guys okay with the hair being like this? Yay, nay, not away. It gets curved a little bit because it's on the model, but that's what it currently looks like. Now we're going to change the rest of the model to, as I said, are you okay with it looking like this? Our game doesn't need to look fantastic. Mention that one now because I'm like, oh, this looks good in some ways when it's translated to 3D, but I don't. The back is the thing which I don't like because it got stretched out, so it doesn't look as good. And then the front there, but I like the sides actually a lot. It's that bit and this bit which look a little. Well, it might work with the 2D style. Are you guys okay with hair as is, or yeah? Took a long time until they turned your hair brown. Hip hip. That's why I don't like spreading. Well, I don't dislike it either. It just takes me. I'm slow and not great at it. So I'm happy people are helping me with the art side of things. Alright. Now, since we're looking at this, and we're looking at the Model 3D at the moment, what should we do with her outfit? Because that's kind of the next question that's like coming up. So, you guys like her outfit as is? Want to change it? Her face? We'll get to her face next, but first her outfit. Outfit. Update. Yay, nay, how, her lay. You guys happy with her outfit as is? Want to change it? Where are you guys saying that? What's the pink thing? You mean her bow thing? That depends there, Cassie. I've been thinking about it, but yeah. Maybe different colors. We could change the colors. We could. I mean, there's a few things I can do here. I can redraw something. That takes more effort than other things, but I mean, it's the main character, so I'm like, oh, I'll do a little bit of the work. Especially since people are going to be helping me with other art assets. We could change something about her sleeves, arm things. We could cut her skirt shorter, or we could keep it as is. We could change her shoes or legs or whatever, but still, though. Our character's age is a little bit unspecific because it's a cute chibi person, so they're really, in real life, they're actually an 1,000-year-old dragon. I hope some people get that goddamn reference, but still, though. This is gonna be uploaded after the stream is over. I mean, I'll get to the face in a second. The face can be like the last thing, but still, though. But is there any changes that we want to make to the outfit? Or are you guys like, no, this is good, Ryan. You don't change a thing. Yeah. Into business casual. Well, that's quite an overhaul there. If you want to do that. I'm just asking here because I'm gonna fucking see. We don't really know, like, I mean, well, I guess how she's dressed will depend on, is she a schoolgirl? Is she somebody on vacation? Is she business coming into Lovecraftian horror town? Get rid of the chest emblem? Ah, I see what you're saying. That's an easy fix. I could do that easily enough. Of course that crashed. Okay. I saved it because I predicted it was going to crash. I was ahead of the game. I mean, we're not animating her getting ripped apart, so she isn't literally gonna get ripped apart, but yeah. Unless, Chris, you're willing to animate it for me, then that might happen. Fun. Get rid of the emblem. Yeah, it's gonna be totally face, obviously. Want to remove the... You guys want me to remove the bow? Want to keep it? Want me to change its color? What? I missed the first stream, so catch me up on what we're doing here. We're going for a somewhat 3D, somewhat fixed camera angle, somewhat Lovecraftian horror game with cute people and mostly 2D stuff. Currently, we're making a 2D main character. We changed her hair. We're now talking about our outfit of how we should change it. Maybe change the bow to red. You know, that would maybe actually would fit her a little bit more. I'm going to do the lazy way to change her bow to red. That's the high fuzzle. I chose the wrong tool. Keep the bow, but change it to red. Fucking red queen shit going on here. Hopefully this lazy way doesn't totally backfire on me, like it might. But no, it'll be fine. I'm gonna keep that blue until we know what we want to do with it. Colors. Colorize. Your red. Do you guys want like a duller red, a strikier red, darker red? Lighter red, pink, darker, saturated, darker. Actually looks okay in the motion here. Somewhat. And you guys okay with this tone of red? Want me to go with a different one? Bigger bow? Well, first we're gonna choose its color. Bright red. Like that. See how it goes there. You guys want brighter red, darker red? Where that one is actually okay. You mean the red that currently is? Like this? You guys okay with it as it is right now? Where it looks like a goddamn crimson butterfly. My mind went immediately to Fatal Frame. But yeah. Okay, we go with this then. Is there anything we want to change? We want to change her niche socks? And talk about her outfit. We'll get to her face in a second. We want to change her skirt, colors, anything else about the outfit outside of what I've already changed? I think it's good. I'll export this for the moment just because we're making progress. Meh. The yellow to white. A white skirt. You want to change the arms to something? You want to get the camera obscure if that's a crimson butterfly. Now this model hasn't updated yet to reflect the changes. It won't until whatever. I'll reflect the changes because we've made some here. So there's what it currently looks like. Any other changes you guys want to go for at the moment? Make the suit darker? I can't make the suit darker. You want me to make it darker? Should I make the skirt shorter? Should I make her arm sleeves not white? Are you happy with them being white? Want me to change to make it darker? Want me to make it lighter? Want me to whatever? Let's talk. I just want. Are you guys like good? If you guys are just good with it, I'm just thinking too much. Just tell me, and I'll be like, okay. Yeah. And of course, game just crashed on me. Game doesn't like smile too much. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I might make it contrast a little bit more. Let me try something. I'm gonna just not really change the colors. I'm gonna like make her a little darker and contrast her a bit more. I'm gonna try it like this. This is me trying experimental stuff, so get ready for that. Okay, link that back. Now let's fucking enhance shit. Brightness control. Contrast that shit up. Are you guys okay with her outfit being more contrasted like this? Speak now or forever hold your peace. You want me to make it contrasted? Or this is how her outfit always looked. What are you talking about? Turn the brightness up a little bit. I can turn it darker. Are you guys okay with it being a little bit more contrasted like this, though? Want me to think it's not a good idea? I'm losing my mind. Speak now. Oh, I like it. Change to 36. Make it just a little bit brighter. A little bit of contrast. Nice. So you guys okay with this? Want me to turn the brightness up or down? The contrast down or up? I was just thinking it might look better if it was contrasted with her hair there, but... Less contrast? Okay. There's some less contrast. You good with that? Yay, nay, hey, yay. Contrast 25. 1 up. I mean, you barely can tell the difference between 24, but still though. Looks good. Brightness is good to you guys too. Negative 25 and 25. I see a Samus, so you know exactly how to please a koala. Well, there I go. Okay. I'm gonna make that change, and I'm also gonna change the other skirt thing here, because there's another skirt piece here. So I might as well change it all. Colors, brightness, contrast. Negative 25 to 50 now. To 25. Wait for my mouse to reappear. There it is. File export there. Looks good to me. Now let's see what it looks like inside in person here. Can delete this faker again, and now let's see what she currently is at. Here's what she currently looks like. Actually, I will say this, contrasting her outfit was a good decision. It actually looks like it fits her hairstyle a lot more now. Like, it's you can't really tell it was too contrasted. That does actually look a lot better. Now, we can change colors or other things if we want to. Are you guys okay with where it is right now? Think we should do more with it? Before we move on to the face, which is the last thing we're tackling, is there anything else you guys want to do for the outfit? Be it the sleeves, the shirt, the skirt, the shoes, the socks. Faker, I think you're the fake protagonist. Or I know you're quoting, but still though. He doesn't even finish the sentence before I'll make you eat those words. Now then. Just stretch in there. The one bright side was there being different colors. She'd probably stick out well against the environment, which is good for our main character to stick out, so... The green sure confuses me. I mean, we can change the color from green to another color if we want to. Or we can stick it with green. It's really up to us. It's not that hard to change the color. And you see what I've been doing. I'm just using the goddamn filters of the GIMP. White shoes and navy blue skirt. Do you guys agree with Mustak's suggestion? Should we try going for white shoes? Though, I mean, the white. I'm not so sure about the white shoes bit because she already has socks, so it just kind of looks like she's just wearing socks. But this girl looks like a 70s tablecloth. I don't know if the blue skirt would be good with a green shirt. It's questionable. It's confused minty cactus. Yeah, minty cactus. Color theory discussion, decision making. Think the shirt should be darker? Yeah. Things to decide. Coming with theater near you. Let's see. Can we make the sleeves green? We can make the sleeves green. In fact, I've been wondering about that, but no one said anything, so I was like, oh, should people want them to be white? Not white, but maybe something lighter. People are just saying that. No one said, yeah, Ryan, this is perfect. So that's why I've been asking. I was like, is there something more we should change? Green. It's okay. I can even make them short sleeved. I can make them long sleeved. What do we fucking want to do here? Another person saying the skirt should be blue. But then would that work with the green shirt? That is the question. I'm gonna do like a little sleeve thing on the shirt while I got it here. I need to move it this way. I got my sleeves. Every time I hear the music on the stream, I want to listen to it forever. That's always part of the fun. I'll make this change currently so you guys can just see what it looks like with green sleeves too, and see if anything comes your guys' way. Of thought processing, because sometimes coming up with the changes as we go continues. So here's what she currently looks like with the green sleeves I just added. You guys okay with her like this? Where do you guys sit here? I'm just waiting here to see, like, are you guys just gonna say, yeah, Ryan, that looks good? Or are you gonna keep on being like, about certain specific things? That's good. Yeah. Darker skirt. It's a revolutionary clothing tactic. There's two people that really want to go with a blue skirt. You guys think too many cooks? Could be in that case. I'll ask right now. Orange skirt, blue skirt. Answer in the chat. I'm just gonna get a vote for this. I know we haven't seen the blue skirt, but I'm not gonna put in the effort list because I'm like, people want a blue skirt, but I'm like, yeah. Yeah. A vote for blue. A vote for orange. Indifference. A vote for blue. A vote for orange. Yep, nice tie. A vote for orange. Alright, so looks like even though it's mostly a tie, it's veering towards orange. I'm not sure blue would work. Yeah, Jennifer. The last thing we're going to discuss is the face. Because I know really what everyone wants is a gaping hole in her face. Glare. Transparency at alpha channel. I know that's what you guys have all been waiting for, and so I'm gonna give it to you. Gaping hole in the face. Gaping hole in the face. We did it. Now then. So what do we want to do for her face? Now I have thought a little bit about how we should do this. Actually, no, give me 1 second. I'm gonna do something.
Once you're under my sway, there's no getting away. Your orbit's exact. As a matter of fact, it's begun to decay. And you're
Give me a second. I'm doing something.
not making a sound.
Yeah, that should be good.
This terminal scrape as you've only just found. You're at the horizon, my event horizon. Now there's no turning back. Your safety line has gone slack. There's no word from
Almost good. Sorry for taking a little bit. Just doing something.
and they're starting to fear that you'll never appear at the rendezvous point, 'cause the time's out of joint and the moment is near. You've passed the horizon, my event
I'm almost done. Thank you for being patient with me on this for a second.
There's one thing you should know. The quantum effect we've all come
I need to do one quick thing and I'll be like, oh, that's good.
with what's is and what's not. No longer part of the plot.
Almost done.
A singular place, all of time, all of space is the size of a dot beneath the horizon.
Okay. Sorry about that. I just wanted to get this done.
The end's always the same. Love's attractions to blame.
Okay, so I did make a change. Not to the blank face thing. I'm just going to show you my efforts here. So I'm sure it's what everyone wants, so we got it. We can continue. We're good. Now, what should we actually do for her at the moment? Yeah, actually use the Lenny face. Yeah. Roll with it. Right. I just wanted to do it, sorry. We can actually use that face, I don't think, but still though. So what should we actually do with her face? That is the question. You guys want to actually use the Lenny face? We do, we achieve perfection, obviously. I mean, we can't use that, I don't think, but still, though. Dark purple eyes. Well, we can be up for discussion there, that's for certain. I mean, do we want to go with the beady style they have here? I can literally draw anything on this face. I mean, it's not that hard. Just yeah. Maybe a worried face. Something which I've thought about is like just going no face. Like she has maybe eyebrows but no face. Just because maybe that'd be a bit interesting, but maybe not. I don't know. The face can't really be animated, so only so much we can do. Oh, you finally, yeah, that's the thing. I would like different eyes. I can agree with different eyes there. Dead eyes, no mouth. So we think, should there be no eyes and then some sort of, or no eyes, no mouth and then some sort of eyes there? Because I think the mouth might just be like, the permanent expression might not work well. So it's kind of one thing I'm debating. Faceless but with a nose. Oh, actually that's an idea. I'm gonna make a smaller brush. I can just go whip. Alright, so now I got a blank face canvas. What do we want? But in all seriousness, we should probably remove the smile when she's getting chased and disemboweled. Well, her face isn't animated, so it's going to be a permanent face. We need to think what expression is always on her face. Perfect. Going from there. Eyes, but no mouth. Darcy only can work. We could just go as Fuzzle said. Just a little nose. No smiles allowed. Poor soul. Yep. There we go, perfect. Let's continue. Well, yeah. Fun. I should stop doodling. Still though, just maybe just eyes? I mean, how do we want the eyes to be then? Do we want them to be like... I'm just doing this. This isn't for realsies, just to give an example. Do you want like... These are just eyes. Something like that. Photorealistic. Give me a second, I want to try that. Now I need to do it. Eyeball. We have some fun pictures. Okay. I can't use this. Actually, it's a stock photo. I can't use this. But... Yep. Alright. No, not the goddamn troll face. What did I do there a little bit ago? Who knows? It's a goddamn mystery. Layers. Alright, then. Why did I have to have my brain fart for a second? Add an alpha. Oh, there already is an alpha channel. Well, that makes life easy. Using the wrong things. Don't worry, this is gonna be perfect. Perfect. Over right there. Get rid of our troll face. Sorry, troll face one. Perfect. That looks even creepier than I thought it would look. But it could work. I mean, we are making a goddamn horror game. I'm actually starting to, this idea is starting to grow on me. I kind of like it. I think it might be interesting as a main character to have something goddamn ass creepy like this. But now I think we should have like real lips too. What do you guys think? Should we actually go for this? Am I the only one that for some reason likes this? Even though I know it's creepy as hell, but... Girl's a monster. I'm not joking, are you? Just thinking real lips. Are you guys? Don't. I kind of like it though, it's very stylized. Are you guys okay if I get some real goddamn... I'm gonna move this other eyeball a little bit, but... I'm being serious right now. Would you guys be okay if I get some real lips and that's her character? I'm being for reals, I'm not kidding. It might be really... I can't say it's definitely leaving an impact on people. Hell yes. Do one more thing about these eyeballs at the moment. Perfect song play right now. Perfect song. Actually, I could use the circle tool, what am I thinking? I don't know, I'll do it manually. I'm not gonna do it like that, but still, though. No, yeah, the eyes are just fine as they are, you guys are correct. It's the perfect song right now, I know. Still, though. Alright, I swear to God, if you do this, there'll be consequences. Okay, so I'm gonna do something for a second. Export as A2, just for a little bit. Support as that one. Just so there's a backup in case this like crashes. Alright. Royalty-free lips. Is this actually royalty-free? Oh, because that'd be perfect. Let's see what the licensing is. Licensing. Extend licenses. Plus license. No, we don't need an extended license to that. This is pay though. I don't need like anything huge. I actually will probably want the smallest one. Account. No, I won't get your goddamn account. You just see it there. Yeah, but whatever the case. Glamour Lip Vector. Is this actually royalty free? That's all I want to see. Ryan is having fun. I am having fun. Standard license. Total $2. Not even what I want. Should go to one of those royalty-free image sites. That's what I should do instead of using Google Images. But whatever the case, there has to be lips available. He is. Stop. What are you talking about? This perfect. No, I don't actually want to go with those lips. Maybe I should stop using Google Images and start looking here. Fucking allowed in commercial use here too, because I don't use anything I'm not allowed to use. Fucking lip pictures. Alright, Pixel Bay, give me those lips. Perfect. It's in the public domain, twice as good. This one's also in the public domain. Perfect. Because I like the idea. Is there an edgy smile? Can I search up creepy lips? Oh, that'd be perfect. Actual picture of a dummy. Okay, it's gonna work. Okay, because I'm not registered in my CAPTCHA. Take the. Alrighty. We're not moving on. This idea is, when you didn't see the eyes for a while, you kind of forget. And then with GIMP, the dummy lips will be the perfect thing. Look at those luscious lips. Okay. Don't worry, I'll be really careful in selecting the lip part of the lips. I almost I fucked up a little bit towards the end there. Well, let's see how this comes out. Alright, scale that. Let's rotate it a little bit. Perfect. Actually, not quite perfect. I can edge out the edges a little bit more here. Okay. Support as. Okay. Put this in a model so it's got a backup. Now then. Beautiful. So, are you guys okay with this being our main character? I'll just wait for the response there. Honestly, yes. Yeah, I kind of. It sticks out. I won't forget a face like that. I like the eyes. Absolutely no shitting. Say yes. So just put the eyes and no lips then. Yeah. So, being serious here, are you guys okay with this? And would you prefer if it's just the eyes and no lips, or if we go with both the eyes and the lips? Wanted to jump? Yeah, we can make her jump. Once my mouse turns invisible. There you go. So, seriously asking, are we okay with this face? And if so, just the eyes or the eyes and the lips? I was more curious about the lips than not. But I kind of like how the eyes work. They're a little bit creepy, but just they're there. Yeah. No. Just eyes, seriously. She's still smiling, isn't that a problem? Yeah, okay. I was just seeing that guy jumping too. I was more curious about the lips than anything. Sorry, just to close up on them. Are we okay with just the eyes? Like, I'm gonna do that now because that's what we just had, so we can get the lips out of your mind. Are you guys okay with this being our main character? I have interesting taste because I actually like this. I can't think of a main character that looks exactly like this, and the face kind of sticks out. I know it's creepy, but that's kind of okay. So I was like, made a masterpiece. Now let's move on. So I'm gonna ask, last chance to call any changes. Are you guys okay with this being the main character? Anything else that should be added? Go like a real life nose. No, don't put that image in my head. Yeah. Now, on this question, this is the last question I ask before we move on, and then we'll go on to the next bit of thing. Should she have eyelashes? Now, just be serious here for a second. Should she have eyelashes, or do you guys think the eyeballs are fine as they are? Nah. Just a quick doodle eye of her lashes, but still though. Big ones. Perfect. Okay, now that one wasn't serious, but still though. No main, best friend. eyeshadow. We're not gonna put eyeshadow on her. That would be too much. The makeup's supposed to complement your face, silly. Not overshadow it. Let's go with 2 eyelashes. Eyelids. Who has those? You guys okay with this? Like, serious question here. No SpongeBob eyelashes too? Yeah, those are like SpongeBob eyelashes. I wasn't even thinking of that. I'll keep it with the wide expression thing. Okay. So this is our main character. Now there's an important question here, because we're almost done with our main character stats. In fact, I'm going to take a gasm and show to the people that aren't in the stream in the Discord what we've done with our beauty so far. Our art, if you will. But what should this character's name be? And we don't know where she's even going yet, so we don't need to figure that part out yet, but what should her name be? Here's the main character of this project. Now they'll know. How general discussion's going. Leela. Maybe better without them. Being a game dev is very serious business. You're correct. But it actually is. Linda. Anna. Lila. Comcast. Jane. Natasha. I'll write down some of these so we can have a little bit of a vote in a second. So, Natasha, Jane, Lila, Anna, Linda, Isla, Nuna, Iris, Mira. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll accept the next 3 at most, but I'll give it just a little bit of time. We don't need like a bajillion suggestions. Wait, how do I unlock general discussion? Why does my stream keep breaking? I don't know about the stream. For discussion stuff, read the rules and you'll figure it out. Fun. Fran. Alright, so I'll roll with these 10. So, Rafflecane's gonna choose 4 of these. Because I love Rafflecane. I use them every day. I did get Natasha. Now Rafflecane's gonna decide at least 4 of these so we can vote on those 4. So let's see what 4 it chooses. Isla is one of the four, which we'll be voting on in just a second. Next one, I'm going to just roll out 4, and then we're going to vote those 4. Read them closer, because they're very clearly there, PLG. Anna. Seems like a Raffle King likes the A names. So Isla and Anna so far. Linda. Oh, I think there's a thing that if you just made a Discord account, like if you just made it really recently, I don't think that it allows you to quite yet. But you should in a few days then. That's a way to prevent people just remaking accounts and entering. And right, I remember that now. I can approve you though. PLG, what's your account? I'll approve you. I will trust there. Then please post in introductions though, because that's how we're keeping track there. So Linda, and let's get one more. Fran. So Isla, Anna, Linda, and Fran. Now let me do my editorial duties. Oh, you're I see you typing in there. You can make a post there. I can see ya. Make your introduction. Lord and Savior. So, between Isla, Anna, Linda, and Fran, please vote for no less than 1, but no more than 2. So you can vote for 1 or 2 of these. Between Isla, Anna, Linda, and Fran, what would you choose to name our very lovely main character? Isla, Anna, Linda, or Fran? One or 2 you can vote for these 4. A vote for Isla. And Sluggo, I wasn't sure if that was a serious vote for Isla, so if you're serious, just vote again and I'll know. Linda and Fran. Anna. Between Isla, Anna, Linda, and Fran. Anna and Isla. I vote for Isla. A vote for Isla. Another vote for Isla. A vote for Anna and Fran. A vote for Isla. Well, it looks like there's a pretty clear winner fortune out of this, so. Good morning, and now you can be approved. Approved! You're approved. You're approved, BLG. Hip hip. Organized community contributions. Yeah, we'll get to that. Okay, so it looks like Isla's gonna win. So Isla is their new unknown. Sorry, it wasn't worth it. Pat there, PLG. I was gonna say. So our main character is Isla, and that's her. Now I'm gonna actually do that so we can play test here for a second. Edit game data. Yes. Go to characters. Add a character. Isla. Just to make sure it's spelled like that. Yep. I don't know why. I just wanted to make sure. Change graphic. Give me a second. I'll locate it on this. There she is. Our beautiful Isla. Now in high definition. So Isla, our main character, is fine. We picked the name, yep. Now we'll set her stuff later. She has nothing. We don't need nothing. Alright. So Isla's our main character. Now if we play test... We do have a... Wait, oh, I forgot to set it here. Isla is our party character. Now we can actually play test it, so we got done with the character part. That's one of our goals for today. And hello there, Snowkeeper. Okay. Hey, the game includes violence. Project Lovecraftian Moon. It's just our placeholder at the moment. Thus, Isla came into existence. Our beautiful, beautiful Isla. Let's get a good angle there. Our character lives. So Isla's now the character. We got it. This is what our character looks like. We can also reset. Hip. Good to see you, Snowkeeper. So our Isla, our game doesn't need to look great. That's what it currently looks like. Just character, that's all we got. Isla. Really like those eyes. Now that's the spirit. I like you, Snowkeeper. The introductions. How? You are also approved there, Fuzzle. Approved, Fuzzle. I guess she's an old friend of mine, so. Sorry, stay out too late. That's okay, Snowkeeper. Alright. Far away she looks normal, which is fine. So yeah. Now then, we got on to the next bit. We got our character. And we don't need to decide too much about her yet, besides now that we know what she looks like, and her name is Isla. Now, deciding the setting, hub area, getting started working on the first few areas of the game. Well, we first need to decide the main area. We need to decide our theme. I think we need to decide the theme of the game before we decide some of this other stuff. Decide the title. That can come after the theme and some other bits. Organize music. We'll get to that. Organize community contributions. Snow, you can't. The admins and mods can. That's how the system works. A mod, or me, a mod there, has to approve you, and just as easily we can ban someone or unapprove somebody if they just time them out if they've been bad or something. But still, though. Yoy yoy. Now, with that expressed, next bit here, I guess we should just talk about the themes. Because I think the areas and some of the other stuff will come after we talk about the themes. So let's talk about the themes of our game. I know a small... Yeah. Oh, okay. So keep her. Pat. I like the song. Anyways, let's decide some themes. I guess since we have some Lovecraftian stuff going on, I guess I can Google xylophones. Yes. No, we can Google themes in Lovecraft. Okay, so I know some of the themes in Lovecraft. Let's just keep them in mind. There's a Wikipedia part of themes of Lovecraftian horror, so... Wow, they really are on top of this. Please personally tell me what Lovecraftian horror is. Lovecraft's themes. Defining Lovecraft horror. An essay. Lovecraft. Wow, WordPress theme. Lovecraft theme. What kinds of themes do stories have? A resurgence of Lovecraftian themes in games. Okay. Let's talk. Am I approved yet? Nah. What name are you using? Yeah. Well, make a post introductions. Don't approve somebody until they make a post introductions, even if we know them personally. That's a rule of thumb which I'm having. So Z, good stuff. Read the rules first and do your thing, and then yay. And also, welcome, Tibbles. So let's talk about you missed us choosing some beautiful eyes for a character. Tibble, I watch your Let's Plays. So anyways, Lovecraftian horror. Anti-anthropocene, mythology in general. Lovecraft's works tend not to focus on characterization of humans, in line with his view of humanity as a significant place in the universe, and the general modernist trend of literature at the time of his writings. It's a pretty good collection of his themes. We don't need to specifically have all Lovecraftian themes. Just we start there, because Lovecraft was what people voted on, so... Yeah. Oh, I missed it. Okay. I'll let them tackle it as I look at this. I was just following the chat for a second to see if I need to do anything, but I'll trust Tipple with this. Sanity's fragility and vulnerability. Questionable parentage. Unanswered questions. Helplessness and hopelessness. Detachment. Antiquarian writing style. Preoccupation and viscerate texture. Substance such as slime as opposed to standard horror elements such as blood, bones, or corpses. Alrighty. So let's talk about themes. Yuck, yuck. Now there's more themes, but these are some general Lovecraft themes. Let's talk about this. Now, I kind of like character-focused stories, which is a little bit un-Lovecraftian. Lovecraft does have characters that we follow, but usually his characters follow in a few tropes that he has. Detectives, serious types, usually. We can go with whatever, though. We're not making a Lovecraft story. We're just making something somewhat Lovecraftian inspired here. Don't forget massive xenophobia. Cha-cha-cha. We're not going to include that in our game. Still, though. Kind of jaded, but not exactly. It took on a little bit more form. We talked and discussed and debated for a while. We did choose on the hub thematic with a few stages to go between, though. That's what's something that we ultimately did decide on. For those who don't know, we're talking about ideas. That was something that the Discord was discussing yesterday, so... Yeah, IPLG. Hub is great balance. But let's talk about themes before we start talking about even what the hub and the location and saying are, even though I've got one which I'm personally rooting for. But first, thinking about here. So, should we replace blood, bones, and corpses with substances like slime? Fish scales, and what those Lovecraftian stuff does. An isolationist feel might work, so let's talk a little bit about. So, isolationist. I want to go with preoccupation with viscerate texture, slime, and scales to blood. Blood, corpses, sort of deal, sort of. Let's write that down for myself. I am gonna vote for that one. Yeah, I think the hub makes for a good balance. I just read that. Detachment. Lovecraftian heroes, both in original and modern, tend to be socially isolated, reclusive individuals, usually with an academic or scholarly intent to compensate for social shortcomings. So should we have a socially awkward main character? So like black ooze, yeah, slime, I'll add ooze into that. Mutated human flesh. What Lovecraftian? Okay, there's a little bit of body horror in Lovecraftian stories, but there's not like too much. It's not like the main focus. There's a little bit though, because people do turn into inhuman things. But yeah. And never let anyone convince you otherwise. Are you guys okay with having a character that's a little bit detached from main society, a little bit awkward to herself and all that? I'll wait till my question catches up. Detachment. Socially... What was the word I used? I just want to make sure I word it right. Socially isolated. Socially isolated. Awkward. Alright. I can't make any friends because everyone hates her face. Well, Lovecraft characters have friends. They're just kind of not deep in the social niceties. Alright, now let's talk about the other themes. Should we go... There's some trickiness to this, but should we go with a feeling of anti-anthropecticism, which is the whole thing about, even though we're playing as her, we should feel insignificant to the events going on. We're doing our own thing, but it feels like there's things going on much greater than us that don't really care about us, and we can suffer at their hands. This would mean more, like, less there's something specifically coming for us, and more something's affecting us, except for the other things with us which are being affected. I kind of like the idea, so I'm gonna copy and paste it so I don't have to spell it. And then feeling we're not the center of the game's world, simply simply doing our thing, and shuffled from beings greater than us dealing with the scraps that were like that. Hip hip. Helplessness and hopelessness. So that kind of goes with what we just did, but helplessness and hopelessness. A Lovecraftian heroes may occasionally deal with a setback to Malgan forces. Their victories are temporary. Yep. The victories are temporary. Pay a price for it. Ultimately, we can't change the outcome. Alrighty. Witness the major participant. Unanswered questions. Well, that's just me in general. Definitely a theme. Where humans have an existential crisis between bacteria versus a bleach spray bottle. Think about the main characters are the real people doing things, and she just simply gets dragged. Well, it's not even those other characters, humanity in general. Now then, Sandy's fragility and vulnerability. Yeah, we're gonna definitely deal with that. Sandy's vulnerability and fragility. That one's pretty much speaks for itself, though. Fragility. Okay, typo. Questionable parentage. Relatives of Tiv or Ter depicted as paranormal, dysfunctional, or abnormal, whereas intimate relations in general are often presented as foreboding, mysterious, and sinister. Sure. I'll include that. Questionable parentage. Relatives are mad or dysfunctional. And close and intimate relationships are untrustworthy, I know. Are foreboding, and sinister. Just notes there. Now just to click through things a little bit, because I opened up a few tabs just to look at themes. Forbidden knowledge. That is definitely a theme. Forbidden knowledge, non-human, well, obviously inherited guilt. There's the idea that descendants in the bloodline can never escape the stain of crimes committed by their forebears. You know what? Sure. Inherited guilt can't escape our bloodline. Alice in Half-Life, obviously. Never answers any questions. Half-Life Full Wonderland consequences. Fate. Civilization to threat. Race, ethnicity, class. Risk of a scientific era. Religion. I want the cults. Gimme damn cults. There you go. I don't know what I mean. Superstition. Superstitious people against a very skeptic person. Us. That's a very big thing in Lovecraft. Yeah. That's pretty straightforward. Escapist. Chronologicals. The mirror and the lamp. To find Lovecraft. It's an essay. Okay, I was just skimming. Dread, despair. Well, I think we got a pretty good idea of where we want to go here with this. The influence. This is talking about Dead Space and Lovecraft. Destiny in Lovecraft. Bloodborne in Lovecraft. Fun. Okay. Well, the basics are pretty simple. So, there is something which we need to decide, kind of, right now. And this is like a double-edged question, which is going to lead into the next thing. So, we need to choose kind of two things. We're not going to pick what the levels are right now. We're going to, in fact, completely ignore that on intention. And there is two things we need to figure out right now. Why is our character going where she's going? What's her reason? I assume that where we're going, she didn't just grow up here. In fact, that's like completely un-Lovecraftian. In almost every Lovecraftian story, it's about a character going in some way to a place they haven't been to before. There was a lot of characters in Lovecraftian stories that have traveled the world, or characters that go investigate a place, or characters that tap into a reality different than their own. And almost, think about it. For anyone who knows Lovecraftian works, I think you'll agree with me, in almost every single one of Lovecraftian stories, it's not about a character that's staying at home and Lovecraftian horrors happen. It's usually character goes to X or blank. There's places in our world where things are unnatural, sort of deal. That's like one of the big things of Lovecraftian stories. So it's probably our character going someplace they haven't been to before, because that's pretty common. And so we need to figure out, why is our character going here? What is her purpose? Who is she, basically? Just a little bit more about her. And where is she going? In other words, what is our hub world? Because our game, we decided in the Discord yesterday that our game was going to have sort of a HUD world setup. And not like specific location. Not like, oh, our game's going to be set in New York. Like, we're not going to do something like that. I mean, like, what's the location? Do we have, like, a small village? Do we have inside of a building? Are we going to the jungle? Now, we do have to work with simple geometry, so that's something to keep in mind. I'm going to think about what's possible for us to, like, model and do. But we should think about what our sort of hub world is. And the stages are probably going to be somewhat related to what our hub world is. But don't think about the stages quite yet. We're going to first decide what our hub world area is and who our character is and why she's going there. Character goes to visit a distant relative. One Lovecraftian story was a guy that needed a cheap place to stay and found out it was a really strange place. Isn't that the one with the human-faced rat? Say hi, I remember it. Oh, my snow. Say the character should be dragged unwillingly into an adventure. I don't think Lovecraft... So, Lovecraft isn't about characters unwillingly ending up in something. What Lovecraftian stories are usually about is that the character literally has no free will. The characters don't just get dragged into it. It's not like they wake up and they've been abducted by someone. Usually the idea is that no matter what they do, they're ultimately working towards a fate that they can't change. In other words, even if they have the illusion that they have free will, and they feel like they're making decisions against an ultimate fate, no matter what they do, they're headed straight towards a destiny they cannot change. They're basically set along a path that's ultimately going to end up in this way, and there's no way they can stop it. And the act of them trying to stop it will often help it actually occur, for example. And yes, characters usually have a fascination towards something, which isn't usually the inevitable pull that happens, but still though. But it's not like the characters are like dragged into this kicking and screaming. They usually start off curious about something and wander off someplace they really shouldn't, and then they're set along a path and a destiny they ultimately can't change. But yeah. A hitman. Hear me out. For being a hitman. It might be good if we pick the character's motive before we pick the location, so. Yeah. I'm listening to what PLG has to say too. So yeah. I'm going to check something in my email for a second, just while waiting for it to be written up there. A hitman goes to ye old town for a target and simply refuses to leave despite any and all warning signs. I'm actually reminded of a movie, but it was a pretty good movie. So it's like, Me saying what the movie is would spoil it, so I'm not gonna say it. Basic Lovecraftian stories build up the facade that you're putting out a simple campfire, but in actuality you're using the water bucket against an active volcano. Something like that. That is a good point of where Lovecraftian stories usually go. Like, sometimes the characters will feel like they're victorious and they've overcome something. Like, it feels like, oh yes, I fucking stopped the evil cult. But wait a second, the evil cult was fucking worshipping a goddamn elder god. And, you know, the elder god doesn't really give a shit about the cult. The cult was fuck. That sort of thing. Where they deal with something that's more intimate and seems still challenging, but seems like they've taken care of it, but there's something much bigger that they can't possibly tackle. Sort of fun. Do one thing she's good at and refuses to yield any because she's... I mean, we're not actually having Cthulhu in this. And keep in mind, Cthulhu wasn't even... Like, to be honest, Cthulhu's the most famous Lovecraftian monster, but Cthulhu was never really even, like, the scariest and most intimidating of Lovecraftian stuff. But yeah. Yeah, puzzle. Possibility of sort of a hunter that specifically is trying to kill the Elder God. No, that doesn't really work either, so... There have been people that try to kill the Elder Gods, but... I was using Cthulhu as a name for the cosmic horrors in general, okay. England... I don't think her goal... That seems silly to me, if her objective is, oh, I'm here to kill an Elder God. I mean, that'd be like Bloodborne. Except in Bloodborne, they're actually powerful characters. And also, yeah, that's another point to mention. We're not actually using Lovecraftian lore. Like, we're not going to use any Lovecraftian monsters. We're not pulling from a Lovecraftian story, just some Lovecraftian influence. Yeah. We're making up everything, just there's Lovecraftian influence. That was something that was decided by the chat there yesterday, so... Fun. I think it works best if Isla has no idea. Yeah, that's another thing which I was going to say as well. I think that's what's bugging me about the suggestion. I think it works best if Isla isn't like, I know everything. Because, A, that's boring, I guess. That's like, yeah, okay, so it kind of takes away the sense of mystery, and, A, we're not actually making a Lovecraftian mythos here. I think it's just kind of like, if it's a character that's like, I know exactly what I'm getting into, and I'm going to die anyways, or something. Still, though? Yeah, there, Rob. Also, it's not like we're using an engine that won't really have the best murder mechanics, so that's another thing as well. It's not like we're making a shooter or something. That should be mentioned. I think, yeah, I'm going to deny the action hero sort of stance that we're taking here because, A, this gameplay is not going to reflect it at all. There's, like, nothing I can do in this engine that would make, like, a really engaging action system. Like, there's nothing, really. There's not a shooter, there's no action mechanics, there's no fighting system. So making our character an assassin doesn't really make any sense. Work within the limitations as opposed to, like, something different. If we were like making the game in some shooter engine, then maybe, but yeah. Also, usually Lovecraftian characters are skeptics by nature, so that kind of like completely eradicates the skeptic nature. That's pretty much integral to a lot of these stories. Alice in Wonderland meets Lovecraft. I was sleeping under a tree when a Lovecraftian abomination went down the hole into the great abyss, and so I followed. I found a potion which made me grow tall, but also gave me tentacles. Sorry, I'm gonna stop there. This is Smile. For the engine question. I thought of a very mundane reason, which actually it's starting to really grow on me. Can I say an idea which I'm actually liking? Can I share it? I'm gonna share it. She's a tax collector. She's going to go in on someone in this small isolated somewhere because they haven't paid their taxes. That I like it. It gives a pretty simple motive. It's like, yeah, I'm just here to collect your what the still though. Lovecraft never specifically did that, and yet it makes a lot of sense for a Lovecraftian story. So yeah. Because we aren't doing an exact Lovecraft story. It would have to be like Alice in Wonderland exactly, but still though. Taxman. She's the IRS. Fun. Still though. Going from that. A loan shark. Da-da. Alright. Are we okay with this? IRS tax thing coming. Loan shark, sure. Main character Isla. She's a loan shark. For the IRS. We okay with that? Isla is a loan shark for the IRS. Okay, so wait, are they right? I've heard loan sharks in that context, so maybe I just haven't talked to the wrong people. She's a loan shark. Alright. What should she be collecting on? I think I should clarify this because I've never actually had to deal specifically with a loan shark. I've been fortunate in that way. So what is she collecting on? A collector coming to collect, I mean money, obviously, but since I'm assuming that money isn't the objective, what is she prepared to take? Alright, to collect a payday loan. We went against the idea of assassin a little bit ago because we don't really have mechanics that would support an assassin. Like there's no mechanics that'd be like, I'm a killer. So it'd just be like a detail that's not really important to how we play. Yeah. Yeah. There's actually a project I'm making already, which is kind of like that, which probably won't be this. We're probably going to have a larger scale, small location, which actually I would prefer in this particular case. Though I do like Silent Hill 4's hub world area, which also reminds me of Fatal Frame 3's hub world area. She's got gonna threaten someone that talks back over on the internet. No, I think I'm leaning towards the loan shark idea. I mean, let me ask this: are you guys okay with the loan shark idea, or would you guys prefer something else? Just good with loan shark. Think we could do something better. So I'm gonna ask. It's fine. Okay, so Isla here is a loan shark. Now, I'm going to refill my glass of water because I'm thirsty, but what I'm going to ask you guys to write down, and I'm going to read when I get back, and it's not going to take me long to get a glass of water, less than a minute, but what I'm going to ask is, where should the hub world of this game be? Should it be like a small town? And we can talk more about specifics in a second, but small town makes a lot of sense. Should it be like a neighborhood? Should it be like the middle of nowhere, desert? Should it be like on the side of a mountain? It's like some cabin of somebody living on the mountain. Should it be like, you know, like these ideas? Shanty apartment complex in an old city. Just ideas. Just throw those stuff around and I'll be right back while I get this glass of water. I'm going to read what you guys write when I'm away.
cry. That's what he said. Reading my eyes, misunderstanding. No, that's not mine. No arias, and mine was a love song that's much more demanding. Something undaunted in 60 time, soft as the summer breeze blows. What I would give if it changed his mind. Could a demon be changed if the song were arranged? And he heard just one time how it goes. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la. Beware of the man at the Gold Cabaret. How could such beauty give way to madness? Following nightly, I loved him by day. I know why killing is such a sweet sadness. Just like the others, he'd take her life, make the birds sing as it died. But as he held her against the knife at the eye of the storm, he'd forgotten how warm a woman gets when she's terrified. Someone who pinches the bridge of his nose when he's stressed, gets caught up in a moment and forgets to eat. Someone who knows which moves of the song but go best when you're marching to the drum of a different beat. Tears a wing off a butterfly because symmetry makes him go mad in the summer heat. Wears a mask and you ask him why he's afraid of his face, and he says he can't take defeat. Kindred, I know you're there and I'm asking a favor. Don't tell me love isn't fair, you can save her. Sing me a song when the girl smiles. La la la, la la la, la la la, la da da, la da da, la da da.
Any other ideas you have, or are you guys good with these? Currently, there was 5 identifiable ideas I saw, so now some of these could combine a little bit, but yeah. Something I'll keep in mind is that we are only going to be able to work with simple 3D geometry, so. And anything that we want that doesn't already pre-exist within the engine, we're going to have to make, so. This song is Ionian, let's see if I can say it, Ionian Lullaby. Read the stuff, seems good. It's already changed songs, but it's like now then, for this apartment complex, small creepy coastal town, an island, small town, gay community, or swamp town, not small town, swamp town. Any other suggestions, or are you guys good with this for the basic hub area? Like these selections before we start discussing which one we should go with, I mean. I don't want to make the scope of the game too large, so okay, I'm going to keep that in mind. And also we have to keep the geometry kind of simple, so that's something to keep in mind as well. We can't like make any super complex structures. Most things will be built out of blocks. Just think Minecraft. It's not gonna look like Minecraft, but think Minecraft for the moment. Though with a lot more 2D in it. And not everything's blocky, but a lot of things will be. Yeah. Well, that's basically what we're doing already there, Showskeeper, but still though. Just kind of keep that in mind, that's what it's going to probably end up looking like, so... Okay. I'll say this. Swamp Town, gated community, and island, small creepy... I'm gonna emphasize these a little bit, so... Apartment complex... In fact, I'll put it with these symbols. Apartment complex and surrounding area. Small island and island sites. Gated off creepy port town. Closed off swamp village. The gated community can be applied to a few of those, so I'm like, because I think they kind of can work well there, and I like the general idea. But yeah, I strongly disagree that others you escape a monster. So, apartment complex and surrounding area, a small island and island sites, gated off creepy port town, and a closed off swamp village. I think the fishing town would fit into the port town. That would be the most Lovecraftian of them, and I love Innsmouth, so I would love to do that. But I'm fine with all of them, really. I like all 4 of them, really. So Portland, I live in Portland. But anyways. I forgot to ask the question. I was like, well, I'll ask the question there. I'm gonna for a Cthulhu game, I admit. That's okay. So, apartment complex, small island with island sites, or let me clarify. Apartment complex and the surrounding area. I imagine you can go outside the apartment, and there's some places you can enter outside of it. But the apartment complex is the central area. The small island and island sites. So it's like a little island with some different areas on the island to go into for the stages. A gated off creepy port town, which I'm thinking more like in the style of Innsmouth. It's a fishing town. If you know what Innsmouth is from Lovecraftian lore, it'll probably be our own take on something like that. Or a closed off swamp village, which I guess is like a small swamp town in the middle of a swamp. So, yeah. Let's see. So which one of those 4? If you guys have to vote for like 2 of these, let's make it 2. So no more and no less than 2 between apartment complex, small island, or apartment complex and surrounding area, small island and island sites, gated off creepy port town, and closed off swamp village. And if you have to vote for 2, not 1, not 3, not all 4, just 2, which 2 would you guys vote for? Between apartment complex and surrounding area, small island and island sites, gated off creepy port town, or fishing town if you want to, or closed off swamp village. Creepy port town and swamp. I'm gonna go with apartment and small island. Apartment in port town. Vote for 1 more snow. Port towns, swamp village. Vote for 1 more jaded. Swamp in Port Town. Okay, Swamp Village in Port Town. Apartment in Port. Apartment in Gated Port. Oh, Port Town and Swamp Village. Sorry. Just saw that now. Alrighty. Port Town and Island. I like all of them, but yeah. Yeah. Change vote from... So now you vote there. Port Town Island. I want to change it to... Oh wait, don't want to change it. Alright. Let's see... Okay. So it seems to be between the... At the moment, the Swamp Village and the gated off Port Town. So between... You guys have to vote for one or the other. Between a gated off creepy Port Town and a closed off Swamp Village, which one would you guys vote for? Port Fishing Town. Swamp Boggy Village. I guess people just like some things better. I like the idea in general, but okay. So a vote for Swamp, a vote for Port Town, a vote for Port Town, a vote for Port Town. Oh god, I don't know. A vote for Port Town, a vote for Port Town, a ghost Port Town. Ooh. I like them both the same. Da, 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 da. You could combine them, but then that makes more work, and I think going for a pretty centralized vision at the moment is a good idea. At this point, I don't need to vote. Yeah, it looks like Creepy Port Town's gonna be the one for this one. So, we're going with Gated Community Port Town. Basically, we're making Innsmouth. That's basically what we're doing. But that's okay. I fucking love Innsmouth. Everyone loves Innsmouth. It's a good idea. Yeah. Fucking have our game's name. Lone Shark over Innsmouth. Oh yeah, I like that joke. Okay. Now, I want to save this document, and before I start designing the game, I want to change some aspects about it, so get started working on the... So let me ask this. This is a silly question. And maybe it's too early to ask this, but what should we call the title of our game? Lone Shark in Port Town. Yeah. Let's start. I know this is a little bit early to think about this, and this part will probably be one of the hardest parts. So much so I have to mute the music just to emphasize this. I just want to come up with a name. Here's the thing, which is kind of backwards about games. I can call it Project Lovecraftian Moon for a bit longer if we want to, but it's just easier in the long run if I have a name ready. So I'm like, oh yeah. Porty McPortface. That's a great name. Name out button. We do need a name for this town, but at the moment, in fact, unless of course we want to include the town's name in the title name. Okay, so let's talk about this. The name of the town and the name of the game. Out's butt. I laughed more at that than I should have. If we were making a Lovecraftian parody, the name Out's butt is fucking fantastic. But yeah. Big Trouble in Little Port Town. Well, that's definitely gonna draw some comparisons. What about Fishing for a Loan Shark? A little bit clever, but also it sounds a bit sillier without the context. So it makes it sound like we're making a game about like loan sharks, which we are, but that's not really what the game is about. So it doesn't really print the impression that we're making a Lovecraftian-esque horror game thingy-majigger. Give me a minute to look up artsy Cthulhu terms. Keep in mind that we don't specifically need to. We're not specifically using the Lovecraftian mythos here. It's just inspired. The Debt Collector. It's actually a good. That could be a good turn on things. Just faking it focus, because sometimes Lovecraftian horror works best if you don't know where it's going. One of Fuzzlekins. Gonna take a sip of water. Okay. No, the Depth Collector. Give it depth, okay. The Depth of the Gloomy Moon. Fucking, I don't know. There's a name. Determinism. Eyes over money, I don't know. Fisher Ozark. But if this is a parody, then Outsput thing would be fantastic. But I'll add in the Debt Collector. The Debt Collector. Determinism. Oh wait, Debt Collector Simulator. No, I'm not being serious. We could figure out what the main entity is themed around. No, not important. There's not a goddamn Lovecraftian story. We'll figure it out as we go. We shouldn't figure that out right now. That would turn out badly. There's too much. I think it's right now, if we work best from the perspective of the character, it's the great unknown. We're designing the game as we go. And I think right now, appropriately because of the Lovecraftian stuff, we ourselves don't know what the goddamn great entity is. We'll figure it out later. Still, though. Thinking. Titles are hard, and I know we're asking for this a bit early, so it's even harder. But, yeah. Love and craft in mouth. Port Dephthon. A sailor's depth? I'll include it. Port Pescado. Or that's for the name of the place, right? I should make a second area for that. What does Port Pescado even mean? I mean, it sounds nice, but I don't know if that means anything. Port Defthin. Defthin's a little bit like to me. It's a little bit hard. It's not catchy to say. It's like Defthin. It's a little bit hard to say actually. Port Skinstown. It just means fish. Well, that works. Apparently pescado translates to fish. What's Spanish for latza? I'm gonna shut up with my... I have a weird sense of humor right now. Alrighty then. That one I know because I don't remember much about French, but I remember that one. Port pescado does sound good, even though it's just literally port fish, but still though. Mucho pescado. Oh boy. Port UC, I'll take that. What does that mean though? ESA. Beggar's Bay. I will take it. Port Pisari. I'm gonna stop suggesting joke stands. You Portuguese? Yeah. Port Ribe. Port Ribe. Everyone figured, fuck it, I can't think of a game name. Let's think about town names. I mean, making a joke. I don't know what it means. Aesthetics Bay. Slavian for fish. Or maybe... Mendicus Bay. Or Port Mendicus. Roll from that one. I'm gonna turn the music back on as we're going with this. The silence is starting to get to me. Port Pisoli. I like Pisari better than Pisoli personally. Almost comedic there, but sure, we need more suggestions. I'll add it. There are bigger fish in town.
There's no getting away. Your orbit's exact. As a matter of fact, it's begun to decay. And you're spinning around, not making a sound.
Yeah.
Light can escape this terminal scrape as you've only just found.
Rolls we go and as it goes. So, then I guess the follow-up question to this is exactly what direction game names and town names. It's not James Bond. Yeah. I kind of like some of the suggestions here. I don't think we need to spend too long thinking about the town name. I mean, not saying that's not bad to come with a good town name, just... I guess we'll vote for the town name here. So, Port Pescado, Beggar's Bay, Port Pisari, Port Ribe, Mendicus Bay, and Port Mendicus. Between these 6 options, and does anyone else have any other options they want to throw in here? Speak now or forever hold your peace sort of deal. We don't need to spend too long on the port name. I know it's important, but not so important that we need to spend too long on it, I think. You probably know it from a previous stream. I don't know, anyways, maybe we could wait to make a game name for a bit. The Overdrawn Expanse. I'll take it. It's easier if we do it earlier. I mean, we can work around it, but then I have to like re-folder some stuff later, which is why I want to pick it now before we get into like doing this, because I'm going to organize the folders, and it's kind of important what the folder titles are called, so that's why I want to choose one now if possible, but I understand it's kind of a challenge here. I don't even know how to pronounce that. It's like Vizia. Marine layer. Actually, I kind of like that. Name of the... yeah. Inside this horizon, our event horizon. But let's first talk about the port name. Maybe so. Port, it's a royalty-free song, so anyone could have used it for anything, really. Port Pescado, Beggar's Bay, Port Pesari, Port Ribe, Mendicus Bay, and Port Mendicus. Which one would you guys vote for the town name? And vote for at least 2, up to 3. Also, should I make the font a bit bigger for you guys? I was just thinking about this. Like, can you guys read this? This is the font I usually read at, so I can read it, but maybe you guys can't. Port Pescado and Beggar's Bay. Oh, 2. Yep, at least 2. At least 2, no more than 3. Marine layers for a game name, not for the town name. I can read it. I can read it too, I just wanted to make sure that it was readable because I don't know if it was Port Pescado and Port Ribe. Pescado and Mendicus Bay. Beggar's Bay and Port Ribe. Mendicus Bay. Beggar's Bay, and Port Pesari. Both Mendicus names. Mendicus Bay and Port Mendicus. Could you make a font bigger? I can. I hardly can read it. I was just thinking about it, so I'll make the font a bit bigger. But no one had complained about it yet, so I was like, oh, maybe you guys can't read it. Here's where we're currently at. I'll make it a little bit smaller, like, because I don't like the bold font thing in practice, but that's better for me. So, this amount here. Going once to get your vote in. Going twice. One more there's the good stuff. But Port, you know what, whatever, these 3 are going to tie, so Port Pescado would just, I'm accepting that these 3 tied. Not to mention the ones that people are voting for are getting close there, so Port Pescado, Beggar's Bay, and Mendicus Bay. That is what we have at the moment. So I'm going to ask this, try to vote for 1 if possible, but if you really like 2 and can't decide between them, I will allow people to vote for 2. But we'll see here. So vote for at least 1, and 1 would be preferred, but if you must, I will allow people to vote for 2 if they want to. Between Port Pescado, Beggar's Bay, and Mendicus Bay. A vote for Beggar's Bay. A vote for Beggar's Bay. A vote for Beggar's Bay. A vote for Mendicus Bay. A vote for Port Pescado. A vote for Mendicus Bay. Hi, Isis. A vote for Mendicus Bay. A vote for Mendicus Bay. Jaded. I need to ask. Since it looks like Port Pescado isn't gonna win this one. Between Beggar's Bay and Mendicus Bay, which one will you vote for? Oh, there's another person that voted for Port Pescado, maybe just Z Good Stuff and Jaded. Unless Chris, you guys really want to push. Looks like Mendicus Bay might be the winner here, but I'll see if anyone else has anything else there. Mendicus to win. So Mendicus will be your second vote. Alright. It looks like Mendicus Bay is gonna win for the town name. Mendicus Bay. Now then, game name. Now, we don't have to strictly choose one of these. We're still in, like, discussion territory, but the funny thing is they mean the same thing. Yeah, I was gonna say. Mendicus does mean beggar. Just less people know it. Yep, Mendicus is the bit more crafting, even though Mendicus is just another language for beggar. Now then, game name. We didn't come up with a lot of ideas, and we are still up for ideas, but currently we have the Depth of the Gloomy Moon, the Debt Collector, a Sailor's Debt, there are bigger fish in town, so those are the Overdrawn Expanse, and Marine Layer. Marine Layer was personally my favorite so far, but I'm wondering if there should be anything else that added to Marine Layer. What about the Casherane? No, we're not going with that. That's something over there. Shadow over Marine Lake. The Marine Lair. The Marine Lair. Kakakai. I'm going to do something with the name the Marine Lair for a second, because I know it's the name of fog over the ocean. So, is there a game called the Marine Lair? Nah, it's a clothing thing. That's okay. Since it's an actual term, we don't need to worry too much about it, because usually you can have multiple things called the same thing. Is there a film called the Marine Lair? Nope, doesn't seem like it, surprisingly enough. There's a user called Marine Lair. Yeah, actually it looks like pretty much okay. You really wanted to go for the Overdrawn Expanse. Well, that would imply that the Marine Lair is like a franchise, which isn't really what I'm planning for this, but still though. I don't know if it does really well, people want more, then that's that, but... See, good stuff said? So you guys want a subtitle there? Is that what people... Oh, if we want it, then... Wet Depths. Yeah. Shadowy Depth. Go from there. Okay. The Overdrawn Expanse. The Overdrawn Expanse there. Subtitles going to put Cake by the Ocean. Yeah. They're really excited for this. Sounds like everyone's pretty much in agreement on this side, so I'm gonna ask. After the giggling's almost done. They laugh so much to make me want to laugh. So, a vote here for a second. Would you guys prefer the Marine Lair by itself, or the Marine Lair, the Overdrawn Expanse? Just like a subtitle like this. I'm just gonna ask this. The Marine Lair or the Marine Lair, the Overdrawn Expanse? Yeah, you're right. If it doesn't, you're correct. If it's that, it's just be Marine Lair, the Overdrawn Expanse. So, the Marine Lair or Marine Lair, the Overdrawn Expanse. Or yeah, I'll get rid of both. So, there we go. The Marine Lair or Marine Lair Overdrawn Expanse. Duh. You prefer it with Viva on the overdrawn expansion? Oh my, oh my. Well, that's how it goes. I'm cool with either, really. The Marine expansion. Marine layer with sub. Play sandwich. Alrighty, alrighty. Alrighty. It's a bit close in some ways, but it does look like the subtile would win this out even in just the immediate way. I can roll with that, which means I can do two things. Thing number one I can do is close smile for a second. Wait, no, I shouldn't close smile for a second. But I'll do this and hopefully it'll work. It might not. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna rename this folder Marine Layer, the overdrawn expanse. But yeah, it won't look. So you guys are gonna see a black screen for a second. But the screen will come back, don't you worry. It's back to be back in just a second. It's probably the reason why I wanted to change the name now, because I knew it wouldn't make the change. It would make it a lot harder as more files got associated with the folder if I had to change it then, so. No, the video's loading. Listen to what I'm saying. It's black screen for a second. Kai. Oh fuck. Wait, did I really just do that? I think I could have just severely fucked shit up. No, no, no. Come on. Wait a second. No, okay. Oh, thank God. Don't worry. Okay. I unnecessarily freaked out for a second. I'm okay. I thought I really fucked up for a second. The colors from outer space is good. Okay, we're fine. I had a dumb moment. So, no worries. We're fine. Yeah, we're perfectly fine. I forgot the project disappeared from the loading list, and that was because we changed the name. So I just had to open it manually. Hey, look, they even have a game tile and subtile section here. Marine Layer, the overdrawn expanse. Now we will make our own logo later, just for now it's the placeholder. So we can enjoy our lovely eyes. I forgot that the thing wouldn't load, my mouse went invisible, so I'm going to have to close this manually in a second. However, it gives us a chance to look at her beautiful, beautiful eyes. Yeah. I need to close it manually like that, I guess. Still, though, the eyes are beautiful. What are you talking about? That's great. Alright, so we've decided a few things already. In fact, this has gone a little bit faster than I expected. We've only been streaming for four hours. A little bit less than 4 hours, still. Technically, the stream's been going on for longer than 4 hours, but that was music in the beginning and all that, so technically less than 4 hours. And we're making good progress, faster than I thought we would even. We now know that our game's name is Marine Layer, the overdrawn expanse. We know that our town is Mendicus Bay. We have a main character, Isla, who is a loan shark tax collector, and we have her model as well with those big eyes. No, Tibble, we all talked about this when we were making the game. We decided to have those eyes. So, okay, since there's some people that weren't here when we were making the character earlier, I'll open up for discussion one more time. Are we fine with this character being the main character of our game? I love her personally. Those eyes have really grown on me, but please, it's in the Discord chat. Fun. Love those eyes. Those eyes have seen things. I am fine with that. Yeah. Does she need a mouth? No, because the thing is, the character can't have like a moving face, so we have a mouth that would just be like a straight mouth all the time with the same expression, so we decided to just go with no mouth, which is fine. No, we are not used to that. This is a great character. I like it personally. Okay, status of we submit to this. Yeah. Character rolling and going. Now that we've developed this further, I think her outfit should be really different. Yeah, could get back to that. Though she could come to town like this. This is her debt collector, loan shark outfit. It could work. This is fine. I'm here to loan your sharks in your Mendicus Bay. She's covert. Yeah. Their existence is drained by sand in her dull brown suit. Just do something with the eyes. Edit them a bit. They're perfect. Oh, wait. No. Edit them to make them bigger, right? I think they're good size, actually, so. Especially since you don't really see her up close a lot of times until we do our fixed camera angle thing that you will, but yeah. Astronaut, bigger eyes. That's what the people want, I know. So, okay, she's our main character. She's Isla. She is a loan shark. We've decided this. We've also decided that the game's going to take place in a port town known as Mendicus. Now, I'm going to delete this house map because we literally do not need it. Delete that house shit. The Seon is Baning. What's it called? Astronaut. That's all I got. But yeah. Let's see. Give her one big Cyclops eye. On the right track. But yeah. Most of the characters in the game will be 2D, so our character's a little bit stylized. We didn't make her 2D for a few reasons I won't go over because we went over it earlier. Now what I'm thinking about is what we should do next. That's why I was being silent for a second. I was thinking. Game started on the first... Okay, you know what? Actually, we're going to do something next, which is kind of important, and I'm going to talk about this before we get into this. We're going to organize the music, and there's something about this project I decided. Will there be fishmen, Ryan? We're going to decide. We're not going specifically Lovecraftian, so there probably won't be exact fishmen, but there might be snakemen. No, but we'll decide there. Fishmen are fun. We're going to be mainly using the 2D style engine thing later, but at the moment it might be good to organize the music, and let me describe something I did before I started the stream. Before I started the stream, I decided something early on. I do music for most of my projects, so I do a lot of music making, and I'm working on several projects right now, so I do a lot of music making in my own time. And so I thought, you know what? Fuck me doing music at the moment. I'll accept contributions if anybody wants to work on music. I know one user who isn't here right now who wants to help make some music for the game. But what I got prepared this morning before I started this stream is I got a lot of music which we can use. I used a few creators who I know personally. They're like, yeah, you can use my music. So I'm like, okay. I also used royalty-free music from the goddamn internet. So I collected a lot of it. There's more than I even have right here immediately. And I decided, you know what, we'll just sort through this. And then if people want to submit their own music, they can. I might take some music from another one of my projects and put them into this one. But I'm like, you know what, I've done a lot of music recently. So I'm not gonna get everything here. But yeah. I just thought I should express that. Now, and forever hold my peace otherwise. There's a lot of stuff you can use online in this day and age, so make it easier. Oh, wrong folder. Make it easier. Lovecraftian. I'm going to change this as well to Marine Lair Assets. If I close this, will this work? Okay, so I can't change it. That's okay. Lovecraftian Moon. I'll remember what it's for. You could name a fisherman, so I made this big old music folder with this one song in it. Where the fuck did all the music go? Give me a second. I think I put it in the wrong place. Give me a one gosh dang second here. Where the fuck did that all go? I'll be there in a moment. Just I need to find something. Where did I stuff all this? This is a legitimate question to myself. Where the hell did I put all this? What? Ah, oh, okay, I found it. I'm silly. That was a silly on me. Well, I remembered where I put all of it now. It was downloaded, not music. That. Now then, glad you looked. It was a really silly place. I looked inside music, but it was inside not that one. It was inside not the music folder, but the downloaded folder. There's me thinking again. So we have 198 songs here. We're all free to use, so that's, you know, we probably don't actually need 198 parts of music. Some of the music here, I bet some of you guys will recognize. There's like 2 pretty well-known royalty-free horror music creators. I bet you have heard some of their music by again. Okay, so like the Me-You person's here, and there's some other people here, and we'll talk about it. But yeah. These are all songs that were not made by me. These are songs made by other people. However, I have some songs here that were made by me. Well, all of them were made by me in this particular case. So, and these are for another project of mine, but sometimes I reuse my own music. So, let me ask this. Would you guys first like to go through my... I accidentally just did something so you guys can't see, and I can't see you guys. I was holding on to the folder for too long, so it minimized everything. I hate it when it does that. But, okay, so here's the question. Shall we first go through all the music that isn't mine, or go through the music that is mine, which I'm willing to contribute to the project? That is the question. As I reopen everything. D. There are some people that might contribute some of their own music. Is yours. Okay, so I am using this music for another project of mine. In fact, I posted this on the goddamn internet recently, so... But then I deleted it, because that's what I always do. I always just check see if the bots don't like me or not. I'm going to open up Audacity to be ahead of the game. I'm going to close our beautiful texture work. Look at those eyes one more time. And close GIMP for the moment, just because we're not going to need it for a little bit. So we're going to start with my music, okay? And I'm going to put them in alphabetical order. And this is music for another project of mine, but I don't mind using them for both projects. Because the project that mine, which these are for, are a small project anyway, so it's like whatever. Okay, so Scary Cat Reporter named Jerry. Going back to that, I remember this. Okay, so there's a few songs I won't use. And they're the songs that include vocals. Now, I could use them, but they're very specifically for the other project. Like, this is a song that's very specifically for the other project. Nightmares Tonight from those eyes. They're beautiful. What are you talking about? Why you gotta hate on those eyes? I'll open up the music folder as well so we can talk a little bit about that one there, but yeah.
I know you've been through some things, so have I.
So the song's supposed to sound a little bit off, and we're not going to use this one. I just want to get this out of my head, because it's going to be in my head.
This is a shreds in a cold coat. I just want to hold. Cause I just want to use. And all that comes with it. And all that comes with it, yeah. And I just want to use.
This song has 4 different versions for good reason.
And all that comes with I know you've been through some things, so have I. With your heart torn to pieces and shreds.
I just wanna hold.
I'm not using this for this project. I'm just getting this out of my head before we get started.
Cause I just wanna use.
Just laughing over here. So anyways, we're not going to use those songs because that's very specifically for the other project. And I also just wanted to play them all, A, because I want to get them in my head, because the only way I can get something out of my head is if I first get it in my head. And second of all, what I kind of want to have, this is for the other project, we're not going to use this for this project, but the idea which I'm hoping goes across to people is when they first hear this song, there's parts of it that sound kind of bad, but that's kind of on purpose. It sounds a little off, like the song itself isn't bad, it's just something about it. But something about it sounds off, and it's because the pitches are going a little bit weird as the song goes on, but that's because there's a point to it, it's going somewhere. Anyways, away from that, now let's use the music I don't mind using, because that was, I just wanted to get that in my head so I can get it out of my head. Whatever happened to the Crimson one? I'll talk about that another time. But for now, let's talk about this. All it comes with, not that one. That's the reason why I had to talk about that first, because of the first two songs here about it. So let's listen to some of the music here and see. I'm going to pick and choose what I think I want to keep for the other project and what I think could work for this project and I should keep for this project. So we'll go over my music first, then go over the other music stuff. So if there's any song that you think could work really well with this project, start yelling at me in the chat. Say the first song here I called for this particular project. I tried calling most of the songs only like one word with a few exceptions because it's well it works well for that project. For this project it might be a little bit okay, puts away the top secret folders. No, don't loop back to all it comes with. So you guys are fine without this one. Well, yelling. Yeah, I've got a lot of music to roll with. For this project, I have 54 songs. So yeah, gotta head out. Good luck there, Fuzzle, with heading out. So I'm just going to sort of click through these, and if you want any of these songs like really badly for some reason for our Lovecraftian game project, yell at me. I'm just going to click them. I'm not going to make the call for myself right now because I made the music. I can't really fairly judge it. I just want to hear what you guys think, okay? So I'm going to be mostly quiet. I know I'm talking to this song, but yeah. But if there's a song that catches your attention, yell at me, please, in the chat, so I know that people are like, yes, this song. I'll see when a few people are interested in the song or not. I'm going to pay attention when there's a few people that are interested or not, so... Yeah, if you say the name of the song, that helps me also, so... Boiling and Breeze. Yeah, PLG. Well, there's some good opening potential stuff on the other side I'll mention too, so yeah. That was Boiling. That's Breeze. I might use Breeze just because Breeze doesn't really stand out and it's good for an underlaying thing. There's a music box thing we'll get to. Yelling! Yelling, you guys talking about broken music box there? I'll put breeze in because it's a pretty good simple drone, so. Rob really liked Beauty. This was Beauty for those who don't remember. We're not gonna use I Know You and Low of the Line. So anyways, now moving on, I put in Breezed and Broken Music Box. Unfortunately, I don't think you have much support there, Robe, for Beauty. Let's go to Buried. One advantage is because I already made this music for a game, it all loops already, and it's in OGG format, so I don't have to do anything. So that's the good part about these ones. But yeah, the bad side is I'm using them for another project array, but whatever, I can use both. So this is Buzz. I vote for Buried there. Clock. Crack. Two votes for Clock, I'll accept that. Crumble. Curious. The thing about the music for this project, I tried keeping a lot of it really simple because of how the game works, but I don't want to talk too much about this project, so I won't say too much, but yeah. Drone. You vote for Drama. Echo. Electricity. Enchanted. Electricity. That's why I call it electricity. A vote for Enchanted. I'm not going to use End, because End is literally the end song for the other game, just kind of an important moment. Though I like that song a lot, but I'm not going to play it. Here's Gasp. A vote for Gasp. Gear. Another vote for Gasp. Alright. I'll roll with it. Gravel. Groan. Groggle. Vote for Gear. I vote for Groggle. Hiss. Holy. For Hiss. There's like two main people voting and other people sometimes chime in, but that's okay. The stuff here was made for, well, I want to explain the project, but I won't. So I didn't design them with this project, I might design them with another project with sort of simple tones and drones work really well for it. I vote for Holy. Alright, 2 votes for Holy. Gear, I was like, myself on, so linger. Low End. Lull. Morning Water. A vote for Morning Water. Make that 2. Old Days. Peace. Old Days. Plastic. Prayer. And then vote for Peace. Vote for Plastic. process. 2 votes for plastic. This is processing. Votes for prayer. I'll keep prayer for the other project, actually. So. Purrs. Ritual. I'll vote for Purrs. Two votes for Purrs. Alright. I'll organize the music more once we get the other list as well. The moment, I'll just take these and then go on to the next list, then we'll do one last sweep, and then it should be done with this aspect of it, game through bit by bit. This is Ritual playing right now. Next up is Rome. I'll go for Ritual. Next up is Roasted. See you later, there's the good stuff. Next up is Spectacle. Vote for Roasted. We're almost done with this list, by the way. We're right at the bottom, actually. Next up is Standing. The skip between loops I should also mention, since this one's really short, it doesn't actually play in the song itself. It's just because VLC Player doesn't loop precisely when you tell it to loop. It's like a little bit of a brief thing. It doesn't play the very beginning very well. So all these, I can say that. Static. And I vote for Spectacle. Storm. Run the lawn. Vote for Stag. Next up is Sunshine. Oh, we're not gonna use Sunshine. Sunshine's part of the vocal song. It's just it's not vocal. Like, it's not exactly the same, but it's the first phrase of. So we're not going to use Sunshine, because that one's already basically there. So here is Tender. Hello there. Bodacious. Bodacious, I think is actually how you say it. I'll explain what we're doing in just a second, Bodacious, after I'm done with this list, because I'm right at the very end here. Terror. We can use other storm sounds, don't you worry too much about that. Unplugged. Waiting. Tender and Terror. Tender and Terror. Wander. Go for Unplugged. Waits, as you mentioned, Wait's already on the list. In fact, I used Wait as my test song for something, so Wait's already inside, so I should just skip it. Wind. A vote for Wander. And finally, With You. Which we're not going to use because it's one of the vocal songs. Okay. That's okay, though. We don't need too many for this. I don't want, like, the whole too much there. Plus, the soundtrack there was kind of made for... I don't want to say... Just know it works well for the game. Just use mostly drone types thingy-majiggers, which is what a lot of that is. Now time for the things that honestly sound more interesting, but we're going to have to put more work into it. A vote for... Oh, 2 votes for Wander and a vote for Wind. Good thing I didn't close it. Let me find it, because my mouse went invisible. I'll take Wander and Wind. Alrighty, so then we can move on to the next bit, which is these 198 songs, not by me, but we can use for our project. Now, I will say this, unlike these were all made to loop, and were all made to work well with whatever. So now we're going to get to the state where when we pick something, we're actually going to have to go and edit it, and I'm going to need a little bit more of you guys' attention for a second, because this next bit's going to be, it's going to be a little bit lengthy, but if we get this done, we get it done, and that'll be fantastic. Not the end of the world. So there's 198 songs here, and some of them will loop, like you can see that these first few say loop right on them, so I will assume they probably loop. However, whatever we choose, we're going to have to put into Audacity and export, and if it doesn't loop, we're going to have to try and make it loop. And we're going to have to start thinking about what we want for everything. Like, there's a few songs I specifically selected as, oh, I want that to be the vocal song for this game, because I like to have one vocal song for each game, just because I can. Really, there's no good reason, it's just I can. Alright, so we're going to start with Loop Burning Pulse. And again, yell at me. I'm also going to start thinking some myself, think about what we might need. So even if people don't vote for something, I might just put something in. We're like, you know what, I bet we can probably use that before we go back and go through everything. So, Burning Pulse. Think about what might work in a Lovecraftian-esque, not exactly Lovecraftian game, but things that have that sort of saying inside of a closed-off port town. At the moment, we don't know what scenes are going to occur in the game. That's fine. What we're doing kind of is making music for potential scenarios. We might not end up using every song that we select, but we'll have the selection available as we go through. And in that way, it can somewhat help, because sometimes it can be helpful to kind of know what the audio to a scene is going to be ahead of time. But the audio is selected at the upfront to think, well, we might need that. So, Burning Pulse. One man, one melon, one goal. I think Burning Pulse can definitely have its place. Now, oh yeah, it's Akira. I have to, I know who to credit here. Export as audio, and I'm going to put this in the music folder. Okay, so documents, Smile Boom, SGV, RPG, Lovecraftian Moon Assets, music. And I don't need to say it's loose. So Burning Pulse by, and I like to make sure I've got the names on the titles. When I use other people's music, I like to make sure their names are there just so I can glance and say, okay, I need to credit them and them and them. Akuma Kira. And it's Akuma Kira, not like Akumu. Okay, good. Got it. And since we're looking at a few of their next songs, I'll just select their name so I can look at that easily. Keep the credits because we're using it. Alright, so that's that. So let's listen to the next loop. Circus Tent 1. There's actually a second part to this song I remember, so if we want to use this song, there's another bit too. I'm looking for something in all the songs because there's another song which is connected to this one. There it is. So this is the first bit. And here is a second idea. And yep, music can help the ideas flow. So these two basically go together, so... Hello there, Britta. So for those who are just coming in, currently we're organizing music. This is a lot of music at the moment that we're listening to. The first bit was by me. These are not by me. I'll wait till the song's over. That's not which I should. Okay, so I need to mention like two things here. First of all, for those just coming in, currently we're going through organized music. We just went through some songs from another project of mine. I didn't mind reusing, though they were all pretty simple, to be honest. They're mostly for droney type things. But now we're going through music which isn't mine, but we have permission to use or can use for our project, basically, as long as we credit and all that. Some of these are public domain, so we don't need to credit them specifically, but I'll credit them anyways because I like to, just to be complete. What I will say is that we won't use every song, but however, though, we will organize these songs. Sometimes when I organize the music like this, I only select a certain part of the song I like, as opposed to using like the whole thing. So if there's like a specific part that we like, but we don't like everything in it, we can single it out. But otherwise, it's yeah, as much as with the circus theme. But then we also have to think if it will fit the project. Like, the stuff will basically only really fit if we were going for a circus theme, even though not all songs have to be what they're titled, but this one definitely gives off a pretty big circus feeling. So unless, of course, we want a circus in our Lovecraftian town, then I was going to say, yeah. So I like the part that played, but I think we are... It got more grungy. It does get more grungy in this part, so... I'm going to make the call that we're probably not going to use it, though. I like the sound of it, but keep in mind that we don't... Even though if there's bits of things that we like, we have to think if there will be a good context for it that'll come up. I'm going to be deleting songs as we go, just to say, okay, that's over. And welcome there, Blaziken. Just at the moment, we're going through music and organizing it. So let's listen to the next bit. Corrupted Dream 39. Welcome back to PLG. I like this one too. I'm debating if there will be any good opportunity we have to use this in the sort of game that we're having. No, we don't. This will sound backwards to people, but I like to I like to work on the music before I start working on some other aspects of the project. Some people will be like, but Ryan, then you don't know what music you want for your scenes. But how I think it works, and this works for me personally as a creator, is I like to make the music first because I like to make horror games, and I like to make the scenes work to the mood of the music as opposed to finding music to work to the mood of the scene. That's where I personally come from, though. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's why we're doing it now, just because that's how I usually do it. So. It's a little bit technically, but I can see potential uses for it. I'll choose it. It's a little bit technically, but now to make it loop, because there's a little bit of a tricky bit to this loop. Or actually, no, I can make this work easily. Take this bit here, put it towards the end, fade out there, it kind of automatically fades in. Yeah, this is an easy loop, actually. Now, once my mouse returns, turn it up a few notches. Since this is basically the max volume in the engine, I can turn the music down if I want to. So this is just me saying up the max volume, basically. Does that loop in an overall sense okay? Just for a quick, easy loop. We don't need a great one. Yeah, actually that works better than I thought it would. Okay. Welcome back, Tibble, for the lurking. Just know we're working on music right now. We're deciding what music might be a good idea to use or not. So this is Corrupted Dream 39 by Akuma Kira. And if you guys recognize the name Akuma Kira, the reason why is because that's the person that made, well, was one of the two people that made Spooky's House of Jump Scares. Alright. Alright there. Da 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 da. Fighting Fear. So if the music sounds familiar to you, that would be the reason why. We have a little bit. Well, it's not from Spooky House Jump Scares, but the same person. So. Would there be a use for this one? I could think of a use for it. I can think of a use for this, but I'm wondering if we'd actually end up using it. It's a simple loop. It's a very small song, so... So, here's the story behind this. Akuma is sometimes involved in horror circles. Some of the songs that he used in Spooky Sessa Jump Scares, he also made for use for other people as well. So there might be some songs that interlapped here, or interlap here. Interlapped. That's not even a word. But he's not the only author that we're going over here. I said there's two authors that people might recognize. He's one of the two, and the other one will coming to eventually, but yeah. No squids and amygdalas. I'll say no to Fine Fever, especially if people recognize it, even though people might recognize songs that other people are allowed to use and all that, so it's, you know, it is. Black House, I'm voting for it. Yeah. I think Black House has potential. The other one is Miyu. Those were the two people I just said. Akuma and Miyu were the two people where people will probably recognize. The other artist, I'd be very surprised if anyone here recognized them, but that's okay. We're not gonna... The monsters will be limited to some things, so we're not thinking about what they even are right now. And here's the thing, the game's not going to be full of chasing sequences either, so keep this in mind, because the engine has some limitations when it comes to stuff like that. We can have a chaser, but they're going to be kind of limited. They can't be like really crazy things. At least in a traditional sense, and I'll talk more about what I mean by that later. I'm going to say yes to this because I can think of some uses for it, so... And I think it loops automatically, at least the towel says loop. Does it loop? I don't think it... It needs a little bit of work before I can consider that a loop. Like, all I need is for it to really be like this. Will that loop a little bit better? Actually, yes. Turn it up by 2. That works for me. Okay. The Black House by Akuma Kira. Keep the credits on. Okay, next bit. Now we're going away from songs by Akuma for a bit. Let's hear 3. Oh, wait, I need to close this before that will work. 3 analogs of horror. Now, I'm probably not going to use this for this project. I got these because I can see use for mixing them in another piece of music. It's those classical, high-pitched, kind of annoying, but can be utilized well horror streams. I'm going to skip through a little bit. I know they're very high-pitched. Probably not going to use them for this, but I'll keep them on my hand for another purpose later. Alright, horror credit. Oh yeah, this... So, this is a fortunate thing. There's somebody who was working on a movie that never came to be, and they were the musician, so they were like, fuck it, you guys can use my music. So this is one of the things from a 80s B horror movie that never came to be, but are allowed to be used in projects. super 80s. Now then, this song is literally called 200921012. Anyways, here this is. I kind of like it. I'm gonna skip through a little bit just to see if it. I think I can see uses for this definitely. We actually changed the idea up a little bit, Roxas. If we were going for 80s horror, that's part of the reason why the 80s horror thing was there, but we switched it up because while I like the original 80s horror idea, we decided to sort of move away from that for a reason that the project scope got a little bit too big. So we're focused a little bit more on something that's a little bit more Lovecraftian and a lot smaller scale. If we want 80 horror vibes, that's up to us, but still though. There's a part of the song I'm not as big on, which I'm going to see if I can eliminate from the song while still making it work. It's around this bit. So I kind of don't like it from here to, let's see what part, because I'm going to delete a bit of the song here. That's okay, Roxas. To me, I'll just gonna say it didn't sound like anything from Payday 2 specifically to me. It sounded like something from an 80s horror movie, which had that sort of style. Payday has an 80s style too, though, so... Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit of mixing here, only because I like some consistency a little bit, so... So fade that out there, fade this in here. Let's see how this works if okay. Nah, that wasn't a good transition. Maybe from this bit? Yeah, this can transition a lot better. Fade out, fade in. Maybe if I put it a little bit before. Because this has kind of a glitchy sound that kind of works actually, but I'll make it a little bit more. I think I can almost sync it up. Yeah, that works out okay. Yeah, there, Rob. I like the silence there. This last bit doesn't really seem to work. I might cut it out, but let's see. I like it, actually. Okay, so don't put it on the same audio track. I'll make a new one for this. It kind of fades out naturally, so let's see how this works. Actually better than I expected. Alright, yeah, that works well enough for me. I won't put anything up because there's a few peaks here. Yeah, that would definitely peak if I turned that up. So, and I could turn it down, but I'm fine with the audio level it's currently at. Song name is correct. That's the person that made it in the song name. People, I'm gonna go to bed. Oh, it's 10 p.m. there. I hope you sleep well there, Rob. Alright, so this is the thing. Some of the music stuff will take a little bit to be put together. So, yeah. I'm gonna make a folder here which says stuff away for later. There's a few things which I might want to use another time. Alright, so I need to close this. Next up is American Paris. Was this one of the vocal songs or something else? So I got a few weird vocal songs. This is one of them. Before you question what the fuck you're listening to, to see if you think this can find a place for somewhere in the game. I know not exactly what it is. Hi there, plays again. I love weird songs like this and creepy moments. Stop. Put on that gramophone vinyl record you got. So I know this one for now. Got it. Right. There's a few weird songs that we're gonna come across on this list, but yeah. Keep in mind, like, I didn't download these songs after we decided what the game was going to be exactly, so some of these will be a little bit out of context with what things have turned out to be, but others will be fine. Travels and collects such Middle Eastern music. Yeah, they're typical. There's other songs that'll come up which are kind of odd, like that one, so don't even worry if that one didn't get through. I put it in the folder, though, just in case we wanted to. But yeah. To be honest, it's not a bad song, but it's not like great either, and it sounds almost like it'd be more fitting for like a zombie or a Fatal Frame game than what we're going for, so I'm gonna say negatory at the moment, only because it's like zombie mode, like, you know, like that sort of deal. Let's see what Surprising Power is. This is gonna be really odd. I'll skip through that for the moment. There might be some action in these sequences, but not too many. But that one, I think we can go with something else. Not specifically Blaziken. I like it in general, but I'm not sure I can think of a place it fit in our game here, so I like it in general, but I'm trying to think of what sort of context it could be played in. There's some other ones which are kind of pretty like this too that we'll get to and that I think might work better. I like this one, but what it makes me think of, speaking about jungle things, it seems like a sunset sort of song. I'm like, I mean, I can't really... I can think of, like, for all the music, you can think of a potential context, but then you have to think, well, am I really going to actually use it? Like, am I ever going to really design that context in the game? Debatable. And there's other pretty songs we're going to get to. I like that song in general, but I don't think this is the right project for it, so I'm like, So, like, this is another one. Like, it's what it's called, Asian Graveyard. I don't think your game has an Asian graveyard, so I'm not really sure if that's going to be befitting of wherever, so I'm going to go on to the next. Let's Chris, you guys want to make an argument for the Asian graveyard. Like, I can think of a context for it, and its simplicity can actually be beneficial for things, but I don't think that we're going to make a scene that works in. The Song Asylum's not bad, because I can imagine an asylum hallway with it and sort of a very specific moment. Less of a horror-y moment and more like story-ish, but I'm going to say negatory for the moment with that, so let's go to the next then. Atmosphere 1. Who the fuck made this? Why do I usually almost always write down the credits? Why don't I have credits here? Maybe it was a public domain song. I did get a few public domain songs. And I usually, like, write the name or make sure the name's in the credits when I get this stuff. So is this from, like, something like that? Well, let's see. It's just, I'm a little bit surprised there's nothing there. Oh, wait, no, this is from... Oh, okay, I know who this... I remember who this is from. It's from Akuma. That's why there's no credits. Okay, so I know who to credit. Not sure if I'd use that one, but yeah. If you guys disagree with my assessment, though, feel free to speak up, because it's a community project, not just me deciding everything. I will make some calls, but if you guys disagree with me, I will listen. It's a little bit too short and repetitive. I can't, like, maybe if I used it for, like, a single room, but otherwise I think it'd get really tiring really quickly, so... I can actually think of a good context for this one. Yep, I like this one too. And I can think of actually a really good context for it, so we're probably gonna roll through with it, but yeah. So we will go roll with Bad Dreams here. I can think of a way that this can work out well, so... I think it almost loops perfectly, too. Maybe not exactly perfectly, but almost perfectly. Yeah, that'll work fine. Alright, export audio by Darian Curtis. Or Darren Curtis, not Darian, Darren. Okay. Next up is Bloody Girl. Depending on how this goes, I can think of a use for this. Wow, it's 4 minutes long. Let me skip a little bit ahead. I might take a slice out of this song. I'm not going to use the whole 4-minute stretch of this thing, but let's see. What part of it do I want to use? Not just the breathing at the beginning, but let's see. I turn it up a little bit here. This stretch might be a good idea. Do I want the melodic part with the chimes? What do you guys think? Should I take the bit with the chimes, like this bit? Or should I take the part without the chimes, more like this? I could technically do both, but I don't think I need both, so I'm like, There's the part I think it's crazy with the chimes towards the end. You take part just the breathing, unless without the chimes. One person with the chimes, though. I might just split that into two. Let me do this. New. Fade out and make this fade in. Works out okay. Let's turn it up to like 5 here, not 6 there. 5, got the 5. Make sure it doesn't like peak anywhere. Okay. And now I'm just going to copy and paste this one's name, just because I'm not going to be able to write in that whole long thing, so. Oh, wait, let me see. What's the dot here? Oh, it's like a dot and .com. I get it. Da, 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 da. Put in there. Now delete this one. Surprised that I can actually think of a use for the crazy chime part, so I'm like, thinking about it for a second. You guys think I should use the crazy chime part? But you love the beginning of the chimes. I wish the chimes stayed a consistent volume, because them getting louder makes it so it won't loop too great. Okay, I'm sorry, chimes. I'm going to say no for the moment I was thinking about, but it's a close call for me, but I'll make that call there. Now let's listen to breath. Okay, yeah, just breath. For some reason, it's not D. Breath sounds. It's probably people breathing. Surprise, there's people breathing. Do we want a song of people breathing like this? I'm gonna let you guys call this one. Do we want a song with people breathing in it like this? I do like to breathe too. Jamming of breath. Alright, so we go for the adding the breathing. Does it loop okay just by itself? Sounds like it. Okay, it almost loops okay by itself, but not 100%. There's like a silence break, which I will get rid of. Now, will it loop okay like this? I think it needs a little bit more work, but not by much. Yeah, it does. Needs just a little bit more of a push to work there. Effect, fade out. Effect, fade in. Now this should loop okay. Yeah, it loops really well. That's what I expected. Alright, up by 4 by 4. Keep in mind when I start turning the volume up, I'm not saying make the music this loud in the game. What I'm saying is that that's the max volume, because in the engine you can turn the music down itself, but you can't turn it louder than its max volume, so that's why I turn the music up a little bit, just saying, okay, that's the maximum it can be, if I need it to be that loud for some reason. Alrighty, I'll get rid of the horror tag. I mean, yes, I know it's for a horror, just breath sounds. Okay. So after breath sounds. Well, this one's gonna be an odd one to call. I need your guys' input a little bit on this one. I can see a use for it, but do we want it? Cult, so there's probably a church. I think that we agreed there was gonna be a cult and some stuff because that was under the themes, but still no. No thanks, Sean. License. I don't know if there's a we don't really know most of the cast outside of Isla right now. It's a little bit too cheery though. That's my issue with it. I like the song too, but I'm like, I can't think of a good context. I mean, maybe, it depends really what we decide to do, but... There'll be some other pretty music. Unfortunately, while I like that song too, and I mean, you can have some sort of child, but I don't think that one will fit too much and work better for some other context, so yeah. Alright, Corrupted. This is from Akuma. It could have been a Gecko Castle. Keep in mind that a lot of RPG Maker games use like some music things can use, but yeah. Probably will not be a Complete Isolation Easter egg in this game. Though Complete Isolation is actually under works again. I'll just let you know that. This is one of the out there songs I was talking about. In fact, these next few are. The last one was super industrial, but I'm not sure if it's the right sort of industrial for this. Though it was very industrial. Now this one's gonna be... I like it, but I cannot think of a potential thing that would make sense for the context. It's a good song, it's catchy as hell, but no, I can't think of where that wouldn't be like a... Well, sometimes a good mood shift in a game is a good thing, and I love doing mood shifts at times. That's not quite the mood shift I think would be good to transition to. And the next two songs are going to be kind of similar because they're by the same person. I remember these songs. I'm like, yeah. Even if we visited a club, I don't think it's the right song to play. Why would there be a club in like this nowhere, hick, sealed off port town? I think while it's a nice song, and when people hear music they like, it's like, oh, I want to use that. But you sometimes have to know, no, that's not best for the project. Even if it's a nice song by itself, that doesn't mean it has a place currently where we're at. So the next song's going to be like this too. I'm going to listen just to see if I could think of something, but that first one's a little bit too loud and proud, I guess, for this one. But yeah. Another one that's catchy, and I can think of a little bit more of context for this one than the previous one, but still not exactly, unfortunately. You'd have to, basically, to fit that song in, you wouldn't, like, fit, you would, here's the thing, with songs like that. Sometimes it's good to let these ideas overtake you, but here's the problem with a song like that. The song doesn't naturally fit into what we're doing. The only way to fit the song in is to create an excuse to fit the song in. That's basically, and sometimes it's actually good to do that, but I think that these are the type of things that kind of would disrupt everything else going on. Like, it's so out there, it's catchy, loud, etc., which it basically would disrupt any other mood that was going on because it would overtake it easily. And the only way it would fit is if we made a very specific excuse to fit it in. So that's why I'm going to say no in this particular case. I think that it would be too big of a mood shift that could completely ruin everything that came afterwards, because people wouldn't be able to get out of their heads. That's one thing. And I think that it is a little bit too out there, and there's other cred possibilities. So yeah. But anyways, there's some of my thoughts. There's one more to go through by the guy, though. He makes really catchy music, though. Welcome back, Jaden. So, the guy's music's good. I'm not going to deny that. Just I don't think it's the right. We're not working on the right thing for those to really fit. So yeah. But anyways, going on to Deep Sea. Making decent progress. Also, I'm not sure if you heard me, but I said there. Welcome back for pizza there, Jaden. It's pretty music, and I can see the ocean motif, but it's maybe too pretty for the ocean that we're dealing with. Like, that's a pretty song. But I think it's too pretty. So I was like, well, I want some pretty music for some tone shifts and some other bits here and there. I think that's a little too calming pretty, I think. It's very tranquil. Too tranquil. Alright, let's listen to I'm Crazy. Pretty can still be dark. I agree with that, but I think that was like too tranquil pretty. There is ways to modify the music to make them sound spookier, but the reason I'm not doing that is that some of the I didn't write these down. Some of these songs have a very specific license which says no derivatives, which means that they won't allow you to like derive the song too much. Like I can loop it, but I couldn't like change its pitch or something. And I don't remember which songs are which. That's why I'm not doing any crazy edits with these at the moment. If I had written down or specifically not looked for those, then yes. But yeah, it's a weird thing. Look, it's for the CC, which is basically giving copy or giving credit to somebody. And some of them do, and some of them don't have the ability to say, yes, you may modify this song, or no, you may not modify this song. I just know that some of them don't for no derivatives, but I don't remember which ones. So I just don't want to risk it, basically. Because I know, trust me, I know, because I make my own music, there's some fun things you can do to make songs that wouldn't normally sound spooky sound very spooky. But because of that, I'm like, I don't want to risk it. But yeah, we'll get to some more horror songs in a bit. We're in right now some very pretty sounding music, but I'm not really sure it fits. But anyways. See, this song's not crazy enough for me. It's called I'm Crazy, and it's going for the capital letter lowercase thing, but it doesn't really sound that crazy to me. Like, you stutter some, whatever. And then you go to dubstep, okay, I was gonna say. Tile, sometimes so misleading, yeah. I've not fear. Okay. I mean, it's a nice song, but another one, I'm trying to think about the context of this particular project. When sound out of place in Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Okay, Serenity. I'm sorry I'm skipping these. I'm making the call that some of these are like, not bad on their own. I'm not really sure if they jive well with everything else. So we'll see. Tamiano, you make good music, but I'm not sure if it's contextually fitting. This one could potentially fit, depending on where it goes. But it's gonna go really epic. I'm waiting for it to get unfitting. I can hear that build up to something which is probably gonna be too epic for this particular. But this one's the one that might most likely fit out of all of them by this person so far. So I'm gonna skip ahead and see where it goes. Does it actually keep itself constrained? Okay, so this one could potentially work if we decided that we wanted to use this. I'm gonna ask you guys. Do you guys want to use this one, or don't think we need it? Don't, you're like, nah. Just gonna ask there. Then there were no opinions. We probably guys are probably thinking that's okay. And pop. Sure as that's Britta. I don't know. The more I'm listening to it, the more I'm actually going away from it. Like, it feels a little stale. Like, it doesn't sound bad, but there's something about it which feels a little bit flat about it to me. I can't quite put my finger on what is there. And welcome, Balam. I'm gonna say no. I think there's some better emotional songs that might come a little bit later. I do think we do need some emotional songs. I don't think that's it. It doesn't tug at my heartstrings. It really just is like, oh, it's kind of pretty sort of deal. Ironically, this one tugs at my heartstrings more than the last one did. This one doesn't go bombastic, I can think of a use for it. But unfortunately, it's 4 minutes long, and it sounds like it's building up. I cut this part out, right? It might work still. Sounds like the sad song combined with the second Genesis. Well, I can maybe use the beginning. Do I want to? But then it might be hard to make it loop. Because at a certain point, it just starts sounding like I mean, not that the pickup isn't that bad as a standalone song, but for something that's more mood as opposed to catchy, I'm like, Let's see if I can make it loop okay. I kind of like the beginning bit. And I actually like the whole song. I just don't think that when it gets this... Okay, so delete this whole on bit. Then... Before it breaks out those techno beats, let's see... Now, the question if I'll use this or not is dependent on if I can make this loop or not. Let's find out. I probably can't just do it naturally. But actually, that works out okay. In fact, I think honestly, that's probably the best loop I'm gonna get because it sounds like it ends off and then loops. And if I try like fading them together or doing something else, I feel like it's just gonna make it murkier. So maybe the simple works out better than any other option I have. So now here comes the question: should we use this song? I don't cringe, but I get sad when there's a song that I think captures a mood very well earlier in, and then the songwriter feels like sometimes I understand that maybe their goal wasn't just to like strike a mood, they wanted to maybe make something different, but I get sad when there's a song that is effectively mood inducing, and then they go overboard. It's like blah, 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 or something. They add something that is unneeded to the song, in my opinion. So given that maybe their goal wasn't to make a mood song, maybe they're trying to make a techno song with mood to it, then I mean, I'm not one to judge them. Sometimes I prefer the simplicity of how a song can work as opposed to being a little bit overlayered, I guess. For what it's worth, though, I can think of a purpose for this song. So sure, you get the go-ahead. I can make you loop okay. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's okay. Oh, it's the laughing song! No. That is indeed what we can do there, Isis. Also, Isis, I've been needing to ask you this. Should I call you Isis here, or should I call you iHeart or Puffins? I should ask that now there, because I'm like, how... Dark Hills. Don't care. Okay. That's like me on things. Puffins might be less confusing for other people. That's fair. So some of the music which we're going to hear might sound familiar, because at the moment we're in the music which isn't made by me. It's music that either A, is royalty-free, like this one is, or it's music which I specifically have permission to use. This one is a royalty-free song. So when we get to the royalty-free music, I mean, other people could have used it. That's just by nature of how the stuff works. I'm not really sure this one fits what we're going for anyways. I mean, I could think of a context. I just don't think that it would be the most fitting context. So. What's Darkling Skies? I mean, if we were in Tron, maybe. I don't think that fits. See you later there, Balam. Strangely enough, I can think of a use for this one. However, I know this has a part 2, which is more like... I might just use the first part, though. You guys okay with just the first part? Because I can think of a good use for it in this project. But part 2 goes a little bit too. It's catchy, but I think part 1 can find use on it. I don't think we need part 2. And that one was already converted, so it's like, I don't need to do anything much more there. Now then, Dead State, or Dead Stars. thinking about it. Put part 2 in a bar. What do you guys think about this one? I kind of want a little bit of feedback from you all. I'm sort of trying to gauge my feelings a bit here. Like it? I think I'm going to agree with that, man. It's all right. I'll pass on it for the moment. Dealing with the devil. Well, I think there's better songs that can be used for a cultist ritual scene. Now, there will be some cultists in this game. We've already discussed this, but I feel like that's a little... It's not quite bombastic, but I feel like it's not quite the right mood for it either, for the cult stuff. So I'm going to pass on it. If you guys disagree with me, though, feel free to disagree with me. And as I said, if I come to a verdict and you guys don't agree with me, feel free to speak up about it. So, anyways, deleted, not dead. By its computer's name, I'm not sure this will fit, but we'll find out, I guess. I mean, we're not dealing with the devil here. I actually like this one a bit more than I thought I would by the name. I can actually think of a use for it. Well, I'll see what you guys think, because I'm like, Okay, so Puffins, I'm going to try and say it as well as up for it. I might cut out before this bit. So yeah. So okay, I'm gonna cut out before it gets really loud there towards the end. Delete that bit. I think it's time it cuts out before that bit too. In fact, I think it's perfect if it just cuts off like right before this. Okay, so fade out. Put this to +1, put this to +1. might just start from there so it's not like a really quiet beginning. Fade in. Yeah, that works out better. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Export audio, and this is by Akuma Kira. That'll work here. Select that so I have an idea what's going on there. Okay, next up is down the hallway. Wow, this song's like almost 7 minutes long. I might skip through a little bit to see what it's like, but I'll wait till it starts here. I like this little build up in some ways, though. I like it, actually. Even if it gets like really weird later, I can think of use at the beginning here, so. Surprisingly, actually doesn't get that out there either. I don't need 7 minutes of this though, I don't think that. I can see a good like cutoff point. It feels like it could probably fade out on this bit. Or this bit specifically. I'll keep this bit because I don't think we need to go for the whole long stretch, and I like where it goes, but unfortunately I want to compact so it's not like a 7 minute song in actuality. I'll make sure this doesn't peak this bit here. Yeah, okay, I should put a plus when it gets pretty loud there. Okay. By Akuma Kira. Okay. Put that through this bit. Now, we're making our way through. I need to close this anyway. Alrighty. Drifting through space. I can't really see a context with that working. I can see use for the drone sounds. Drones usually have a good use of it. I'll put the drones in because I can see a use for them immediately, and they're already in the loopable format, so. But now let's think about elephants. Saber music? Well, I'll wait for that. But we'll get to another thing a bit later. We do need a little bit more pretty music, but it's still a lot of music to go through, so. At the moment, we're listening to elephants. It's not bad, but I think there's other better options than elephants to listen to right now. actually gonna say no to elephants here. I think there's better options we have than that one. This one is Fare Thee Well. Elephants underwhelming. Yeah, yeah. We do need more pretty music, but I'm going to say no to this one. I can't really think about the right mood that would fit in here. I like it in an overall sense too, but I'm thinking about it. I mean, if you guys disagree with me, please. But like, well, I think our Lovecraftian circus had come together with that earlier song. I don't think that'll fit. If you guys disagree if this one will fit, I mean, it could be like a quirky character about like we'll get some saber music, Minty. We still have plenty to go through. I know we've got more pretty music coming up, so. I'm gonna go something else for this sort of music, so. I'm gonna ask for your guys' intake here. What do you guys think of Girl in the Moon? A lot more than this, but right now we still have like 150 songs to go through. We've gone through a little over 50 so far. Well, if you include my own music, we've been through a little over 100 songs so far. I can think of a use for it. I'll include it. Next up is Glory Eternal. Well, I do want there to be some action set pieces in the game, and there's not like too much action set piece music I got. I'm like, will this really fit? I will still be on in an hour, as I said. I'm very split on this one, because I do think that it'd be nice if we have some music for maybe some, not like we're making an action game, but there might be some scenes that are a bit more actionful, and it's a nice song, and I agree with the Suspiria comparison. But, and go eat something, PLG. I think I'll say no to that, though I like it in an overall sense. Just, while there are calls, there'll be action scenes, I can't see that one working specifically great. And there is at least like 2 other action-y songs I know are coming up. Hopefully, I don't remember what they sound like, but hopefully they're better and fit a bit better. I'll put it inside this folder, and if we decide we want it, I'll come back to it. But yeah. And don't be sorry. PLG, go eat. You don't need to be here 100% of the time. It's okay. People have other things in life. I understand that. Alright, Jim the Petty. This is the guitar one, and I'm gonna fit this in, because I fucking love Jim the Petty. There's also a dark version. We're probably gonna fit that one in too. I got both those, because I knew I wanted to use them no matter what we ended up doing. I'm sorry, I love Jim the Petty, and I like both these versions we're gonna get to. Better yet, though, I can actually think of a use for this one too, so I'm like, shh. Maybe it's just because I love Jim the Petty, though. Now to make it loop okay. And cut it down a little bit. You can honestly loop perfectly right there, so what's this next bit? It's just kind of a loop. I don't need the second loop there. I'm not saying it couldn't work okay, but... Get that loop in. That's okay, Brenda. The fun of laundry. Support audio, yeah. Everyone in the back of their head's like, Ryan, this doesn't fit. And I'm like, Jim the Petty, amazing. It always fits. I need to get rid of the dots in the title, because it's got a few music creators should know not to put dots in their title. Fucking... My mouse is invisible, so I can't click it, and I see what the other dot is, and I'm like, oh, I better get that dot. Guitar, R... Okay. There's another Jim the Petty I'm gonna get rid of right now because I know I'm going to include both of them. We got the sort of chippier that one, but there's also a darker Jim the Petty, which I had prepared, which I'm gonna now find. I know it's made by the Miyu person. There it is. This Jim the Petty is gonna get my love too. They both get love because I love Jim the Petty. Yay, the piano rendition. Yay. Oh my, there, Tibbles. I just love Jim the Petty. I need to turn that bit down. That has a little bit of a stack whip to it. Effect, amplify, by which I mean the opposite of amplify. Not quite as elegant as I would have hoped there. Amplify. I just need to turn it down by a little bit, so I'll just do a little bit. Better than the alternative. Okay, I'll turn it down by one pitch there so it doesn't peak at viewpoints. And now I know it loops, so from loop-de-de-doop-de. Alright, then we get 2 gymnopedies for the price of fuck. Putting these dots here, I know it's part of the title, but no, everyone knows what you know by no one. Oh my, when I said that out loud. Alright then, now the next song, going back to our order here before we get all the Miyu music in a little bit, let's listen to Hollow's Eve Ritual. I do like the guy in the background going, oh, but I don't think that'll fit really. Wait, is this, yeah, this is part of the 80s music stuff that was going on. I don't know if he'll fit this game. Yeah, I'll skip it. I don't think he'll fit here. Oh, this got very Celtic all of a sudden. Not late. Well, it's not late. We started at the right time, but it's a long stream. While I like Celtic music, I don't think that it will particularly fit this project. If you guys disagree with me, feel free to speak up. But yeah. It is catchy and romantic, I can agree with that. Just... So, okay, no, let me explain what the game is about. I think we might need like at least one song like this, but let's explain what we got so far. So, I'm not going to explain everything, but I'll explain some of the basic stuff. So we have our main girl here, which I'm getting to. Not him, obviously. Our main girl, there she is. We made her. She's great. Our main girl, Ale. What's her name? Fucking I'm terrible at names. Yeah, it's Ala. I had the Y and L backwards. Ale. She's our main girl, Ala. She's a loan shark, a collector, coming to collect a payday loan. She isn't working for the IRS. She's fucking taking those things for people that owe her because somebody from this small town known as, let me get down to it, Mendicus Bay, the town name of Mendicus Bay, owes a loan, and she's here to collect. Ile. Yep, Ile. Those eyes get me every time. Anyway, she's arrived there. Yeah, Ile. Shh. Shh. The game's name is Marine Lair, the Overdrone Expanse. She's going to a port town, which is why it's called Medicus Bay. Like, what? Things have really come together. Themes include isolationist preoccupation with the viscera texture, detachment, social isolate and awkward, anti-anthros, can't say that, but I know what it is, misanthropy, we're not the center of greater beings, helplessness and hopelessness, sanity, vulnerability and fragility, questionable parentage, forbidden knowledge, inherited guilt, give me them colts, and superstitious, I forgot what give me them colts. With the Disco Wars, so she's basically, the basic premise is she, well, this is the reason she comes, this isn't specifically who she is, but she has the occupation as a loan shark, and she's coming into town to collect the town of Mendicus Bay. And then things go down, but she's kind of an introverted, isolated soul, so she's got her own things she's going to be concerned about. If she was a loan shark, I would definitely pay on time. Or else those eyes are going to come down on you. Anyways, we will be exploring some into the character among other things. Things have been building up, so let's... I can see this song being for something a little bit more personal, and we will get to know her a little bit more personal. It is what happens. There's also when you miss 6 hours of a stream of us working at something. Things have been being built up. The wrinkles. It's Isla. Yeah. But I think one song like this can work out well. There's still a lot of work to be done. Just because you're not part of everything doesn't mean that you can't be part of things to come. Like, you'll have to accept as a community project, you will probably not... I mean, even I'm not involved in everything. The Lovecraftian stuff, for instance, I wasn't involved in. This was decided beforehand. I affirmed it, but it's the direction. There's other stuff that'll come, which I know I won't be a part of, and that's okay. Because you have to accept, in a community project, you don't have a full hold on things. It's everyone that comes together that makes something. And not everyone will be involved in every bit and piece of it. That's just something which you'll have to accept in that sort of form, which is okay. Anyways, going through that. See how it loops. It almost loops, but not quite. In fact, yeah, I need to get rid of this bit here. That looped okay. Okay. I'll get rid of that bit at the very end, just because I think it might loop a little bit better if it's closer together like that, so let's see how that plays out. Actually, yes, it does. Okay, perfect. Export there. Aye. I think having one song like this is probably good because character stuff, but we'll see how that plays out. There's some clicking in this song, which I'd have to edit out if we did it, but I don't think I specifically need that, so let's see. The House of Herabox. I can't think of a great context here. Can you guys? I'm gonna skip unless, of course, you guys are really for it, so... I like the knocking bits. Pianos felt a little bit unnecessary. I like this one much better, though. At least so far. It's very downtoned, but I can think of a use for it. So I'm going to put it in just because it's... Sometimes downtoned is exactly what you need. Mouse went visible for a second. There we go. Turn it up by +1. I appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna roll with this one. I think, well, for starters, doesn't need the royalty free. I know it's royalty free. So from there, yes, okay, okay, good. Next bit. I don't think this would really fit. While reversal stuff can be creepy sometimes, I don't think it's the right context for it. And to be fair, it's not even really like creepy reversal, it just feels like reversal to me. I mean, it's a little creepy, I guess, but not really to me. I'm gonna skip on this one. If you guys disagree with that, then yeah. Just say so and I'll know. Minty disagrees with me. She says it sounds good, but I'm like, I'm not sure if it's befitting. Like, I didn't really find it creepy. It's just reversal fun, but I don't really think we need this one either. Again, if you disagree with me, please speak up. Just It sounds like machines buzzing while something's going on, like a rabbit going. Oh my god. Oh, I missed something. Horror cue. How many sounds do we have left to go? Route 38, we're making our way through. We're about halfway done since we started, so that's good. I don't know, that sounds really like cliche. That's my opinion. Horror music. What an enticing name, I know. I can actually think of a great use for this, actually. So I might pull it because I had like a perfect visual idea for this particular song. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. I've got a scene which this song would fit perfectly to, so. Go to some interesting places now. I want to use the later stuff. What do you guys think? Should I keep in the chanting part or should I leave it out? Kind of goes from sounding menacing to kind of spacey almost. I'm actually gonna cut out the chanting here. I like it, but it almost sounds a little. It's like a different mood. It goes from sounding like one thing that's sort of spacey in a way. Not spacey is not really quite the right word I'm looking for, but. I might keep the tail end of it, so. Alright, put that there. Effect fade out. Spacey is very Lovecraftian, but we're not. I don't think this is going to go to space, and there's different kinds of spacey. Like this is the spacey where it makes me think of like floaty spacey, as opposed to like horrific spacey. I think forwarding that a little bit might actually benefit here. Fade in. Is that loop okay? I'm not really sure yet. It's okay. It honestly could be better, but I'm going to accept it. So yeah. From there, making our way through. The next one's called Horror Opening Credits. Let's see if it sounds good for Horror Opening Credits. Actually, giving them credit, this actually does make me think about Horror Opening Credits. It could even... Okay, no, fuck it. It actually could work perfectly. I'll put them in because, yeah, I don't mind the sort of typical opening because we will probably go in, well, I won't say too much, but yeah, that works well enough for me. I know it's a bit cliche, but it might work out okay for something I'm thinking about. That one I don't think saved correctly. Yeah, it's only under 36 kilobytes. That's okay. How to catch a catch or how to scale a catfish. I can think of a use for this one. I'm sure you guys can too. It's got kind of a cold feeling to it, so. And that's good for a sort of isolated or port town, a cold feeling. Watery cold. Effect fade out to 2. How to scale catfish. I knew what this is by Kuma Kira. Oh my there, Minty. I hope your Wi-Fi helps itself. My. Oh, we do need some more peaceful and relaxing music. Is this what we need? We're not using any specific Lovecraftian Elder God there, Minty. We're not actually saying this in the Lovecraftian universe. We're just taking inspiration here. So even though it's called Lovecraftian Moon currently, though I need updates to obviously, which is the project title, but roll there. I don't think you should have cookies, but yeah. Drunk guy. Yeah, you need the drunk guy in the town from Lovecraftian fun. It's very quizzical. Thinking something similar. Like it sounds like a theme that might play when you're meeting a specific sort of character. So I'm debating if we want it or not, though. What do you guys think? Think this could work okay, or think we should include it? I'm debating here. It's very different than the other music we have so far, though. Sentimentalism. Funnily enough, it might work better for the church that we might have, better than the church theme we had earlier. Like, this one sounds a bit more appropriate, even though it's a bit more cinematic than a lot of the other music we're using. Like, that one has a very cinematic tone to it. So yeah, let's put it. I can think of a couple uses that could come for. So yeah, even though it's very different than what we have elsewhere, but sometimes having something very different is actually beneficial. So, and that one's not like so out there like I'm gonna pull this. It's different than what we have, but not to the point where it'd probably distract everyone from things that come afterwards, like this one would have. That one. So anyways, let's go back to this. Reminds me of a medieval fantasy to exist. I can see what you're saying there, but that works well with if we use this for like a churchy type thing, like I'm thinking. I'm just gonna hope that this fade out, fade in thing works out okay. Fade in. Fade in. Not perfectly on sync there, so. But... Alright, export there. Let that cut through. It's a bit different than what we have. It does have kind of a medieval tinge to it. I can see what you mean by that. And it's a bit more cinematic than some things, but I think it can find a use. Now into Oblivion. Am I there meant to? You can tell it's made by the person that made the last song even. It's got like the same instrument. Very different use of it though. This one is relaxing. You know what? I can think of a couple uses for it. I'm gonna go with it. And also, it fits, even though it doesn't fit with all of the rest of the music, it fits with the last song we just picked. So there's that. think I should cut out before it gets into the full melodic section here, so I'll cut that bit off. Yeah, I think it's the best cutoff point I'm gonna get. Fade out. And I should cut this till it gets to this bit here. Fade in. Almost perfect, but not quite. Do it like this, it should be okay. Fade in. Yep, that worked out okay. Works out fine there. Export. The fun of editing songs together. But we're getting close to being done with this bit. By close, I mean we still have over 100 songs to go. But we're making progress. We're over halfway done. We're like almost 2/3 of the way done now. Because we started off with like... Basically, yeah, we started off with almost 300 songs. So, it's progress. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. So I'm going to ask about that one. What do you guys think? To be honest, I don't really know what I think. It's kind of creepy. I wish I could whistle like really well and use that for my horror stuff, but I can't. So whatever the case, I don't think it fits in anywhere. That's the thing. I like it by itself, but I'm not really sure if that fits anywhere. By the way, just a heads up, we're getting really close to the other artists that some people might know. We have a long wall of Miyu coming up. We're gonna get to that when we get to that, though. I can actually think of a use for this. What do you guys think? Ambient noises, that's pretty much it, Blaziken. Yes. I can think of purposes for it, so yeah. Mouse invisible for a second. There we go. I might cut up before the piano comes in, but then I don't know where to cut it out, where it eases to the end, so maybe I just keep the whole thing. Actually, I can think of something. Thought of it. My excuse of how to make this loop. And cut off a big portion of the song. Effect, fade in. Effect, fade out. That can work out fine from here. Not that line, because that would get in the way, this one. Yep, that worked fine. Came out better than I thought it might when I started editing that. So let's roll, go. Another song by Darren Curtis, taking up more of our hearts and the list of songs we're using. Let's do it, La Dares. Well, that's beautiful. Don't think it fit. I can actually think of a use for it, so... At first I couldn't, but then something came in my head. Only probably gonna use the first one, though. Oh yeah, it's inside this, so it's not... I can think of a purpose for, like, a scene for that specifically, but outside of that, yeah. Can't think of something for that. I might try going a little bit faster so we get through. We have 1, 2, 3 more to go. It's actually 1, 2, 2 because one is the folder. But yeah. It's very Giallo-esque, but not really fitting to this. So. I don't think that's really gonna fit. I mean, maybe it could, but... Sorry making so many calls for myself, it's just because I'm like, I want to get this we made good progress so far today, and I want to get a few things done. We chose stuff on the main character, we decided the setting hub, we got the game's name, we selected the town name, we selected the themes. Currently we're going through the part where we're organizing music. But there's some stuff which I want to do afterwards. After we're done with the music side, then we're done. So it's like, yeah. It's something that must be done, sort of deal. But yeah. I do thank you for the input there. For some reason, it reminds me of Ganondorf's castle. That's not exactly like that, obviously, but wherever the case, I don't think it'd fit too well. There's some cold stuff, but I don't think it goes like that tone. This next one is starting promising, depending on where it goes. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do a sort of an edit of this because I can think of something which can work well with it. So I'm going to try it. So around 45 seconds, that one. So cut off almost a minute of this, then make these combine in an interestingly odd way. Effect, fade in. Effect, fade out. I might delete this, go like this. Could end the song there. We'll see what the next bit's like. Put this bit here, fade out. Let's see how this plays out. Or something a little bit downtone. It's something downtone which I'm thinking about with a specific piece here. So, roll with that. Next up to go. Tell you when I clicked Monster 2, this wasn't what I was expecting. I mean, I could see it working if we did like enter like a bar or something, but I'm not really sure if that's the context we'll need. A lot of things that you want could potentially be a credits theme there, Rogue, but I see what you're saying. It's a little bit short and loopable for that, though. I swear to God, I picked a vocal song that wasn't the Spanish. I don't think it was in Spanish, but the song with vocals that wasn't English that we were listening to earlier. But we haven't stumbled upon it, so maybe I did. Maybe it's all in my head. And we still have a lot of songs to go, so probably not. But also, I don't know what to think about this one. I'll say no for this particular project, though I could have uses elsewhere, but yeah. We're almost to the giant wall of Miyu. How many Miyu songs do we have to listen to? 64, wish us luck. I like this part a lot, actually. My thoughts on this one is it wouldn't really work. It wouldn't really work as a location theme, I don't think, but it might work well as a character theme. So I'm thinking, is like, do we want a character this song could fit to? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Actually, you know what? I have a perfect context for it that started forming in my head. Something that was mentioned earlier in this chat. So yeah, I'll roll with it. I don't think it'd work out the best for this project for a location theme, but for a character interaction thing, I could see it working well. Effect, fade out, then just simple effect, fade in. +1, +1. See, this works out okay on a loop. A bit better. It could be a bit better also, but it works okay. Okay, so put that through here, and now it's time for the Great Wall of Miyu. So let me explain the Miyu person. Out of the two, I said there was two composers on this list, which most people probably have heard of, or not most people have probably heard of. Just there's a chance that people here might have heard of, and Miyu is one of them. Akuma Kiro is the other. So Miyu, for those who don't know, is a YouTuber, and for years he's been putting together music for royalty-free use for people for whatever. They most often get used in creepypasta readings. He got a lot of attention for having songs that creepypasta readers could use. So if you watch a lot of creepypasta readings on the internet, there's a high chance you might have heard some of the songs that are coming up. Now, I don't watch a lot of creepypasta songs on the internet, so I'm not as familiar with them. But I knew about the guy, and I was like, sure, you know, whatever. We'll get a wall of him and see what sticks. So we'll see what sticks here. Let's roll. I don't dislike it, but I'm not sure if it fit this project specifically. It'd have to be a very specific scene for this to work, and I'm like, will we have that sort of specific scene? I'm not sure. Yeah, again, if you disagree with any assessments I say, please speak up. But yeah, let's try Bittersweet. We have a couple songs now that could be potential safe room themes, I would say, Minty, but if we say any more, then yeah. The thing is, I'm not sure if our game has enough threads to have a continuous safe room thing. We'll see. I don't think that'll fit this project. I really selected some music if we want to have a carnival scene, didn't I? I like the song itself, but I don't think her game is carnival in it, and I'm not sure if we have a character that acts like a carny or something. I like the song itself, though. Another one which I'm not sure would fit our project, but going on. This one does pull a bit at the heartstrings. Let's see how it continues. I can think of a use for it, so yeah, I'll roll with it. I might just keep the quieter parts, because I knew it was going to get louder at some point. I could feel it in my veins, but I might just keep the quiet part there. Even the louder part's not that bad, though. Debating if I should cut off here a bit earlier. I'm gonna cut it off a bit earlier there, partially because it'll just be a lot easier to loop here, so. Does the loop okay from there? Probably does, but just checking. Alright, I can roll with it. I can think of a purpose for it, so that works okay with me. Alright, next up then. Creepy Clown Symphony. I've really... a lot of circus songs. I think I was really prepared for a Lovecraftian circus, apparently. Circusy, that's, yeah. And what else would you have expected? Don't think we need it though for this, so. I'm liking this one. Creepy clown view for the win. If we had a game about clowns somewhere, it'd work well, but we're not making a game about clowns, so pretty just getting a game about circus or anything of that sort in it. There's been a few good circusy horror-y things that popped up, though. This is one where I don't think that we specifically need for this either, so... After we're done with this wall of Mew, how many more do we have to go? After we're done with this bit, it's only 50? Okay. Only 50. I think the other song worked better at what this song's trying to achieve for what we need, so next. Same sort of deal, really. I can actually think of a good use for this one. Because alien world type things, without actually being in space, I can have a good context with this one in mind. Yep, I can think of it, so roll from that one. And that's put in. So next up, don't die on me. I'm probably gonna need your guys' input on this one. The song title makes a lot of sense with what I can imagine this could go with. So the question is, do we want a character death? And if so, do we want to use the song to it? I'm gonna ask you guys this one because I'm like, I'll leave it to you guys to think. Yes, quite right. The same reason why I don't really usually program on stream, because the programming bits are like, quiet in program. Do the coding. Given that the engine that we're currently using isn't MV and doesn't use JavaScript, we can't actually code in the current engine we're using. If I want to use this, or if you guys want to use this, is based on if we want a character death. So that's why I'm asking. You guys want a character death? I'm gonna take no feedback as no in this particular case. So, though I understand it's probably most people are away for the moment, and they're like, oh, I'll wait for it until he's done with music. So, yes. Character death. Alright. Okay, you know what? We'll roll with it. Just in case the possibility's there, I guess. I was about to skip it, really. I'm like, oh. It's like a perfect loop point. I need to figure out how to get exactly there. Hello there, Britta. Effect, fade out. Effect, fade in. Someone shall die. Okay. That's 0 by 0. Good. Export audio. After I can see my mouse again. There it is. Put that through there. Right through the reader. Next, down the rabbit hole. Well, I can see the Alice-Alicings. Don't think it'll work with our project, though. We're not making Alice in Wonderland. Maybe. It was a pretty song, but I think it was a little bit too fairy tale-esque, which I needed there. This I don't think would fit specifically for this project, but it's a pretty song. Depending on how this one goes, it could fit a bit better. Assuming it's kind of built into something else, because these songs typically do. Yep. Put that there. Blowing chimes make you think of dolls. A lot of them do, but this specific one makes me think of water, and I'm probably associating it with water because I'm thinking about... Let's see if my memory is correct on this. It makes me think about like chimes over the water in this particular case, and it's a certain type of chime, which I think the reason why I associate it with water is Ocarina of Time, but I'm not really sure. It might be something else I'm thinking of. I don't remember what the water temple music sounds like, but I feel like that's what I'm thinking of. So that's why I associate it with water. Let's listen for a second. I want to make sure I'm thinking about it. Did have chimes. That's what I'm associating it with. So I think that's what I'm associating with when it comes to this bit, so... It's not exactly the same, but I think it's what my mind was associating with water, so... Welcome back, PLG. I'm gonna roll with it, because then I can make my own water temple. I'm kidding. But yeah. And welcome here, Thor. We're going through a lot of royalty-free music right now. Currently we're on the Great Wall of Miyu. Then we go back to things that aren't Miyu. We pick songs. We're up to 43. We've listened now to over 200 songs. That progress. Doesn't feel like we've listened to like 200, but maybe not quite 200. Where are we at? No, we've listened to 200 almost. I'm gonna ask your guys' input for this song, right? For those who don't know, who are just coming in, we're working on like a Lovecraftian game set in a small port town, fishing variety. It's not actually based on the Lovecraft mythos, it's just taking some inspiration. It's a 3DS thing, but never mind that. Do you think the song would work well with such a setting? I'm debating here on this one. I do, Ryan. Well, alright. I will take the association because I know you're the one that's most firmly established that was there. I was curious. I think it's curious and mysterious. I know what you mean. I was split because I was like, will that work? But I will just trust the judgment there. As the others, as PLG gets back in the swing of things, Britta's not sure, and Thor tries to understand what we're even doing. So. I might just go for the full loop on this one, just so it's simple and easy. Like that. I actually like the part where it gets loud, so okay, that works fine. Making our way through. Delete this, let's listen to the next one. What the stream about? I'm sorry, I don't know. Alright, I'll explain. Since Thor, I figured you're trying to figure out what we're even doing. We're currently working on a small little community game project. Currently, there's not much to the project because we have the current map here. This is just day 2. We worked mostly on conceptualization. The game's name is Marine Lair, the Overdrawn Expanse. It takes place in a town called Mendicus Bay, where we are following a character named Isla, who is a loan shark collector coming for her payday. We have her done already. It's the green one because that means that we have it. So she looks a little bit freaky, but she's our character, our lovely mistress character lead. And at the moment we're working on the music towards the project. It has Lovecraftian themes, but we're right now organizing music. We did music by me earlier, and now we're doing music by like other people, either royalty-free stuff or stuff I have permission to use. It's not like everything on hand. It's just a collection I got prepared ahead of time. But since this is day 2, we're still pretty early at the moment, so yeah. Currently we're going through the musics, and we have about 100 songs to go through still. We've been through like 200 so far, and we're just picking what songs would be good for the project at the moment. We first went through songs of mine, which I was willing to use for this, and then now we're going through these, so... Honestly, I think this could find a use. It's very quiet, but kind of menacing and a little bit mystical. That's where I'm saying on it at the moment. The shrine description is pretty apt, but yeah. You guys, I mean, do you guys think it fit okay? I'm debating on it a little bit, so I'm like, I'll just ask for that feedback. It could work well for something like a cave. That's a good comparison. We do need to decide what levels we have outside of the hub world in a little bit, but we won't do that yet. We'll do it soon, though. It's probably the thing that we're going to do after the music, to be honest. That and maybe one other thing, but we'll get to that. And alright, Mr. I almost said Misty. Minty. Get rid of that. Okay, it does not need to be 4 minutes long. So let's see a good cutting off point, because it's not like there's that drastic of a change in the song as it goes through. I'll catch some of the difference. We don't need like that much of a difference, if that makes any sense. I'll cut it off after the next one. Effect, fade out. That works out well. Alright, export as shrine there. Good enough there. Check flowered rust. Gain up to 98 sun cells to go through, so we're out of the triple digits. This one's a bit, I like this one too. So how many more songs do we have to go through? 98 more to go. And then we'll be done with the music for good, outside of like using the music in the project itself. But once we get the music done, it's done. Except that there might be some people that might contribute a track or two that want to. I know there's one person that wants to, so I'm like, yeah. There are a lot of possibilities for each song. Only 98, yeah. 98 green bottles of songs on the folder. What do you guys think about this one? This is another one which we're gonna get your guys' like complete input. You think it'd be a good inclusion, or think now we don't need it? You'd be surprised. So when I make music, like for instance, Red Haze, which is the game where I did most of the music for it. Okay, correctly, I did like 70% of the music for it or so. But that one had like a little over 100 songs in it. Currently, this project, what we've cut down is 45. So I like this one. Want to get a bag of ice water? I like this song. All right, we can roll with it. For the pip. We don't need to play it for this long though, so what might be a good cutoff point? Let me decide that. It's like the same beat, but like a little bit quieter, so I should cut a little bit after this, I think. I think I found the perfect cutoff point, so get rid of this bit stuff here. Effect, fade out. Effect, fade in. We do need a tile screen song, so. Export that there. Yeah. It's okay. X to the D's. That's alright though. Next up, Forgotten Factory. What do we got in store here for this Forgotten Factory? It's a good soundscape, which is labeled as a soundscape, so I guess it works well as a soundscape. I wonder if it turns into techno. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sorry, it works well as a soundscape, as it says, so... keep it, just find a good loop point. That's probably a decent enough loop point. We don't need the full stretch of the song. Alright, then fade out. I put it up any +1, so another +1, and then we export this, and then that's like a +2. No, it's still just +1. Alrighty, because there's different tracks. And anyways, Friday the 13th. Another one that claims it's a horror soundscape. I'm not sure if this one will fit this project specifically. It's not bad, but I'm not really sure if it's the most befitting thing here. It definitely has that Friday the 13th feel to it. Again, I agree with that as well, so... Another one which I'm not really sure fits with the mood of this project. It does have Fantasia in the title. It's got that fairy tale feeling to it. We're not really making anything fairy tale-esque, so... Is this what the ground really sounds like ground noises? I'm not as certain. So then the question is, do we want these ground noises? The ground is more thin. I think it can work. I can think of a purpose for it, so. And it looks like we might be gearing to maybe having a cave location, which can work well with smiles, so that's why I'm like, okay. See the potential use for this and all that. Cut that bit out, then go through the middleman here for a second. Does it like play 3 times? Is that what's going on? Unfortunately, yeah. No, at least. I might go in for the middle bit here and then make it loop, but we'll find out, I guess. Yeah, it's probably a good looping off point. Alrighty, take this bit here. This bit. My computer's really thinking right now. Not sure over what, but whatever the case. Fade out while fading in. That loops out okay. So then export that as ground noises, because the ground really wants to make some noise. So put that through there, and now growing shadows is next. Let's see how this goes. Shadows do seem to be growing. Can we just ask the ground to be quiet while we play? Never. What do you guys think about this one? I'm going to leave in your guys' input on this one. So, yay, nay, maybe, raby, raby do. If you want to go with Scooby's dooby doo, but yay from PLG. The more I'm listening to it, I think it kind of sticks on the same note for maybe a little bit too long. I'm noticing that as I'm listening to it more. Like, it sort of has a central key note and there's some sounds going around it, but I'm gonna say no the more I'm listening to it. I'm like, by the way, sorry to disagree with you there, LPG. Piano's pretty, but I'm not sure that'll fit too well. Still got 91 to go through. It grew too slowly. I can agree. I agree. This song probably doesn't fit there. Unless because we want to have a haunted house in our Lovecraftian town. House sounds good in general, but I'm not sure it works perfectly for a town here. The song's probably not going to fit either, but the idea of having it in this game really amuses me. I'm just imagining like a Lovecraftian god coming out of the sea with this song playing. That's what I'm imagining. That or cultists like creeping around the town. It's a classic, so. The thing is, because of how the Mountain King song goes, I know it's gonna get faster and faster. That's why I'm listening. That's like the whole appeal of the Mountain King. It just gets faster and faster. I'm probably not going to include it because it's very familiar for one, and second of all, I'm not really sure if it's the tone. I just want to listen to how fast it gets. That's always the fun with it. Like a kid at it, so. Yeah. So into the depths. Just gonna check Discord for a second. Was anyone there? Stream is still going. Now, the song is called Into the Depths, which has a lot of Lovecraftian implications, but yeah. But, however, despite that, I can't think of a good scene where this would specifically fit. I think we can skip through it. How many more Miyu songs do we have to go? Probably like 50. Oh, 38. Well, that's 12 less than I thought. That means we've actually almost made it halfway through Miyu songs, because he had 64 initially.
The Great Wall of Miyu.
Miyu does have some very nice music. Yeah, I can see why a lot of people use this music for creepypasta videos. This could potentially work as a story moment, but I feel like there's some other songs that would work better as story moments than this one. So, lamb it. Welcome, Altec, to being here now. I said this, we started the stream at 8 a.m., but as I said at the beginning of the stream will be going on for somewhere between 8 to 14 hours. It's going to be a long one. So far, the stream has been going on for 7 hours, almost 7.5 hours now, so. A bit on the nose. Lament is lamentful. At the moment, we're working through royalty-free and music I have permission for Altec, by the way, and we're deciding which ones to throw into the use for the project or not, so. I knew the music would take a little bit of time though, so... I don't think we'll use this one. I was thinking about it, but I was like, nah, never mind. We're right now currently going through the Great Wall of Miyu. He had 64 of the songs to go through, but we're making it through. We're almost halfway there, even. Halfway through Miyu songs. For the overall song count, we are definitely over 2/3 of the way through right now. Goddamn fly was flying in my face when I was talking. The protagonist is beautiful. Now this song, I'm debating at the moment. Yeah, no, I can't think of a scene that we'd specifically use this on, so I'm gonna say no. It almost has a noir feel to it. Am I the only one thinking that? Still though, look out. Yeah, brother. Kinda like this one. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Pretty good. I like them all pretty much too. However, if they fit or not is another question. I would say more of them don't fit than do, but there are some that definitely do fit, so I'm like, yeah. I like the background to this one, but the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking, nah, this one really fit. You think it might fit with? Okay, well, maybe I should backtrack. As I said, if you guys disagree with my assessment, then say it. I like the tone, but again, if you disagree with me, speak up. So, what's the context you're thinking of there, Puffins? I think that's what I thought we were listening to, because we can cut out the end part if we want to, or include it, so... But I'm trying to think about a good context for it, so I'm curious what you're thinking there. Okay. Because I would say the song doesn't really come off as being creepy, which could be pulled off in such a scene, but I can see what you're saying. I'll put it in for the moment for something. Perfect point to loop it for a second there, so I'm going to take advantage of it. Cut that out. Yep, we're at Miyu music. It was from your recommendation, Altec. We've been going through a lot of music. We're currently going through the Great Wall of Miyu, and then we go on to the next bit. Altec was the person who originally recommended it to me, so that's why he's here. Yeah, roll with it. So for clarification, we're not using all Miyu music. We use some music from me, we use some music from other people, and we're just in the Great Wall of Miyu because all of his songs start with Miyu. So it's just like, yeah, if we get to the other stuff back again. Now time for March of the Titans. Da-da. Yeah. So while the song's playing, this is our current MC, so... Not him. Here's our MC. Yep. She's beautiful, right? Anyone who disagrees, it's just called PLG. Ignore his opinion. I'm kidding, PLG. I'm just teasing you, but still though. Anyways. Beautiful, beautiful eyes. Have fun. At that PLG. What do you guys think about this one? I'm debating. I can see some scenes. If we wanted to do a scene with something like a giant, then maybe, but... Let's probably like a bit more. It's a bit more horror with the strings vibrating in the background. Still, yep, we're gonna be doing music till we're done, then we don't have to do music ever again for this particular project. Except for when people submit music, then we'll be like, yeah, we'll use it. Still got 82 songs to go, or excuse me, 83. I forgot I did select away for later, so. But if we get it done now, we don't have to do it later, so. No, I'm gonna say no to this actually. I'll put it in the folder though, because I'm putting some of the action music that I'm denying into the folder so I can look at it once we're done. We've so far listened to like 200 something songs. Got a little bit less than 100 to go. Well, I love End of the Line, you know I do. So. 3,000 years. It hasn't actually been that long. We've spent less than half the stream doing the music bit, and we're already we're getting close to 3/4 of the way through all the music, so. We've listened to over 200 songs, and we've selected 49 or so. A little over 200 at this point, because the music count at the very start, including all the other people's stuff and my stuff, was close to 300, so. Well, no, we're not just, we only are, okay, so for Miyu songs, we have 64, but not all the songs are Miyu, there's multiple artists and other pieces, and we also had some of my music. I didn't say we're listening to, like, that many Miyu songs, so I'm saying that we're listening to a lot of different people's. We're just in the Great Wall of Miyu right now, so. This one's got a bit more of a fairy tale feel to it, too, which I'm not sure we need, so. We're not really making a fairy tale-esque game, so. Speaking about fairy tale-esque. Yep, to go through. How many more Miyu songs do we have to go? I know we've got 50 songs to go after we're done with the Great Wall of Miyu. We start with 64, we've got 30 more Miyu songs to go through, so we're a little over halfway through. I have to go soon. I'm not intelligent enough to divine ask myself, so when will we do another stream on this project? Probably tomorrow, but tomorrow's stream will be shorter than today's stream, because Twin Peaks airs tomorrow. But probably tomorrow. I'm going to try and stick a lot of these streams for the weekend, only because I know more people have time on the weekends usually. I might do some weekdays too, it depends on how the development cycle goes. The easiest way to stick up with the project though is inside the Discord, because I said this at the beginning of the stream, I'm going to say it again. The stream is more complimentary for the Discord chat on the project than vice versa, so. I was bummed they took a break last. The season's so good, but last week's break was the last break the show's taking. For anyone who's trying to follow Twin Peaks, no, there's no other breaks. There's gonna be a new episode every Sunday until the season or series finale. And also starting in August, the hour that the program, it moves forward an hour. Right now it airs at 9 p.m. Eastern Time Sunday, every Sunday, except last Sunday, and the first Sunday afterwards, but I'm skipping that. However, though, this is the only break, and on that front, I don't think this song's gonna fit. But anyways, I was listening to it, I was like, There's no other breaks. This is the last break, and it'll be airing every Sunday, but starting at the beginning of August. In other words, on the episode that airs on August 6th, they moved the time slot forward from 9 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern, so it airs an hour earlier. I bet they probably did that so it doesn't compete too much with Game of Thrones. And welcome back there, Tibble. Let's listen to Forsaken. I like how this one's starting. I can already see where this could be used. We're still doing music, Tibble. Well, we're getting closer to done now. We're in the Great Wall of Miyu right now. I like this one. You guys like this one? I think it's creepy. See you later, PLG. So I'm gonna update with what we're gonna try and do today. We've already done the main character stuff. We're gonna probably do something that's really dumb for me to attempt right now, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see if I can make the main area of the hub world today, as well as decide what the levels are. I like this one though. We're gonna use this one. I've decided. This fly really wants to get in my face. Fucking A. Cut that bit out. Fade out. I'll turn it up by +1 on both sides, just turn the max volume up a bit. Export audio. Okay, now next bit. Seems to be part of the same MSP thing. There's a dog barking outside, but not in the song where I am. I can see it fitting, but I don't think we specifically need it, so I'm like, As this song plays, I'm going to describe what we're going to be doing after done with the music part. So we're going to finish the music part, and then we're going to get to, I'm going to try to get attention again after that, because I'm going to need more people to discuss the next part, because the next part's really important. After this bit, we're going to try getting to designing either the beginning area or the main hub area, one of those two. And then developing more from there, and discussing what sort of stages we want to make. Now that we've got the music selected, we know the main setting, etc., etc., sort of just divide where the hub area should lead. I don't think every level should be available from the beginning, but yeah, we should have a few areas. The rejectees, that's the fly. Apparently, so the fly almost flew in my eye, so I was like, vicious. That face. I can actually think of a use for it, so yes, I'm gonna say yes. This is actually, out of all the songs we've had so far, I think a song that could work okay with occult type stuff. So I'm gonna say yes, actually. I was debating it, but then I decided. That's a good cutoff point. Alrighty. Cut off some of that additional time. Effect, fade out. +1. Export audio. Yeah. Yeah, that one. My mouse turned visible. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe the fly loves me, but I'm not a big fan of it. Next up is steel. I hope it dies in a fan. A little bit. I don't hate the fly that much. Just. Can't think of a specific use for this one. At least for this particular project. It's a little creepy sound, but it sounds a little bit too processed. Oh, you say yes to the song. See, that's why we discuss these things. Because then maybe I'm in a disagreement. I think personally it sounds a little bit too processed. What are you thinking? Or anyone else thinking? You guys for or against the song being in? I'm gonna say no, just listening. I'm like a little bit too processed. I don't mind some processing. That's okay. It's not that I didn't like it. I did like it. I was just thinking, will this fit? It sounds a little bit. It sounded a little bit too techno-y to me, I think. Like not actually techno. I mean like electronic. I'll say no, but that one was a close one for me, so. That one's just a drone, but it's a drone that probably works, so I'll take a little snippet of it. Some people have that effect with sort of drony sounds. Specific frequencies. Yeah, you know what, it actually hits my head a little bit too when I'm paying attention. It's not even much, but when I pay attention I can see it, so I will go through from that one. I actually kind of like this one. It's very simple so far, but it doesn't stay simple. But at least anything I can use the beginning bit, but now I'm going to listen to it a little bit more to see if it seems okay. I think it actually works best at the beginning when it's simpler as opposed to more complex. So those first 4 notes win me over. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Effect, fade out. Works well enough for me. I had +4, put this to +4. Beep bop there, Altec. Bibida bopida. Wait, I need to check something. You go check something. I'll be right here. Time for the final of these MSP things, the echo. After this MSP video, we have 21 more Miyu songs to go, and 50 after that, so 71 songs after this one. It's a little too simple and repetitive. I'm sure like it has more to it, but I don't want the full 4-minute thing, so... Yep. Trust me, I didn't include anything that wasn't royalty free or I had the rights to use, so don't worry about it. I made sure for each and every single thing before the stream started today. I like the song, but I'm not sure it fits. If any of you guys think it fit, please say so, because I am a bit on the verge of thinking it might, but I'm like, I don't think it would. So speak now or forever hold your peace on Mayu Nightmares. Okay, I'll take the silence as negatory on nightmares. So let's see obsessions. It sounds like a villain speech song. Am I the one thinking that? Like, I can see a villain doing a villain speech to this song. Do we want a villain to do a villain speech? That's debatable. I don't think we need a villain doing a villain speech. That, or I can. The other thing which I can see is, like, I imagine somebody telling a story of some sort. I can see someone, like, sitting by a fireplace telling their past or something. Just imagine that sort of stuff with this song. Going on from that bit. Sorry, I know why the song's called On the Chain, but I'm just thinking of the opposite. Off the chain! No, Altec. We moved away from the B horror stuff a bit. Not exactly. We talked about this earlier today. So I need to describe a bit what happened. Remember, when you were there yesterday, you know what we talked about. It probably will have some... There has to be some speech. There will be... I want the characters to be voiced in this. We have enough people in the community to voice stuff. I know we do. The song is familiar. It might be, because remember, On the Chain, yo. It could be, remember, these songs are royalty-free, Miyu songs are, and as I said, they've been in videos, so or other things probably too, so you might recognize them from something or another. Outsider. I mean, our character is an outsider, so let's see if this seems to fit that. We changed the project up some from yesterday's talk about, because I like the initial idea a lot, but it became a little bit too ambitious, I would say, a little bit too grand scale. This one's make me think of a song. It was not this song because I know what it was to, but I can't remember. It's a goddamn fly. That one literally tried flying in my eye right there. Anyways, outsider. Yep, that's what I said to preface this. I know these get used a lot in creepypasta-esque videos. I don't really watch creepypasta videos. Whenever I want to read creepypasta, I just read creepypasta. There. Even it went from a tentacle to a tiny octopus with a knife. TLG also mentioned earlier about something with a knife. I think it was an octopus type thing, so. This one has potential. Unfortunately, Altec, it would fit, but unless, of course, somebody can model the snake, that, I mean, it'd be kind of impossible to sprite it without being, like, really clever and limited. So the only way the snake would work at this point is if somebody doesn't mind, like, modeling it. So that'd be the difficulty with that. I would say keep on to the snake idea for the original idea, because I do want to make the original idea we had still, but just not yet, basically. So I think if ground a bit more jarring, that's actually a good comparison. I'm actually gonna do some things. I think I can do something here. Not there. Okay. That worked well. What's right? Downloaded Poltergeist. A normal sized tentacle with a small butter knife. Forgot about models, yeah. There's some things that could translate well into 2D sprites. I don't think a snake would translate well into sprites, so... A snake could transfer into a model. I mean, a snake could be a sprite in the specific settings if you get some certain things working, but a little bit of work there. Also gonna click there because I like to keep track of how many songs we have so far, which currently is 53. Sounds like Jaws in space. Not a bad comparison. I'm not really picturing what the song is titled, which is okay. We don't need. It doesn't matter as much as what the song is titled as what it's for, but it's called Poltergeist. I'm not really thinking about Poltergeist with a song, to be honest. To be honest, I think it might be a little bit too simple, though. I'm sure it doesn't. It's a case where I feel like this song could have used a little bit more, actually, which is the opposite of what some of the stuff we saw earlier was for, like, let's reversion 2015. By the way, after this song, we have 64 more songs to go. That's how many Miyu songs there was in total. We're almost at the end of Miyu now. Not the pretty song I think we're going to use. If you guys want me to use it, then tell me or yell at me, but I'll go to the next one at the moment. This one I like better. I'm gonna put this one inside the top folder because I need to think about that one a little bit. Rolls we go. Rise and fall, use it. We'll use. I'll put it in the stuff away for later folder. I'll take your judgment because that's the first one you really have pushed for. So. This next one I'm not sure will fit. So we'll judge Run while I get Rise and Fall inside here. If we have a running save, I'm thinking about Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth scene, so. chase scene. Want to go to this particular song. I'm actually going to make the call and say no in this particular case because there's a few other songs that might work, but I might put it inside the put away folder after I'm done putting this one out of the put away folder. I might split this into two parts just because it's got two pretty drastically different tones there. So cut this stuff away for a second. So make this Rise of It All 1, and then a 2. My mouse went invisible for a second, so give me a second to get that one there. Get rid of that bit. Wow, this sounds long. This bit stuff here. Will loop okay. It'll loop okay. Not like fantastic, but it's okay. We're just gonna pull 2. Okay. Now delete this from here, and I'll put run in here. And now time for Spook Box. Ooh. The viewership has dropped so much, and we're so close to being done with the music. I have to re-advertise for doing this when we're done. I knew the music was going to cut the stream off a lot, though, because it's a long process. But we're almost done, so we're getting there. We already have some music box stuff. To be honest, I think that the others are better, so... Meanwhile, spooky place. You have nose of the tinkles. It's very tinkly, though. No, we haven't had any difficulty with looping any of the music so far, to be honest. There was like a couple that were trickier than others, but it's not been a big deal. I'm pretty decent, I would say at least decent, to making it work out okay. There was a time and place for tinkle. I'm kind of liking this one. I didn't really like it at first, so it's starting to grow on me. The one that's playing right now. I wanted to include it. It's really simple. So I don't really need it to run for the full time unless Chris is the only way to make it loop okay. Fuck it, I'll make it loop the entire time because I can see this being a pain to loop otherwise. It's atmospheric. I can agree. Remains so. So it's pretty simple, but sometimes simple's good. It's not repetitive simple either, so that's good. Put that one through the paces. Almost done with the me wall. We're at suspicious currently. Good luck running to the store there, Altec. This one doesn't really... I can't see this one fitting unless because we have like a comedy relief character. Welcome back to Roxas. No, we're almost done. We're getting close to done. I wouldn't say almost done, but we're getting a lot closer to being done with music. Fairy tale-esque. I'm terrible at remembering names in the first place, but you did not clarify that, so yeah, at least I don't think you did. Even if you did, I probably wouldn't remember it. It takes me some time to associate names with other names. It takes me a time to associate a name with a person, even. So. I understand that the music is the bit that we're at right now with music can make a lot of people sort of tone out for a little bit, which makes sense. It's what I expected. It's sort of one of those a bit repetitive but needs to be done activities in game development. There's a lot of stuff like that, to be honest. Now, will this song fit? I don't think we need it, to be honest. So, I was about to say I don't think that this would particularly fit, but I could actually see this like playing inside the halls of a bigger house. Like, I've played a few horror games that have music kind of like this while going down the halls in a houseway, so in that context I could see it working. So I'm going to ask you guys, do you think we should include this one with the Forsaken, or do you guys think we should skip out on it? Because I'm debating, and I'm curious if those few that are here have an opinion there. Skip. If Puffin's opinion is the only one we get, that's the one we got. Trembling. I might use something for it, so I'm going to put it there and give me a second someone wants to talk to me. I'm going to include this one because I think there can be some stuff used for it, but it's not like the most amazing needed thing in the world, so... I don't need the full song, so I was at 52 seconds. Yeah, this part with the voice sounding thing is pretty good, so... Silent might be a good looping point for this. This sounds like the best I'll get, for a while at least. Da, 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 da. Move this that way. Or maybe it'll loop automatically, like, from this to that. Let's do it like this. And hello there, Kiana. Make that fade out. To be honest, Kiana, you're coming in at maybe one of the less interesting bits of the stream. We've been doing this for a little bit, but we are getting close to done, so you might have come in at a good time, too. And we're just basically doing music organization and deciding with some mixture of royalty-free stuff and things that we're allowed to use. Now, I do make music, but I decided I wasn't going to tackle all the music for this project. Yeah. +1 with a +1. Export audio. Doing well there, Kiana. We're almost done with the Great Wall of Miyu. I know we're getting so close. Remember when the bar on the side here was like, let me make sure you guys see it. Remember when the bar, well, you guys didn't see the bar, but the bar is getting pretty big. We're getting pretty close to being done there. Okay, well that was trembling. I was trembling in my boots. I'm not wearing any boots though. In fact, I don't even think I have a pair of boots. I think I'm just making shit up now. So this theme is called Troublemaker, which means it's probably supposed to be a character theme. Now the question is, do we want to be a character theme for us? I don't think we need it. It's a little tame, and if we had a specific character that was kind of befitting of it, we don't really have the rest of the cast yet now given. But I can't imagine I'm imagining like a greaser in our Lovecraftian town. It was Cthulhu Fatagan, Daddy-o. That's what I'm thinking. Well, the idea is kind of amazing. It's also like, I don't think that's what we're specifically going for. Still though. Yeah. That's all good. We're working on a project at the moment. It's a community project, so yeah. It's very fairy tale-esque, and again, we're not really going for something fairy tale-esque. I like it, but it's a little simple, but I'll go from there. We're only 2 songs away from the end of the Miyu wall, I just noticed. That one I have another context for, so... And after the Miyu wall, we only have 50 songs to go. We can be proud that we went through 250 almost on our own. It's pretty. There's a lot of pretty music here, trust me there is, but it's the deciding process what we actually want to use. Like, do we want to use you? I don't know. Hi there, Minty. So much music. We only have 50 more to go after this, so... And then going over the... There's not too many in this folder, to be honest, but a few in there which I want to recheck after we're done with all the others, see if we want to use them now or not. But yeah, not everyone in there, but... This one, yeah, you know what? It is endearing, I'm going to include it. I said this earlier, sometimes having a contrast of mood is good, and I think that's a good... This would be a good selection for that sort of contrast in mood. It's obviously not going to fit with everything else, but I think it's good if it's in a scene that kind of contrasts everything else, so... That's my opinion. Be right back again. Alright, Minty, just my mind for a split second read that as barbecue, like BBQ, and then I was just thinking like BBQ again, and then giant Q eyes for the barbecue. I don't know what I was thinking, but that's where my mind went for a second. I'm surprised that was the only one. I think part of it is that the sentence starts with B and then R. Barbecue fun. It's because the QI is really close to the BRB, I think, is what made my mind associate that. I gotta play because I'm sick. Oh my. Allergies for many people can be a lot worse during the spring, summertime, so it's understandable. Hopefully you're feeling okay right now, at the very least. I cut out the pretty part just because this is the perfect loop point. Now will this loop okay? That'll loop fine. Export audio. It's not that serious. Put that in. Alright, only 50 more songs to go. That's an achievement. Try again. What's Night Terror? Time to go with very differently styled songs also, because we were moving away from Miyu's wall to other artists again, so of course. I didn't sleep in. I woke up at 1 a.m. Okay, it was closer to 2 a.m. It was like 1:50 something a.m. when I woke up. And here I am at 4:20 p.m. Oh well, I'm happy you like it, Kiana, or like me. Yeah, that's the one. Do we want to use Night Terror? I'm pretty sure this was used in Spooky's House of Jump Scares actually, so I'm debating a little bit. It's recognition. I'm actually not tired yet. I'll probably be tired in a couple hours from now, but not there yet. Yeah, I don't think it's got their project. I am getting hungry though, because I haven't eaten except for one slice of bread, which it was like toast. Well, it wasn't just like bread. I had a slice of toast at one point during the stream, but that was now 8.5 hours ago, so hunger's starting to strike. But you know, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish up this music bit, and then I'm going to take a quick break to get something to eat. And I'm also going to inform people saying, hey, we're done with the music bit. Now we're going to get to something more interesting. And something which I need more people involved with, so... I'm going to wait until after I'm done with this stretch of it, basically, before we guys move. No Rest of the Wicked is liked by Kiana. Welcome back, Altec. I like that song. It's pretty. I don't know if it fit. I'm trying to think of a good context for it, and I can't really think of anything. I mean, if they have an observatory, maybe, but a big, epic observatory puzzle. I like that one. Put that one in the game. I'm sure this can find a way, and no, I'm kidding. I don't think it will fit. Yeah, we're probably gonna use that one. I can think of a simple use for this one. Welcome back, Jaded, after a bit of a nap. Seems like a few people got it for their naps recently. We're almost done with the music. Not there quite yet. I like this one in a general sense. Don't think it fit very well here, still though. Maybe, actually. I'm debating though again. Yeah, I'll go to the next here. Don't think it fit the most here, but maybe. If you guys disagree with any of my assessments, speak up, please, because I'm kind of going through because I want to get to the end of the music list. We're almost there, but yeah. I'm making some quick judgments here. But if you're like, Ryan, you know, I don't agree with what you just chose, like, really speak up. It won't bother me. In fact, it's helpful, so... I want to clarify that speak, because that's something that people be like, oh, what if he doesn't like my assessment? But... How far in the music are we? We have 42 more songs to go. We started off with close to 300 if you include the songs I also went through with my own before we got to these other songs that are not mine, but we can use. Hey, we can play our Game Boy in the game. No, we probably can't. One, but I don't think it fits here. Huh. Gonna close that one out. Shards. Now at 39 left. I like the bit that's playing right now. Do we need it? That's up for debate. I like the random horror tinges. I can say that. Fuck, you know what? Sure, I can think of like a puzzle room with this. I'll do it. Wake up a goddamn puzzle room to this. We're gonna get our goddamn shards puzzle room. Welcome back there, Kiana. And I'm gonna keep in the goddamn random horror tinges. Of course they're Kiana. People get to enjoy the random horror tinges. They solve puzzles. Exciting stuff. Let's put that in there. That seems good to me. Next. I can imagine it working like a club, but I don't think that's what this town has, so nah. Another song that would sound like this would fit like a quiet little bar somewhere or something. But not what we're specifically going for here. It's not bad, but I think we've got some better selections. They're kind of similar to this, so I'm going to say negatory there. Only 36, or technically 35 more to go. I don't think we need this one. This one's very pretty. You know what? I can't actually think of a good context for this, and in fact I'm going to include because we don't have a song like it quite yet. I can think of something that might work well for it. Soul Departure Keep. Yeah, I like it too, and you guys like it as well. And this, I can think of a good context for it, so I'm like, oh, okay. Export there, roll as we go, as we go, as we go. Alright, next up on the list, Space Killagers. Not really sure if it's the context of our project, but interesting all the same. Now this one I'm not sure. This one doesn't really fit, so. little bit too fairy tale, lullaby, music box. Well, we don't need that at the moment, so. Now, the next few songs I selected because I thought it'd be nice to have some sort of classical music inside the game. And I was like, oh, this might fit well for Lovecraftian. Now, that was before we decided what our project is, so let's see if I still think that now. No, I kind of need to import this into Audacity so I can turn it up. It doesn't oh, right. I know why it doesn't recognize it. Okay. It's because it's got the weird... Okay, so I know how to work with this one. I need to rename it. There's like a issue with its naming system. I don't remember how you do it, but... I do love classical music, but I'm not sure if this project will be the most befitting of it, so... Okay, so to the song I'm playing right now, I'm going to play it one more time before, because I think I'm going to decide not to use these for this particular project, but to the bit of the song that's playing right now, just imagine our character running, frolicking through an old port town while cultists are chasing them, while doing like jumps and little twirls and twiddles and flaps in the air, all while a great old one rises in the background from the ocean. It's what was in my mind with this particular piece of music. It's amusing in my head, so... Anyways, next up. Not a bad song, but not what we specifically need for this, so... Oh, we're almost at the point where we can no longer scroll. 26 more songs to go, and then we're done. This one I'm liking. We also need more malicious force music, so yeah, I'm gonna probably roll with it. I think I'm gonna start from the loud noise, just so he kind of gets into it immediately. Like right there. Yeah, it's pretty spooky. So. I know Tibble's voice, but I'd be interested to hear his VA skills. That's what I do want this game to be voice acted, so. I'm gonna use this big dip as an opportunity to loop. Effect fade out. My temple. Export audio there. Blind Watchmaker fun. Hip hip. The feeding. Okay, that's part of the 80s stuff we were listening to earlier. It's been a while since we heard any of these. I'm gonna have to make a goddamn 80s horror game with some of this music here, but not for now. Don't think it fits too much with anything else we have in the project, so. We're so close to being done. I think we have like 24 more songs to go. We're getting there. I'm debating on this one. I can think of a good interior use for this one, but yeah. You know, I'm gonna use it. I like it, so. Yeah. Effect, fade out. Effect, fade in. Not really the best fade out, fade in thing, but that works out okay, an actual loop inside, but yeah. File, export audio there. Okay. 23 more to go. It's not bad, but I'm not really sure if we need this one specific. Like where it would fit exactly. I liked a lot of those music I've heard here today, but yeah. I don't think we need that song specifically, but it's good music. Okay, I don't think that we need Nightmare 1, but Nightmare 2 I think could work well. the witch's lair here that's currently playing. What do you guys think? Yay, nay? I'm debating. I'm really debating. I can see some pros and cons to it. Couple yays, so sure. Yeah. There will not be witches, but we don't have to go specifically with what the tile has to go with. It can be used easily ritualistically, that's what I was thinking. Take this bit at the end, fade it out, fade that in. Actually, that worked a lot better than I thought it would. Okay. Export audio. Sign me up for culty stuffs, obviously. Put that there. Alright, we're almost done with the music. Then I can take a break and get something to eat, then we move on to the next thing. But. Theories. Alright, put the... Yeah, that's on. So, I need to explain this one. So, I put in a couple vocal songs that I said, was that really the other? I feel like there was one other. Have we not listened to it yet? So, of course, I didn't know what the project was going to be beforehand. But I wanted to have kind of an off-kilter vocal song. So, you might have noticed the one vocal song we had before. Well, let me find it here again. This one. So let me ask, which off-kilter vocal song should we use? We're going to use one off-kilter vocal song. There was only really these two, so I guess we're going to use one of these two. So this is the first one. Consider this number one. I'll let it play for a second. Think of this as kind of off-kilter trailer theme at the moment. We might use it somewhere, but yeah. There's only two, so consider this one of two. So that's one. Here's two.
Did you ever tell him how you wound up in that chair? Did you sneak in the lair while the king wasn't there? Did you make him all aware? Sometimes life isn't fair when you slaughtered the air, though we asked to be spared. Did you make him think that God had something on his mind? Did you make a design that went outside the lines? For when danger shows a sign and you leave me to die, I'll rehearse all my lines just one more time. What else can I say? Could have been enough. The way things go, are you so surprised? You did first, had us hypnotized. Did you still love it when he blew that lid? Well, rumor has it that the concubine did. How can disaster seem so divine? Why am I waiting on that fortune? Hurt to the ground, but everything's fine. 'Cause every mistake you make is mine.
Not fitting is the way it'll fit, if that makes any sort of sense. And I'll make way more sense when you see the context I'm imagining for it. But yeah, roll with it. We will. Now then, going on from there to something more traditional. I don't think this one will really fit. Next. Listening to it just quietly, and that was my conclusion. Surprisingly enough, if this one continues as it's going, I can actually think of a use for this one. It's just the right level of subtlety without being too over the top with its sort of guitar thing going on. I might cut it off at a certain point, but I can think of a use for it. Effect, fade out. Up by 1 and 1. Alrighty, we can roll with it. I guess see if we can get up to that 70 song marker, because we're getting close to being done with all these and getting to that point. This one doesn't really fit. I'm gonna skip around this one a little bit. It's 15 minutes long, I just noticed. There's parts of it which I think could work, but honestly I don't want to mess around with 15 minutes. I think that we've already have some of the stuff that I could achieve well, so I'm going to skip it. I think it's 15 minutes. A little bit. I'm getting to the point where I'm like... Bright side, we're on the last 13 songs. After this one, only 12. Don't think this one will fit exactly. I might use that one, but I'm going to put it inside this folder because there's a few action songs I want us to debate against in just a little bit. Because we kind of put all the action songs away, so I'll put that one away too, and then we'll talk about which ones we want to use. Probably choose 2 of them, so... It's industrial, right? Oh my. Thank you there, Altec. I do appreciate it. It asks for a message every single time you launch it. I can tell you how to bypass that, so that's up on that one. There probably is some... There's probably scenes like that in my local area because it's a pretty big theater not too far away from me that sort of specializes in marathons like that, but shame they chose what sounds like really lackluster ones. I can see a use for this, but I don't think I'd use it in the end, so I'm going to skip over it for now. A little bit of industrial can work. We don't need too much industrial. It really depends what sort of... Keep in mind that we still haven't really picked what stages we have yet. We know the town, it's set in like a harbor town, but the harbor town is the hub world, and there's a few different areas within it that we can enter inside, so... Without that context, it's a little bit hard to say, but that's okay, because we choose the music first. I decided to do that. I liked Don't Torture a Duckling. I didn't love it. It wasn't my favorite movie by the director. A lot of people's favorite, I know. But I like this song better too. I'm probably going to use this one so I can see some context for it. Hip. I like it too with you guys. Yeah, that's a good one. There. Unknown Fear. Now we have exactly 70 songs set up, or is it 69? It's 69. So one more and we have 70. 9 more songs to listen to. Outside that, we're gonna get some stuff from Stuff Away for later. So. I actually like this one too, and there's not really a song like it we have, so I think I'm going to probably pull it. Is the loop okay though? It loops okay. Well, that was easy. Void by Akuma Kira. Yep. I was hoping we could hit something like that actually, so. I like how unorthodox this one is. Let's see if it seems too repetitive or not. I might get rid of some of the synthy stuff that comes later. I think this is part of the 80s horror stuff, but I have a use for the beginning stuff, actually. Ryan, go look in your room. For a second I was about to say, but I'm in my room right now, but then I realized what you're talking about. Jeez, Ryan, you're seriously secretly the Energizer Bunny. I'm feeling the craze enough to share since in the work without fees. Yes, I'll look at that stuff later, Tibble. But not yet. Artwork. The masked fella. Well, I don't know what to think of that, really. Going from there. Yeah, it is social. Chocolate banana fun. I'll keep some of the stuff here, but not all the stuff there. I'm right now trying to think of a good cutoff point here. I'll keep this bit here. Before it breaks into techno. Okay, that looks okay. So, hip hip. Put it in there. Warm hands. I actually like this one, and we're missing the song like it too, I just realized. So yes, exactly, yes. Some of these end songs I'm actually thinking will work really well for certain things. Okay, my mouse is invisible. There it is. Fade out. Put this up to 2. Put that up to 2. Export as by Kumakira. We might get up to 75 songs for the whole collection. Red Haze had over 100. Oh, this was the other vocal song! I forgot all about this! That was... Okay, this was the other vocal song. So I might keep the other one that we chose, but when I was putting stuff together, I just randomly stumbled upon this song. I was like, you know what? I really want to use this as a credits theme. I don't know what our game's going to end up being like, but I want this as a credits theme. So I'm going to see if you guys agree. Would you guys agree this might work as a credits theme? Just say, yes, Ryan, I agree, or no, Ryan, that's a terrible idea, I don't like it. I'm just going to play it for a second and let you guys judge. It is Miami Horror plus Adele plus Usher. There's a reason why it's like this. And there's a reason why it's royalty free. Though you would think it isn't. But there's a reason. Which is why when I found it, I was like, wait a second. Should I take advantage of that? No. Yes. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's not fitting. There's a very specific reason why this is here, but... The artist took part in a special thing, which I... Is it okay to use remix on? Normally, no. In fact, normally, it's very illegal. But in this specific case, it's okay. And the reason it's okay is because the artist decided it was okay for this very specific case. This isn't a fan remix, and there's a very specific reason this is royalty free. Yeah. However, though, maybe it won't fit. Still, though. I'll debate something, though. I'll put this stuff away for a fuller while I debate this. That's a drum, alright. I like it. We're almost done. Last 3, and then the stuff in here, and then I get something to eat, then we continue into some more interesting stuff. I like we're gonna use this one. This one's used in Spooky version. We can use it, but it was used in Spookies. That's how it is. I might use it just because I think we need some more danger music. You're forming your way there, Cam. You can't run. Yep, from Akuma. It was used in Spooky's House of Jump Scares. So that's where it gets a little bit like, but we could use it. Terrible idea. Same there. These last couple are Akumas, so yeah. I'll roll with that bit. Okay, so we're almost done. I'm gonna say I like these, but I'm like, Pick off some of the stuff that we have left over here. The action music is the stuff we need to discuss the most. So give me a second to remind myself which there was like 4 which were action-y here, so I'm gonna find them. Perfect action song. I'm kidding, obviously. The Idolmaster is now running. Okay. I'm gonna actually take the potential action songs out so that they're all gathered here so we can debate which 2 action songs we want to take out of what I think is like 4. Okay, so here are 4 songs. The last 4 we're gonna talk over. There's 4 action songs, and we're gonna decide which 2 we want to use. For I guess we're gonna have 2 kind of actiony sequences which have action songs to them. So I'm gonna number them. They all have names here, and you can name them by their names if you want to. But I'm gonna number them just for convenience, so you don't have to list the names each time. So there are 4 songs here. We're gonna try and pick which 2 we want to use. Here is song number 1, which is "Glory Eternal" by Darren Curtis. And listen to all 4 before we vote. So. I can say it doesn't hurt my head at all, but yeah. We're gonna try to choose 2 action-y type songs for stuff. We have 4, so yeah. That's 1. Here's 2. I'll also mention 2 is Miyu's March of the Titans. So that's March of the Titans. This is number 3, which is Miyu's Run. adventure. With some other elements, but yeah. So that's the third one, Me's Run, and then the fourth one is Under Siege by Darren Curtis. And then I'll play each one briefly again one more time, not the whole entire song, I'll click through them a little bit, but just to remind what each one is. Then we need to decide which two we want to utilize. So here is the fourth one. Remind what each song is like briefly. This is number 1, which is Glory Eternal. I'm going to click through these kind of randomly just to remind what each one is briefly. So that's 1. 2 is March of the Titans. Third is Run. And fourth is Under Siege. So, between those 4, which 2 do you guys think we should use? Socially Thanks, March of the Titans, and Under Siege. And I'll see if there's any other feedback. And after that, we're done with the music. I'll get something to eat, and then move on to the next thing finally. Finally. Well, happy we got that done at least. We still have some organization to do, but we're done doing the listen throughs at the very least. Oy. Was Social's opinion the only opinion? Maybe it was. I'm gonna giggle. I do understand that this last part drained this week. I feel drained because we listened to goddamn 300 songs, but we're done. Yeah, well, people are drained. There's some people that were here with us most of the time saying I really like Under Siege. So Under Siege and March of the Titans from L-Tech. Alright. Well, that's 2 votes. As I said this before we stopped doing the music bit, but my goal was to finish the music, then get something to eat, then when I'm nominating, I'll post a message saying, we're finally goddamn done with the music. We're going to move on to something more interesting now. And we'll see how that plays out. But that's okay. I'll take your 2's word for it, because if you 2 are the ones voting, then those are the 2 I'm going to listen to. March of the Titans and Under Siege. Let me see if I can loop them and not make the March of the Titans one last for 4 minutes. I'll cut off the part after this bit here. Oh, there, Britta. One little bit to make that loop just a tad bit better, but not by much. Zoom out there. Yeah, helped at least a little bit. Well enough for me. Alright, that's March of the Titans, and finally, the last song from this bit. And then, I can get something to eat. This one's pretty easy, because I'm pretty sure it loops naturally. Not naturally, but almost naturally. Just gotta get rid of that bit. This bit. Door squeaks, of course. See how this loops now. Decently enough for what we need. Now export that there. Ugh. And done! Congratulations! We got through it all. Ugh. That makes 74 songs. We might delete a few. It's under 40 megabytes. That's about expected when you've got 74 songs. So, add assets. The last bit I'm going to do before I get something to eat, then I come back and we continue with the next more interesting bit, honestly, but add, oh yeah, technically we have 175 because there was one other song there initially. I also need to decide if I want these or not. We're not going to use that in our final project. Achievement unlocked. We're not going to use that. Probably not going to use most of these, honestly. Yay. And now time to add in the 174 songs that are coming in. Woohoo. All 170, well, not 174, 70, why am I saying 100? We don't have that many, 74. Add that in. A file with the same name already exists. Oh, right, wait, yeah, right. Yeah, okay, alright. So we do have 74 because wait was in there as well. Alright, well that's that. Now let it load into the engine, save file there for a second. Now, I'm going to put on a Be Right Back thing. We're not going to actually play ads, because I don't think we even can, but there you go. But I'm going to get something to eat. Even though we were just listening to a lot of music, I'm going to put a song on. If you guys want to get something to eat, do so. I'm going to get back, and I'm going to type to everybody saying, hey, we're about to move to something more interesting. It's like, nom. And then we'll move on to something more interesting. The thing that we're going to do once we get back, we are going to do two things. We're going to actually start designing the game a bit, and we're going to decide one of the more important aspects of its upcoming design. So we have a pretty important deciding what the hub world connects to discussion to have, so that'll be fun. Anyways, but first, I'm going to get something to eat. If you guys want to get something to eat or anything of the sort, now would be the time to do so before we get back to this. I guess I'll make you guys listen to goddamn elevator music. You guys are going to hate me for this, but I'm going to make this... I'll give you guys 2 songs to listen to at least, so they're on loop. One of them will be that song. It'll be the 2 songs that we aren't using. This one... And the other one was, let me remember its name, this one. So I will be right back. If anybody wants to get something to eat, whatever, now will be the time. So we'll be doing a few more of the more interesting things once I get back, though. Now then, be right back.
නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවි යයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ සඳුදෙන් අවදියෙන් තරුදෙන් අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවි යයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ සීතල නැතිරුනි මිහිරිය ණය මත කොඳ කෙමිහි උරුනි මధు පුරවා උණුසුම දිසුනේ නෑ නෙතමානෙක ඔබ ළඟ නැතිවම අද මා තනිවම සඳුදෙන් අවදියෙන් තරුදෙන් අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවි යයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ පහන් නොදැල්වින ඔබේ පැල්පත තුල නිදිමත අඩනේ තුටිය සනහා මගේම කඳුරක් නේ පිනිදිඳු ලෙස ඔබේ කවුළුව ළඟ පිපි මල් පෙති මත සඳුදෙන් අවදියෙන් තරුදෙන් අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවි යයි තනිගුණ වසන්තයේ සඳුදෙන් අවදියෙන් තරුදෙන් අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවී යයි තනිගුණ වසන්තයේ
අවදියෙන් තරුද අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවියයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ සඳුද අවදියෙන් තරුද අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවියයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ සීතල නැතිරුණි මිහිලිය ණය මත කොඳ කෙමිහි පුරුණි මధు පුරවා උණුසුම දිසුනේ නෑ නෙතමානෙක ඔබ ළඟ නැතිවම අද මා තනිවම සඳුද අවදියෙන් තරුද අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවියයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ පහන් නොදැල්වින ඔබේ පැල්පත තුල නිදිමත අඩනේ තුටිය සනහා මගේම කඳුලක් නේ පිනිබිඳු ලෙස ඔබේ කවුරුව ළඟ පිපි මල් පෙති මත සඳුද අවදියෙන් තරුද අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවියයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ සඳුද අවදියෙන් තරුද අවදියෙන් මේ නිශාන්තයේ ඔබ ළඟ නැති තව දිනක් ගෙවියයි තනි වුණ වසන්තයේ
So maybe not surprising. It turns out after 9 hours of streaming, it's a good idea to eat because then you might actually be hungry. Who would have thunk? Alright, so I feel a lot better after eating. I do. I needed that food. So we're going to get on to the next bit, which we have like... We got most done today, which I specifically wanted to get done. There's a few extra things that could get done, but really, we have like... I'm going to add a little bit because I have a little bit more energy in me, and one thing was an optional thing that we could have done, and I think we get started with it, but we're going to discuss something which my mouse is no longer invisible, and I can turn the screen on so you guys can actually see. There's my mouse, okay. Welcome back finally to Smile Game Builder. So at the we'll have to do sound effects and some other stuff another time. Now, I actually got some sound effects ready ahead of time before I started the stream. I might do a lot of the sound effects off screen, but I might discuss some of that with you guys. We're not doing that now. We already just finished the music stuff. I don't want to do more audio. I don't think you guys want to do more audio right now either. I was happy. Well, audio is fun, and it's definitely a department that needs to be done. When you do something for so long, it becomes sort of like, and it's one of those things because all the music was already pre-prepared. It was a little bit of a mundane task, I guess you could say, but regardless. Here is what we are going to do. We are probably going to try to design the hub of the game. Now, how possible this is debatable, because that's making the assumption that we have all the blocks we need. Now, I did import a few blocks ahead of time, and have some buildings and such ready. So I'm going to try and do the outline of what we want to go for. Now, I might make some more stairs and slopes to work specifically with things. I'm thinking out loud a little bit right now. But we can hopefully work with what we got. Yeah, I think we can do it with just a little bit of effort. So no, don't tell me to eat. I just got back from eating. I had some chicken and a sandwich. It was a chicken sandwich. It was pretty good. Anyways, but yeah. And we're going to see if we can design with what we have currently to sort of make our hub area. So that's step one. And we might get some things that we specifically need. The thing is, maybe I shouldn't do the hub yet. There's some things that I might specifically need for the hub, and I'm not sure if I want to work everything for the hub yet. But we can try designing something. I'll think about that in a second. What we will think about, and what we're probably going to do first, is we're going to think about what locations are connected to our hub. Now, we're not going to decide... No, maybe. I'm debating. I'm saying which one to do first. Should we do the connections first, or should we design an area? What do you guys think? I'm going to ask you guys. Community peoples. The 10 people here at the moment. For those who don't mind answering and are listening, I'm going to ask this question. Do you guys think we should right now figure out what our levels are? Now, it might be a little bit early to figure out what our levels are. That's something which has crossed my mind. Like, maybe we shouldn't think about. On one side, we could do it so that we choose levels first and retroactively decide how they work and how they fit into everything. Or we can choose the levels as they come, one by one, which has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage being that we can choose with the people that are currently active when we get to that level, which means some more diversity in people selecting. The downside of that, though, is that then we don't really have as much route planning. It's more... we don't have a general direction of where this is headed and figure it out as we go, sort of deal. So benefits and that stuff to that. The second thing is that we design an area. Though if we design an area, we need to decide which area we're designing. And there'll be some work probably involved, or seeing if we can work with what we have or build off things that we don't have. So both are things to think about for certain. So which one would you guys rather do? Rather work on levels right now, or rather design an area inside of the game itself at the moment?
I will wait for the response.
My mouse gonna take some water. Water. Da 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 da. I'd say hubs. So you mean that one? That's confusing because that's in between like both things I said and what isn't exactly what I said for either of them. Do you mean design the level, or do you mean design an area, or decide levels? I think we should just start off with the hub area for now, so we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. That might be a good idea there. Sensible, Eliu, sensible. Well, when you're right, you're right. I'm gonna do that, so... Okay, so start with the hub. So the start map doesn't actually have to be the game's start map, I should mention. I know that's like really confusing to say out loud, but know that the starting map isn't actually the starting map. It's whatever map we make it. So I'm going to do something crazy with this hub. I'm going to see the maximum blocks. We're going for it. We're going for the full 256 by 256. This is going to be a huge ass map. 256 by 256. Click OK just so it starts forming itself. There's a lot of water around these parts. Okay, outside making it the biggest the map can be, I'm going to choose a background, repeat. I think it should be a type of terrain, and I do think the terrain should probably be the sea. I mean, we are making like a waterside town, so some sort of ocean thing is probably a good idea. Madman fun. That is ice, actually, and only animated from the sides. So here's a question, and this is a weird question. Do we want a contrasted sea like this? Do we want the water around the hub world to look like this? Or, give me a second to find it. Or do we want it to be more like... one of these things are not like the other. Give me a second to remember where it is. It's around here somewhere. When I find it, I'll have found it. And that'll be the day. An ocean of blood? No, I'm just kidding. That's not what I mean, obviously. I wish there was a way to organize or search it up in this. I need to figure out where it is. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to figure out where both these positions are. So that's poison. Okay, well I found it. So now I just need to find the original. So it's 33 and 34. I'll remember that. Okay, I found the two things, so we can now do it. So here's a question. For the water in the hub world, do we want it to be more like normal water, like this, like a lighter blue? Or do we want more like a contrasted blue, so the water looks more like that? Now, the water isn't like all over, but it'll be like in rivers in the ocean. So, which one? The contrasted version or the normal version? We're not going to have oceans of blood, sorry to say. Oh my. Hi there, Sam. So, normal water or contrasted water? What's the hub world like? It is a oceanic port town, which is in a closed-off community known as, I'm going to get the name here, Mendicus Bay, which stands for Beggar's Bay. Yeah. It's isolated to itself, closed-off community. We haven't designed it yet. The water's the first thing we're deciding. So the ocean, normal. Or a contrasted ocean. Normal is came with the blood. I'd say normal water for now, but I really like the idea of it changing contrast. I'm going to show what contrasted ocean looks like for a second. Just for reasons. Now we're really zoomed out, but it would look like this basically. Well, normal water would look like this, so... normal or contrasted to sort of fill in the channels of whatever. Keep in mind that we're not going to see a big massive water like this, as it were, but still though. go with a more dull atmosphere. Alright. Alright. So, terrain. And we're going to choose the normal C. Oh, we're going to change the lighting. Let me clarify. We are going to change the lighting in a second, but it only has the default lighting for this moment, and we're going to mix that about for a second. The water levels also aren't even yet, but I won't talk too much ahead of myself. For the moment, I guess we'll go with normal. Okay. Okie dokie. Yep. We got a big potential map for this hub world. Yuck, 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 yuck. Let's have the ocean as far as the ocean can see. Ocean. The ocean. Okay. So. There's things still to decide, and I'm thinking for a moment. Oh, there's a really important question I can ask early, but maybe it's too early. Okay. Ready for a really important question? This is the last music thing we're going to have to do for now. But what is our hub world theme of our 74 tracks of music? I'm going to try listening for a bit, and let's see if we can spot one that sounds like it'd be good for our hub world theme. You know, in our whole time of picking music, I didn't once think about what song should be our hub world song. Did you guys? Because I didn't. We knew there was going to be a hub world. I don't know why I didn't think about this. I don't think that should be the hub world music. Oh my god. If you think 74 is bad, we listened to goddamn 300 songs to pick out these 74. So I'm going to do this as a sort of thing. Hub world possibilities. So yell at me if you guys spot a song where you're like, that might work out well. Possibility. I forgot where I was. Possibilities. Okay. This is not. It's not an island. Most people won't be able to see the full ocean like we're seeing it right now. It's a coastal town. It's not an island, but it's a closed-off community. Bad Dreams is one where I'm thinking about right now, but mostly a few. I'm just gonna click the songs and sort of debate. Not that one, not Breeze, not Broken Music Box, not Burning Pulse, not Clock, not Corrupted Dream. Unreachable is a little bit too dramatic. I like this one, but it would be a little bit too repetitive for the hub world. This one. Minimize this a little bit too. Not for the hub world, not this one. This one might work out okay, so this one has a girl going. Love Jim and Petty, but not there. That one's good, yep. Do yell at me if there's one which you think is like, that's a good one, Ryan. I'll add to the possibilities here for a second. Actually, this one could work out okay, so. Came in, Sam, and now you're hopping out, abandoning me. It's okay. We're not gonna stick with this for long. I'm just gonna click these quickly. Not that one. I'm sorry to do this really quickly, but still though. I think Scale's Catfish works that well too, but yeah. That one I think can work better as a level, but Not that. Not that for this. Not that for the hub, specifically. You like illusory realm for it? I'll get to it in a second. It's more emotional. Remember when the collapse. I could see it working out okay. So we're gonna kind of make a town, like a small shanty town, so keep that in mind when we're talking about this. Flower Rust could do it. We're almost done listening to her as this. I don't want to spend too long doing this, so. That's something else specific. Okay, we're almost at the end of the song list. I'm just clicking this quickly.
Did you ever tell him?
Okay, so yeah, that's good. These are good 5 possibilities. So, I'm gonna look up pictures of Innsmouth. We're not specifically making Innsmouth, but there's no doubt that Innsmouth will be an inspiration for us. So, while we're talking about this, just imagine the town of Innsmouth from Lovecraftian stuff. It's not gonna look just like this, but something a bit like this. Not exactly though. Just pictures of Innsmouth. Keep those in mind. All the Innsmouth, all day, every day. So think about something kind of like this. It's not gonna look as good as these pictures because those pictures are drawn and we're using our limited art skills and Smile Builder. But just imagine something kind of like that, okay? And this is our hub world. So now we have 5 potential songs. Which one do you guys think will work the best for the hub world? And keep in mind, if we use this the hub world theme, it should only be the hub world theme. So if you think a song might be better for something else, then don't vote for it. But yeah. This is one, which is Bad Dreams. I'll let them play a little bit, but not for too long. I'd skip it around a little bit as well, but... That's one. Here is 2, which is Girl on the Moon. And keep in mind that we're choosing for the hub world music in a second, which one song should play over the hub world, so... So that's number 2. Here is number 3, How to Scale a Catfish. So that's number 3. How to scale a catfish. So here's number 4. Illusory realm. I think all of these could work well for a outro. I think it's really what you're thinking might work. Because it depends. I think all of them has potential here. Like, I already know what our opening theme's going to be. It seems like a decent exploration theme to me. It's a bit more bombastic than some of them, but sometimes those work well as exploration themes. So that's my opinion, at least. Now the 5th and final one, Miyu Flowered Rust. I think all of them could work. So I don't mind whichever one wins. I just don't want someone to discredit something. Though, if you want it to be used elsewhere, that is a good idea to use it elsewhere. Though, still, you can't hear me. So, Illusory Realm, Flowered Rust, How to Scale Catfish. Why, yes, fair traveler. Catfish is Tibble's vote. I see. Altec's vote is one of those two. Jaded's votes for Illusory. Is there any other takers or anyone who wants to clarify their answer? Probably not. I understand that it's currently a bit of a smaller setup, but that's okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to roll with Catfish because it got 2 votes if you include Altec and Tibble. Music, How to Scale a Catfish. Okay, none let me remind myself one thing off the top still. Events. Doing this as a way to remind myself about something. Music. Oh yeah, you can change the volume there anytime, so. It's just when you first put it down that you can't. Now I remember. Choosing something in my volume mixer to just check something. Okay, that's good. I'm also going to delete this event. Yep, make it so it never existed. So the song we chose, Catfish. Now, what I'm worried about is that I'm realizing when I'm thinking about it, I don't think we have everything we need to make the hub world a reality yet. Like, I was thinking about it and I was thinking, well, we probably need some tiles that kind of look like shop windows and like building stuff. I do have some building pieces, but nothing that goes full complete like I think we need it to be. But we'll see how it goes. We will certainly see. I'm also going to start off by actually deleting the house and deleting the ground here because we don't actually like need it specifically. I guess the way to do it, not like I just did it there. Oh, undo takes some time on this particular thing. Okay. Natural. I see. I see. That was fucking intentional, I swear to God. There's the fill tool. Just use that. Probably should use that from the beginning, but that's okay. Delete the house. We don't need it. Delete the door to the house. We don't need it. I don't think we need the map to be this fucking huge either. Let me zoom out as far as I can. 256 by 256 is pretty large. While we need somewhat of a big map, I don't think it needs to be that big. So I'm going to resize a little bit. Let's try 222 by 222. Just for starters, see if I can get a good feel for how big this area may or may not be. Yeah, you know what? I think 222 by 222 is the right size for this. I'm going to roll with that. Hey, Pip. Now, next thing I'm going to decide is the lighting. In fact, I need to get myself at a good angle to make sure I can determine this exactly. We won't be able to see everything, but we'll... I want to make sure I can see the sky for this next bit. Okay, so we're going to make a little bit of a decision here outside of this. Not just the terrain, light source. We've got a few light sources. Nightfall. So what time of day and such do you guys think it should be set at? There's a few additional options as well. Will you learn your actions have consequences? I think I know you're quoting there. Like what type of day? That's nightfall, but not night. And there's different types of night and different types of other things. Night makes the most sense, but we don't know that for certain at the moment. Indoor... I'll do indoor night just compare it to regular night. Oh my.
Darkness. Perfect.
It shouldn't be darkness, because we need other things to be darkness. Scorching sun. That's what I'd imagine this town looking like. Okay, underworld. want to have that sort of weird tint to it, which maybe we do, actually. That tint wouldn't look too bad with some things here going on. So maybe Underworld, maybe. Probably not Lava Zone, but I'm going to look at it. Map properties, Ice World, Night could be it, because that will give like a blue tint while it being in night. I might lean towards Ice World Night for this. Ice World Night or Underworld are the two I'm personally leaning towards right now. We're probably not S or Sepia, but I'll look at it. We're probably not Sepia. Alright, we got bad weather at night, so let's look at that. That's quite dark, actually. Then we have Dungeon 1. And Dungeon 2. Dungeon 2 has its appeals too. Currently, the ones I'm leaning towards are Iceworld Night and Underworld, though. Now, keep in mind the players probably won't really see much of the sky we're going through this, but they might see a little bit of it in some certain scenes. But yeah, they actually might see some of it. But I digress. Are you guys okay with Underworld? I'm kind of leaning towards Underworld right now, but that's just me. Position the camera because the player mostly sees stuff that we decide for them to see. They can't see everything. If I created some ground of the green variety there, it looked like that in this context. I'm gonna undo it though because I'm not doing it here. You're okay with it. Are you really? No, okay, that's fine. I understand there. I vote for Underworld as well. I'm gonna disable this stuff because I have control. Only me. Ha 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 ha. Now, do we want to have an environment effect? Like maybe there is always confetti. That's what this town needs, right? Always confetti. It's always a celebration. No, but in a more serious sense, cold wind is the one with the leaves. I don't think we need cold leaves for this particular town. So that's cold wind. It's got a leaf thing. I was thinking more rain, so I'll show what that stuff is. Now we could have a fog. And it looks better when you're inside the game than when you're inside the editor, I should mention. The editor is just basically a small visual representation. The ones that we probably can go with is that we can have like a fog. We can have a snow. We can have a light rain. A light rain kind of looks like this. Keep in mind that's a little bit lighter in this system. So a fog. The town is always raining. Or the town is always a goddamn drizzle. The drizzle, I think, is a bit much. Maybe that's just me. So what do you guys think? Nothing? Should the town have a light rain going on like this? Should the town have a light fog like this? Where do you guys sit in with all this? Sky be purple though, like we see outside of the map or something? I don't know. Let's play test and find out. Because I can... Oh wait, I need to allow myself to be in first person mode. Time I cheat the engine a little bit and tell myself I can in fact change the camera right now, though I won't be able to move because I'm going to be standing on the goddamn ocean. I like the light rain. Fog or light rain seems pretty good. I have to come up with the logo eventually. This is it with the fog on at the moment. Here's what the player sees with this. Actually, it looks better in motion than I thought it would be. It's like a purple sky as opposed to just purple. Now, I'm not going to let the player switch to first person mode, but they might see the sky in some shots. You guys okay with the sky being like this? And the fog will be like this thick. Here's something you can put a manual fog and manual rain and stuff at specific points in the map. This is where it sort of is a lighter layer that always follows where the player is, but yeah. Fun. Roll as we go. Hey Task, can we see the fog with the contrasting water? Yes, you can. So if we wanted the contrasting wire, which give me a second to find it. Keep in mind that our player isn't like literally walking on the wire here, but yeah. As far as the whole eye can see, my mouse turned invisible again. Life is hard. Okay, enough to close it. Now go back to natural water. The stuff real men drink. Okay. Now here's regular wire with rain, I should mention. So here is just a light drizzle with what we currently have. Play test. Light drizzle of fun. Hip hip. And now for one last comparison. If my mouse will stop turning invisible. I'm going to show what the heavy rain looks like so you guys can vote a little bit more. It looks pretty much like what it looks there. You can do some of this stuff manually on the map, I should mention, but it won't follow the player unless, of course, you set it to follow the player. I think this might be a bit much, but let's find out. This is not my first time using Smile. This rain's a bit thick for me, for being like the hub area set. Light drizzle is now my vote. And keep in mind, we can also have none, but I kind of like having the rain, so I like the rain. So, you guys okay with it being Underworld and rain set up as we have it at the moment? Yep. As we go. I think the light drizzle is the best option. I think so too, and I'm okay with it being with the Underworld stuff. Also, hello there, Dewey. Okay with that environmental sound. We don't have any battles, so we don't need to set that up. Have the train be like this. Now I'm going to disable these two movements because we're not going to be able to use them in this. Oh boy, oh boy. I might make the maps just a bit smaller just to make a little bit less load time for those. It's not like by much, but it's by a little bit, and every little bit counts sometimes. Thinking for a second. What I'm thinking about is how I should tackle the architecture. If we should, I kind of want to keep it so that we like have some blocks that can be built afterwards, but I won't concern myself too much yet. Let me utilize what we got, I guess. I'm thinking about what the main floor of the city should be. Like road, sidewalk. I'm thinking about stuff like this right now. So this is just me messing around for a second. Like, should the main walking area, I'm gonna do a few different examples, just saying, should it be like this, guys? What do you guys think? You're gonna decide to drop, well, you're back now, they're Altec. Right now we're choosing the main pavement, so that's what we're doing. It's carpet, there's a road thing. The road thing, guess what? The road can be used for the roads. What an idea, I know. So that can be the roads easily. I'm just showing different options here of what we could potentially have as like the main ground of our hub world. Now we'll probably have like sidewalk, and I'll use that road for road. I know, surprise, still blowing people's minds, but we have options. Alrighty, and we have more options than what even though I'm just using right there for now. Just right now going through the stuff. Okay. Now, and still more to go, still more to choose. Da 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 da. Probably not pure blue like that. Yeah, I wouldn't go with pure blue personally. That doesn't look right for like the town stuff. If we had the contrasted ocean, that might fit, but otherwise, probably not. Set and set. That doesn't quite work for this. Sorry, I'm just selecting. So the reason why I'm putting them down is so that we can like discuss which one to use in a second once my mouse reappears. So we can have an open discussion saying, yeah, that one could work potentially, or no, that one is terrible. Don't even think about it. Right, that stuff there. Man-made. That won't work the best for this. Not the labyrinth side. Gonna end up with like 12 different options here, which is okay, just what it looks like it's gonna end up being. That's a bit too straightforward for the road there. Natural, I mean, probably the ground here isn't natural, but that's okay. Terrain, distress wall, probably a town isn't made with hardwood. Probably not that for this. I guess it depends on what kind of town you're looking for. Well, I'm not looking for anything specifically. We're choosing what it will be for. Going for, I mean, it's kind of up to us right now, so. I do think that this one, sorry, I forgot I don't have the selecting tool selected right now. Okay, so selection tool time. I assume that this one's going to end up being our streets, the one I just selected, but let me ask. Which one do you guys think should be like the main pavement of the town? Let's say that it goes like this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, down here is 4, 5, 6. You get the idea. This would be 6, this would be 7, 8, this would be 9, and it goes from 1 to 12. So with that said, which one do you guys think should be the main pavement? Not like the streets, but like the sidewalk things, parts of the town. Probably number 4 is going to be the streets. Like this, I don't know why I have it as an option here because I'm pretty sure I'm going to make that the street. But what do you guys think should be the pavement that goes along with the street? You think 8. Hey, 2 votes for 8. Seven and 8. Seems like 8's the one. That's pretty great. Sorry, that was 8. Fuck it, 8. If we're gonna go with asphalt, looks pretty good. Keep in mind we can also make our own, but at the moment, since I'm a little bit out of it to make my own and community stuff hasn't been brought together yet. Yeah. I'll leave instructions probably tomorrow of how to make tiles in this for those who want to help out making tiles to make blocks. It's actually really easy. That's the thing. I'm just a little bit, because I've been doing this stream now. Oh wow, I've been doing it almost for 12 hours. Well, I've been doing it for 10.5 hours now, so there's that. But yeah. So I'll use this and that. I'll choose where the roads are a bit more specifically later. Okay. So that's how we should do the ground. Now think about how to do the layout. I think the character doesn't start off in the town. This is a gated community. And I'm trying to think about what the gate looks like right now. Do you guys have an idea of how the gate might be tackled? That's like the thing I'm giving the most thought to right now, is how would the gate in the gated community be tackled? So let me start off with this, because I kind of have an idea what I'm going to do here. I think that this stuff should be like 2 blocks, maybe even 3. Yeah, 2 blocks above the ocean level. Ocean level's bottom levels. I think the ocean should all be there. And I think this stuff should be like 2 by default, kind of. Alrighty, and there's nothing else. Yeah, that's as far this way as we'll go. The gate looks like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Yes, we'll have to see what we can use for the gate, though. For the moment, I'm just gonna paint some fancy stuff just to make it look fancy. One, 2. Okay. Now I need to figure out what wall should be like on the back end here. What's the wall that's surrounding the city? Back, crappy looking. Black, crappy looking. Yeah. Paint some fancy stuff. What do you mean by paint some fancy stuff? I mean, we keep in mind we can only work with the assets we have, so if we don't have a rusted rot gate, then we won't have one. If people want to make a rusted rot gate, then yeah. Put in some thoughts. Plenty of a road here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So I think the roads. Well, then again, okay, the roads need to be like 5 tiles wide to make logical sense with some things. 5 or 3. How big is a car? It's quite a question, I know, but it's a legitimate question in this case. So if I was to put the scale, because I know I have a car somewhere. Okay, so a car is 2 tiles, so yeah, the road should be 5 tiles wide. That's what I needed to know. So keep that in mind. To me, for scale, roads are 5 tiles wide. Also, why did it stop raining? I didn't say you could be stopped raining. It's probably just for play. I know why it stopped raining, but that's okay. It's because we're not next to the player icon. It only rains around the player, so that's the real reason. Two. Hip hip. And now the rain came. Go back to G style. I'll make the road turn this way a little bit. Not quite like that though. I'm doing something some people might know as an optical illusion. Alright, now the selection tool. Make this stuff go up by 2, even though it's wrong. Now that I see it from this angle. Sometimes you need to look at sometimes you need the right angle to make sure, oh wait, I didn't just make a stupid. But sometimes you didn't realize, wait, oh, I did make a stupid. Okay, then selection tool. Well, I guess I can go back to natural and be like, This stuff should be up by 2. Choose the sidewalk for a second. MD tiles, G style. MD tiles is the one I want. Okay, so 1, 2. Make the optical illusion a reality. Undo what I just did. That awful mistake. And it's gonna give you an illusion. Yep. It's gonna be an illusion that there's a further road there, but we don't actually need a further road there. So now I need to figure out what the fence is. So for the fence that's fencing, not the actual gate part, but for the fence, like the giant wall that Donald Trump made. For the giant wall that we're utilizing. Oh, is there actually a layer back here? I was about to say, I was under the impression that we were out of layer there for us to build on, and I was pretty sure I was right, but it seems like I was. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 3 is the right amount. So there's my first suggestion for a wall type. Because I think the wall differentiates itself enough from the other stuff and also reflects the purple really well. Unintentionally so, but it does. We could have a brick wall. What do you guys think? You guys like this sort of gray wall? I think I should go for a brick wall. What are you guys thinking? This isn't for the gate area, it's for the wall that the city is walled in. Switching over into my laptop so my phone can charge. Alright there, Altec. One of these crazy colors I got. I like this one. I like it too, which is why I was suggesting it. But yeah. Okie dokie. Fun the jokey. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Not what I meant to do. Let me get a bit of a better angle here. 1, 2, 3. Now finish up my fake wall illusion. 1, 2, 3. I guess I'll make one additional wall thing right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, the process starting. Yep, this one being used right now is a good choice. Start off with some of the basic wall stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we need to decide how this stuff works out. So give me a second as I get the right angle. The road doesn't stop there. I just it was for this bit that I needed it. Let's say it goes up to at least there. So 1, 2. And now go for the right flooring. And I'm not going to get everything set up. I'm just going to do this bit first. So 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Now do this bit here. So we have a full 1, 2 going on. Save progress in case anything goes terribly, terribly wrong. And now time to think about how the fence here should be set up. The question we've all been waiting for. How should we do a fence? That is the question. Now, is there any objects I have that's like a gated fence? Let's find out. Do I have a fence? That is the question. I've got road stuff, and we'll use the road stuff in a little bit, but not quite yet. Well, there's nothing fence-like in the first area. Nothing fence-like there. Nothing fence-like in this area. We got the wood fence. It's not exactly what I think we're going for, though. Alright, so Chinese furniture, no. Cowboy decoration stuff, no. Not that stuff there either. Not food or drink, not cowboy. Though that is closer to something, but not really. Indoors, outdoors, buildings. Chinese views, cowboy door, cowboy town. The hut's kind of broken. I'll remember that. Empty objects. Don't think they have anything like a fence there. Mesh. Roadblock is the closest thing. But even that's not precisely it. Decoration, it ain't. The closest we're probably gonna get is the roadblock, though, so I'm gonna utilize the roadblock here for a second. Hip hip hurry, yeah, hip hip hurry, da. Alright, so I guess I can look at cowboy doors. Nah, that wouldn't make sense here in this context. Actually, there is a way this could make sense in this context. But that depends how this next bit will do. This is kind of a weird way to do it, but I'm going to see how this works out here. Might change it to the wall texture just for consistency. It's kind of a weird way to do this, I understand that, but work with what we got. Heh, a roadblock community. Yeah, okay. Now then, terrain. I think these might work better if they look like the wall, as opposed to looking like the sidewalk and the road. I think for what we have to work with, this is the best we're gonna get. Unless, of course, we made that set specifically for like a wire gate. they're only, since we're gonna use some fixed camera angles, they're only gonna see things from a specific angle, as it were. So, hip hip. You guys okay with this so far? Now there's some more stuff I need to do with the road. I know it's like in the middle of the road, literally, but hi. It's fine. That's not much I do need. I am gonna do with the roads and such right now because I know I've got some things I can use. One, two, three. Two, three. One, two, three. And it should be the turning one. But turned in that direction. So one, two, three. Turning there. Let's make sure I counted that correctly. One, two. Oh, it should be one over. Now, they will never see this, but I'm just going to put that there so I can think that they could see it. Okie dokie. Road block like it so far. Roll as we go as we go. Roadblock as it will. Make sure this door will never open. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Fun, fun. So then we zoom way back out. There's still a shit ton more to do, but that's okay. This is like the entrance to the town, not where the player specifically is going. It's where there's a map that they'll probably start at in before this when they first arrive in the outskirts of town that they then have to enter, but this is where we start. Sip of water for the fun of it. Oh, I know something else which should be here. Like, it would be weird if it wasn't here, really. I imagine that this area is well watched. I'm sure you guys can imagine it being well watched too. It makes enough sense, really. There's some decoration thing which I know I want to use for this. So I'm gonna have a big one over there, but probably not a big one next to these next two pieces. Put that light stuff down. Drinking water is pretty fun. Yes. Yes, it is. Put this through the reader. You guys think there should be anything outside of the wall, outside of the light? I mean, the thing is the player probably won't see much outside the wall anyways, and we're using fixed camera angles, so really we're picking whatever the player gets to see and doesn't get to see. So there's that, but yeah. But just asking if you guys think that there should be something here or beyond the gate just in case, or if you think it's good as is for the moment. Just keep in mind that we're not going to let the player goddamn see that the road leads to nothing. Probably going to choose an angle, something like this for outside the gate, so yeah. If not directly flat wall there, but yeah. Things to discuss when we get to that bit, because we're not at that bit quite yet. La da da. I need to decide the texture of which buildings are made out of. Now, we might make a custom one because then we can stack something which has windows on it, but I mean, you'd think we probably have something like that, so I guess I should look. It'd probably be under G style if we did. Fortunately, I don't see anything that looks like it does. Then again, I guess G style did have some big buildings, and that's probably what they want me to use them for, so that's probably what I'm going to end up using them for. Yeah. Like, here is a test. And the test is for no one but me. So, tiles. I'm going to get you guys' input for more stuff here. It's just like pretty much had an idea if I want the gates to work. I'm a little sleepy right now. I'm probably going to sleep soon, but wanted to get at least the beginning of this done so we can resume this tomorrow because I want us to get a lot done tomorrow. Doing something for a test for the exact second, though. Okay, so 1, 2. And now I'm going to choose a building. Objects. I'm going to choose one of the G-style stuff and get a huge-ass building. So huge, it fucking clipped through the wall. Dun 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 dun. I don't want the door to face here, so face in the direction where the door won't show. Looks a little bit odd from here. Well, it wouldn't face there if we do the right things with it. So anyways, I'm just using this as exemplification, really. Things to pick and choose and roll with. Now, I will say this. It's only been 11 hours since I started streaming. And I've been up since 1 a.m. Technically 2 a.m. I woke up at like 1:50 a.m. So really I woke up at 2 a.m. So I don't know why I would be sleepy right now. It's a mystery, I know. But I am getting tired. And I'll say this. Probably it'd be best if I rejuvenate because then I could focus more on what you guys are saying as well as ask more for your guys' input because my brain process will be on more than just work like I'm doing right now. I'll use this as a foundation and then we can start building off that foundation so we can build up this hub which we see here before us. And we might get some people's contributions of things to add to the hub as we're going. But for the moment, we'll start with this. So, yeah. I will save that file. And I will close this for now. Sorry for the somewhat abrupt ending. It's only because I'm sleepy at the moment. But we will be resuming this tomorrow. I'll schedule it to be resumed tomorrow as well. We'll start probably tomorrow 8 a.m. again. I might reschedule if I figure out something different which works out better. But put your expectations for around 8 a.m. at the very least. And we'll, just like we did today, we'll probably go for a few hours. Hopefully I get a few. I'll wake up a bit later because I don't have as much to get set up today as I did yesterday for the stream. But yeah. Hopefully it's staying up for you guys. And tomorrow I'll probably involve you guys more in developing the hub. I was just getting like the front area done, and then we can discuss and work through some things. So yeah. Fortunately, sleepiness is overtaking me. I wanted to do a bit more, but it really started kicking in. So. Hopefully it was fun, even though I don't understand that we spent like half the stream with the music stuff and other bits. We'll definitely be working on this tomorrow. Unforeseen stuff coming up elsewhere. I will also definitely be watching Twin Peaks tomorrow, so Still though. Until then, I will bid adieu. What time are you streaming around lately? I'm normally not streaming because normally I haven't been streaming much because I'm working on stuff like this, which I'm working on now. But I'm working on this on stream, so fun. But we'll be streaming tomorrow around 8 a.m. I don't have any specific schedule, so just know that. Still though, until then, I will bid adieu to all of you. We'll be working tomorrow. So until then, good night, everybody.